Thank you. Way up. Ambassador Ware, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, that have been the handmaidens to the revitalized agreement, will follow soon thereafter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Presidents of Kenya and South Sudan, distinguished delegations, international colleagues, all protocols observed. Let me also express condolences to the people of Kenya for the tragic flooding that has occurred in recent days. As the United States, we're pleased to be able to provide $1 million in USAID assistance, and we are sure Kenya will come back even stronger after these events. The United States applauds the leadership of His Excellency President William Ruto for agreeing to take on this mediation between the ARCSIS non-signatory parties and the government of South Sudan. As we prepare for President Ruto's state visit to Washington later this month, we recognize Kenya's vital role as a regional leader on peace building and security in East Africa. I would also like to commend the commitment of General Lazaro Zumbawo for his mediation efforts. We all remember what he did with the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, as well as my colleague, Ambassador Cuyo, who I've had the pleasure of working with over the last couple of years to support peace in the region. We greatly appreciate being included in this mediation effort as observers and look forward to working with Kenya on yet another important regional peace-building effort. We share with partners in the region a set of fundamental priorities and values when it comes to South Sudan. First and foremost, peace. A full transition of South Sudan toward democracy, respect for human rights, and a government responsive to the needs of the South Sudanese people provide the best avenue towards sustained and durable peace in South Sudan. The United States, and I believe the international partners in this room, recognizes that the 2018 peace agreement has not been implemented, nor have the promises made following the 2022 extension and subsequent roadmap. We have been clear and will continue to urge the South Sudanese leaders live up to their responsibilities. We are confident that President Ruto and his mediating team can manage an inclusive process, one that reinvigorates the peace agreement and supports South Sudan in establishing a durable peace. The United States stands behind Kenya in this effort because we believe it presents an opportunity that the government and the non-signatories alike can and must seize. Without serious efforts by the government and peace agreement signatories to establish the conditions for lasting peace, as they promised in 2018, there remains far too great a risk of widespread violence and a return to civil war. Non-signatories also have this opportunity to demonstrate that they too are committed to peace. The region can ill afford further conflict, and the South Sudanese people who have waited far too long must see their aspirations met. In this vein, let me reiterate the United States position that allocating further financial resources for election preparations absent urgent action by the transitional government would send the wrong message. We will not support an electoral process that without urgent action by the transitional government would not be free, fair, or credible. For an electoral process to be credible, we must see the South Sudan government devoting its own resources to support the electoral institutions it has established. Let me close by restating the United States' steadfast commitment to working with partners like Kenya and regional institutions like IGAD and the African Union to advance peace and security in the Horn of Africa for the benefit of the peoples of the region. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Ambassador Hammer. My pleasure to invite Ambassador Mohamed Ware.
His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Salva Kiir, President of South Sudan, Prime Minister Hamza Barre, Prime Minister of the Government of Somalia, ambassadors, special envoys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely honored to be part of the official launch of the high-level mediation for South Sudan and deliver the statement of IGAD on behalf of our Executive Secretary, His Excellency Dr. Wargane Gabio. From the outset, I would like to thank President William Ruto for agreeing to host and mediate the high-level talks between Government of Sudan and non-signatory groups, as well as availing the necessary resources and expertise for the talks. Kenya has an illustrious history in peacemaking in the region. It will be recalled that Kenya played a pivotal role in hosting and leading the IGAD mediation process that culminated in the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement of January 2005 that paved the way for the independence of the Republic of South Sudan. And I might add also the Eldoret and Embagati peace processes that midwifed the Somalia transitional federal government. As a regional organization, IGAD is fully committed to support the efforts of His Excellency President Ruto and the Republic of Kenya, geared toward ensuring the inclusive and participatory completion of the South Sudan mediation talks. IGAD strongly believes that the 2018 peace agreement provides the general framework and avenues for addressing the concerns and demands of non-signatory groups. What is now required is to create the platform and a conducive environment to adequately and satisfactorily respond to these concerns and demands. It is therefore absolutely necessary that care must be taken that these talks must be conducted in conformity with the letter and spirit of the 2018 agreement. Despite multifaceted challenges and delays in the implementation, commendable progress has been made in the implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. The ceasefire is generally holding. A government of national unity has been formed and is functioning. The process of unification of forces, political reform, permanent constitutional arrangements, and financial and economic resource reforms have started and are ongoing. South Sudan, as a result, has been reaping the benefits of the peace dividends for the past 5 years. IGAD is, however, aware of the fact that implementation is facing challenges emanating from trust deficit among the parties in the agreement, lack of political will, and adequate resourcing. Equally concerning is the absence of critical groups in the peace process, which undermines not only the sustainability of the peace agreement, but can also damage the unity and harmony of the people of South Sudan. In this regard, we members of the regional body and the international community have the collective responsibility to support this peace process to its conclusion. I would like to seize this opportunity to call on the heads of states and government, donors, groups of goodwill to support this process financially, technically, and morally for its successful conclusion. Let me once again conclude by thanking His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, whose personal diplomacy and initiative brought us to this day and will ensure with all our efforts and help for the successful implementation of the mediation process for South Sudan. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ambassador Ware. Your Excellency, the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission has been monitoring the revitalized peace agreement's implementation. It is my pleasure to invite General Gitwai to give a snippet of the status. You're welcome, General.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan and Chairperson of the East African Community, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like, on behalf of the RJMEC, the official body that is mandated to oversee, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of the revitalized agreement on the dissolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, allow me to seize this opportunity to thank His Excellency Dr. Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for accepting the request from His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, to mediate between the government of South Sudan and the non-signatory parties. This bold and decisive step, taken towards creating an opportunity for the government, the holdout groups, and the people of the Republic of South Sudan to dialogue and chart the way forward in a peaceful manner for their country in the IGAD region is commendable. Your Excellency, South Sudan has experienced a long period of conflict, and the success of the high-level mediation of South Sudan Nairobi process marks a significant step in laying the foundation towards achieving enduring peace and stability in the country. These talks should create a momentum for achieving inclusivity, build tolerance, reconciliation, and forgiveness, recognizing that having peace, justice, and strong institutions in a country promotes stability, fairness, and accountability, leading to sustainable development and a better quality of life for citizens. Therefore, peace in the Republic of South Sudan is paramount, not just for the South Sudanese people, but also for the shared security and prosperity of our region. RJMEC, as a commission mandated to monitor the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement, recognizes the role that IGAD heads of state and government, as guarantors of the peace agreement, have played thus far in responding to various issues concerning the implementation. The revitalized and government national unity, which we call RTGNU, was established by the agreement. I therefore take this opportunity to commend and hail the leadership of His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, who has on many occasions stated that he shall not allow and shall never allow South Sudan to go back to war again. I also wish to commend the parties to the agreement for their continued unity of purpose, ensuring a revitalized government stays the course of peace. In that respect, it is important to note that permanent ceasefire continues to hold between the parties in the agreement since the signing of the peace agreement in 2018. And South Sudan has now experienced 5.5 years of relative peace, despite sporadic skirmishes and communal fighting that continues to occur in several parts of the country. This relative peace, compared to previous years before 2018, is commendable. It's a commendable achievement and needs to be further consolidated. The South Sudan mediation process in Nairobi has the potential to further contribute to the consolidation of this peace in South Sudan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you most kindly, General Gitwai. Your Excellency, there are two parties to this mediation. It is my pleasure to invite Pagan Amum to speak on behalf of SOMA. Your Excellency, Pagan Amum. Please.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Your Excellencies, heads of states, and other guests. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the opposition movements and on behalf of the National Consensus Forum, I would like to thank President Ruto for accepting the request of President Salva Kiir Mayardit to mediate between the government of South Sudan and the opposition. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South Sudan has been at war and conflict with itself for almost all the time since its independence. South Sudanese have fought, displaced, and killed themselves. Since 2013, they have negotiated and signed agreements under the IGAD mediation. They have also negotiated and signed several documents in Rome under the mediation of Sant'Egidio community. All these agreements have not ushered South Sudan into peace and good governance. All the transitions and the transitional governments have failed to take South Sudan into peace. Today, South Sudan is threatened with disintegration and collapse into chaos and disorder. It is gripped by multiple crises. The country suffers from a constitutional crisis. It is governed by interim constitutions.
It's time for the cozy season at Maya, with 30% off when you buy 2 or more items across selected home decor. And don't forget, Maya One members can earn credits on every purchase. Conditions apply. Maya My Store.
Sorry guys, this is ad on YouTube.
And presidential decrees. The process for the people of South Sudan to make and adopt their permanent constitution is stalled. This is a crisis. The country is also in a political crisis with a dysfunctional government unable to deliver peace and services to its people, or to return the power to the people to elect their governments in free, peaceful, and fair elections. The country is in a severe economic crisis, and the state has been bankrupted. It is incapable to pay its civil servants or make any meaningful development, or even to maintain its diplomatic missions outside the country. To the point that some of its diplomats are evicted and made homeless, like what happened in Rome 2 days ago. Our country is suffering probably the worst humanitarian crisis in our history. More than 75% of our population are in danger of starvation and hunger. For them to survive, they need humanitarian assistance. in the world that is also changing and becoming more difficult today. South Sudan is in another crisis. Probably it is among the first countries that have become victim of climate change. We have been having floods for the last 5 years, and large territory of South Sudan is under floods continuously for the last 5 years, while other areas are suffering drought, disrupting our subsistence agriculture and causing food insecurity. With also a lot of waves, heat waves that are disrupting the normal life of our people. The social fabric of our society is torn and destroyed. Communities are divided and are made to fight among themselves. South Sudan is engulfed in conflict and violence among our communities. All these crises need South Sudanese to put their heads together, to dialogue and find solutions. This is the only best way for us to respond to your initiative and that of the region and the international community. Engaging in national dialogue and building national consensus and agreeing to a new social contract is what is required. But for us to achieve this, I believe, and in this, with this initiative, which is the Hope Initiative, Tumaini Initiative, to give hope to our people, we need to leave the mindset of conflict. We need to stop seeing ourselves as enemies. We are brothers and sisters. President Kiir, we are brothers and sisters. As the present generation of South Sudanese, we are the founding mothers and fathers of this new nation. Our historical task is to lay the foundation of this new nation. This is really our historical task after independence. And to achieve that, we have to engage in dialogue, we have to be positive, we have to overcome this hatred that has filled our hearts. This is not time for that. Especially now that the world is changing and there are many crises that are even coming up beyond the one that we have created ourselves. I believe this is our last opportunity. And we must take this seriously and engage in dialogue. And it must be an inclusive dialogue. What we need is not another peace agreement. Peace agreements are not being implemented. What we need is a serious dialogue, a real soul search, so that we can really address the root causes and come out with a new social contract that will define what type of a state we want to have, that will define what type of a nation we are and how do we manage our affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Who's coming next? Is it Kir? Because
I think there'll be Kir, and then there'll be the other guy. I think Stephen Boy.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, cool.
His Excellency Paganamum was speaking on behalf of the entire group, General Paul Malong of the South Sudan United Front, Stephen Boy of the South Sudan People's Movement, and Mario Jada of the National Salvation Front Revolutionary Command Council, amongst others. It is my pleasure, Your Excellency, to invite the leader of delegation of the government mediation team, Honorable Albino, to share a few words. Thank you very much.
To our host, Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya. To His Excellency, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. To all head of the state present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. From the onset, allow me to thank the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, for entrusting us, the delegation of the Transitional Government of National Unity, to negotiate with the opposition and the whole-out group in a very good faith. As the head of the government delegation, I take this opportunity to reassure Your Excellency that we are determined to do our best to openly negotiate in accordance with your guidance in order to bring the lasting peace to our beloved country. Your Excellencies, may I report that in the last 1 week, we have been engaged in pre-mediation consultation, and we have listened to our brother presentation on the various concern and position from our brothers and sisters from the opposition group. I am confident that with the help with the mediator, we will reach an agreement.
Single and divorced women, let's talk about retirement, because it doesn't take a psychic to...
Another guys, sorry.
Lastly, I wish to assure my brothers and sisters from the opposition group that my delegation and I, we will openly negotiate in a good pace and abide by the guidance of His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit to ensure that the Nairobi peace process give a best to the lasting peace in the Republic of South Sudan. And on a personal level, to His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, you really mean well for the people of Africa. And you really mean well for the people of South Sudan. You are a gift to the people of Kenya. Thank you very much. God bless South Sudan and God bless Kenya.
Your Excellency, you entrusted the leadership of this process to two men, General Sumeiwa and Ambassador Guyo. It is my pleasure to invite General Sumeiwa just to share with you where we are. General Sumeiwa, please, your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. Your Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, representatives of the UN agencies, members of the diplomatic corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the high-level mediation for South Sudan, I wish to take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for convening this important occasion to launch the South Sudanese peace process, to which you appointed me a month ago as a chief mediator. The presence of both regional and international partners who have previously worked with South Sudan in search for peace is a testament of their unwavering commitment towards this goal. The mediation in the last month has been able to widely console with the parties to ensure that we build a foundation of an inclusive process. After this launch, we plan to engage in a sustained and continuous mediation to find and to ensure speedy and comprehensive resolution of the issues, so long as the parties go along with the plan. I would like to take this opportunity to urge the parties to negotiate in good faith and in the spirit of humanity to realize the objective of peace. This mediation affords the parties an important opportunity to silence the guns, which goes a long way to alleviating lives and livelihoods. In view of this, we appeal to the leadership of the parties in the negotiations to mandate their representatives to fully engage on issues and make decisions in the best interest of the people of South Sudan. We have to learn from the past. One of the clear lessons is that implementations of series of agreements on South Sudan has remained a challenge. The question that will concern us and occupy our efforts is to come with a brand new path on implementation. The innovation around a responsive implementation program that is clearly enumerated, costed, and enforceable. I have spent many years with South Sudanese teams. One distinguished mark is what you just saw happen with the last speaker, is that they always refer to each other as brothers. Even in heated debate, notice the language of my brother. This is because they belong to the same mother, South Sudan. Therefore, I wish all the parties and stakeholders a successful mediation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, General Sumeyo. Your Excellency, it's my humble privilege to invite you to run the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, my brother Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of South Sudan, Your Excellency Achange Chidora, President of the Central African Republic, Your Excellency President Chakwera, the President of Malawi, Your Excellency Nikano Mbumba, President of Namibia, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of Zambia, my friend
Russell Dlamini, the Prime Minister of Eswatini, my neighbor Hamza Barre, Prime Minister of Somalia, Vice President Nguema Obiang from Equatorial Guinea, Vice President Prosper of Burundi, the Vice President Slamba Songwane from Botswana, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of different organizations, ladies and gentlemen. As the first order of business, I wish to pay very special tribute to President Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of South Sudan, who requested me and Kenya the shepherding, the final phase of South Sudan mediation process. And when I received the letter from President Salva Kiir, I asked my staff to look for one person who was at the center of the comprehensive peace agreement that finally brought independence to South Sudan. And that was General Sumbewa. General Sumbewa was the focal point in all the negotiations that went into South Sudan being an independent state. I was lucky that he was still around, retired, at home. And when I asked my staff, they said he's probably writing a book about South Sudan. And I said he should hold on because there is some work to be done so that he can go and complete his book. I am very confident that General Sumbewa and the team we have assembled, they understand the people of South Sudan. There are many friends across sides in South Sudan. In fact, at one point, we were told in Kenya, there were many children in South Sudan named after General Sumbewa. And therefore, General Sumbewa, you have a responsibility, as you have said, to humanity, to spearhead this process. President Salva, this demonstrates your deep humility and singular desire to secure stable peace for your motherland. And while we were attending the conference here,
stop spending all your time on customer support.
I'm that person working this desk. Can you just chill for a second?
When you should be running your business. Use Extendly for high level. Extendly's white label support works as an...
And President Salva Kiir walked into the room and he made a statement to my colleagues here, heads of state, and said, Your Excellencies, I need your help. It was a very, very touching statement. It not only demonstrates humility, it demonstrates a heart of courage and a desire for peace for one's country. This gathering marks a pivotal moment in a historic journey, uniting stakeholders committed to ending conflict and political instability in South Sudan. It represents the culmination of steady progress in mobilizing for peace through dialogue, while also signaling a hopeful step towards effective peacemaking, restoration of tranquility, and resumption of harmony, enabling South Sudanese to focus on the prosperity of their nation. Listening to both the representative of the opposition and the representative of government, and the language of brotherhood therein, gives us hope that there is a chance for us to settle this once and for all.
Kenya takes pride in its strong bonds and mutual understanding with the people and nation of South Sudan. These bonds foster solidarity and support, facilitating joint pursuit of security and development. We are alive to our obligation to our brothers and sisters in South Sudan and stand ready to contribute to ending cycles of conflict and instability, allowing this promising nation to achieve the peace and prosperity its people have very long sought and want. This is why we are proud of the Tumaini Initiative, the high-level mediation of South Sudan, bringing together 8 categories of parties and groups. It has made significant progress in defining a mediation framework, developing rules of procedure, and setting the agenda for the process. In the last 1 week, a lot has gone into that process. This initiative exemplifies the Pan-African policy of African solutions to African challenges, contributing to the silencing of guns in Africa initiative and fostering an environment of transformational development in South Sudan, our region, and possibly the entire continent. Tumaini means hope, is grounded on the resolve that delivered the comprehensive peace agreement more than a decade ago. It is fueled by courage, goodwill, and determination to silence the guns and explore better ways of resolving conflict. Under the Tumaini Initiative, we have a forum to honor the people of South Sudan and commemorate their sacrifices, struggles, and hopes by supporting their unanimous aspiration to transform their nation's potential into shared prosperity. I appreciate the nations which have pledged to support this mediation initiative and thank them for investing in hope. I also thank the observer missions, civil society, and other stakeholders for their concern, commitment, and contribution to this initiative. I commend the role played by the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, the Intergovernmental Authority for Development, and our brothers from St. Egidio. You have done a commendable job. When I came to your office, you agreed to be part of this process because you too have a history with South Sudan. I encourage the revitalized transition government of national unity, the real SPLM, and the South Sudanese United Front to stay the course and redouble their commitment to this mediation. The path you have chosen is noble, and what you have accomplished so far under this initiative is admirable. Here is your opportunity to design a future worthy of all of you and all the visions you have. I take this opportunity to welcome all delegates from South Sudan to Kenya and encourage you to feel at home because indeed it is home. I also wish the parties successful mediation, and to our partners, I urge you to work with us all the way until we settle this. Thank you everybody for your participation. Before I conclude my remarks, we have in our midst friends and leaders who mean well for South Sudan and for our region. Among them, let me request our chair of AU. I know I did not warn him, but because he represents our continent, let me ask Mohamed Faki Mahamat, our chair of Africa Union Commission, to make very brief remarks by way of encouragement to the parties to this mediation. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency. Okay.
Excellences, Monsieur William Ruto, Président de la République du Kenya, Monsieur le Président Salva Kiir Mayardit, mon grand frère, Président de la République du Sud-Soudan. Je suis heureux de prendre part à cette cérémonie où il est question encore of Kenya, President Salva Kiir, President of South Sudan. I'm happy to participate in this ceremony, which is again another opportunity of mediation and also for peace and reconciliation in South Sudan. Comme tous les jeunes Africains, quand j'étais au lycée et à l'université, j'ai soutenu la cause du peuple du Sud-Soudan qui luttait pour sa libération. I had supported the efforts when South Sudan was militating for its independence, and I was the one who was supporting that movement also. Quand je suis devenu responsable politique au Tchad, il y a 19 ans, j'étais Premier ministre et j'ai représenté le Tchad ici à Nevacha pour la signature de l'accord de paix politique. Il y a 19 ans. In fact, when I took up office as a leader in Chad, that was some 19 years ago, and I was Prime Minister of Chad, and I represented Chad here when the Naivasha peace agreement was negotiated and signed. En 2015, j'étais ministre des Affaires étrangères du Tchad. J'ai pris part aux négociations et à la signature de l'accord entre les parties sud-soudanaises. In 2015, when I became the foreign minister of my country, I also participated in the negotiations and also the signing of the agreement between the Sudanese parties, the South Sudanese parties. En 2018, comme président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, j'ai pris part également à l'accord, le dernier, l'accord de 2018, toujours pour la paix au Soudan du Sud. In 2018, when I became the chairperson of the African Union Commission, I also participated in the negotiations and also the signing of this 2018 agreement, again, for peace in South Sudan. J'ai eu la chance également d'assister le jour de l'indépendance du Soudan du Sud en juillet 2011. I also had the opportunity of attending the celebration of the independence of South Sudan in July 2011. Sincèrement, je me demande en tant qu'Africain, pas seulement en tant que responsable, pourquoi mes frères au Sud-Soudan se battent encore. Sincerely, I ask myself, not only as an African or a leader, why our brothers of South Sudan are still fighting. Est-ce que c'est
Double-breaded. 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 Uncover timeless, healthy-looking skin with Olay Regenerist. Formulated with bioavailable niacinamide, it reduces the look of up to 10 years of wrinkles in 28 days. For firmer, plumper skin. Olay, recommended by dermatologists.
Seulement pour tous devenir président, c'est impossible. Are we fighting for all of us to become president? It is not possible. Qui ont lutté ensemble pour arracher leur indépendance et qui seulement quelques années après mettent à feu et à sang le pays qu'ils ont conquis. Those who have fought together in order to achieve their independence, how a few years later they have put their own country in that kind of situation where they are fighting. J'ai beaucoup discuté avec mon grand frère, le président Salva Kiir. J'ai discuté avec le docteur Riek Machar. J'ai discuté avec Bagana Mou. J'ai discuté avec Dengalor. J'ai discuté avec tous ses frères. La contradiction est peut-être superficielle. S'il vous plaît. Je crois que vous êtes la première génération qui a fondé ce pays. Le pape vous a lavé même les pieds, monsieur le président, vous et votre frère Riek Machar. Qu'est-ce que vous allez répondre demain à Dieu? C'est la question qu'il faut vous poser. Saint-Égidio est là pour vous aider peut-être à revenir à la sagesse. Permettez-moi ça,
je l'ai dit en frère.
In fact, I've had the opportunity of discuss at length with my elder brother, President Salva Kiir. I had the opportunity of discussing with Riek Machar, with Begakum, with Deng Alom,
Baganamoon, and others.
And what I've noted was that there is only superficial contradiction or differences between them. In fact, Mr. President, you will recall that even the Pope has washed your feet and asked for reconciliation. So the question is, how can we help you to bring about wisdom and then bring about the solution to the problem?
J'espère que cette fois-ci sera la dernière. C'est le souhait de tout le monde. Et je crois que vous avez tout expérimenté, et la guerre, et la souffrance. Il est temps, il est grand temps de faire la paix. Que Dieu vous aide, que Dieu nous aide. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
In fact, this meeting, or this is the hope, maybe of a last chance. You have witnessed and gone through everything. War, suffering, and all the difficulties that you've gone through. What we want is to see peace be established, be restored, and we pray God help you in this process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. On behalf of the heads of state present here, let me request my brother, HH, President of Zambia, to make very few remarks, and then in conclusion, President Achange to also make very few remarks, and then we will conclude. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, President Ruto, President of Kenya, Republic of Kenya, President Salva Kiir, our brother, leader of Southern Sudan, and my fellow heads of states that are here, and I know prime ministers, senior ministers that are present, and partners. I use that term deliberately, partners from an array of groups that are working to bring peace, security, stability to Southern Sudan. President Ruto, congratulations for hosting this important process, but also to President Salva Kiir for allowing this process to take place. Some colleagues would have probably resisted that this process does not continue. I have no special message to give President Ruto other than to encourage the participants to this process, to encourage participants to come to the table in a genuine manner, in a well-meaning manner, and also to have within them a high level of tolerance. Irritations will always be there in a process like this, but it's important to be accommodating, to understand that there is no option to a peace process. There is none. In today's world, no one really wins a war. That's the truth. No one really wins the war. You may win a battle, but the war continues. Children are born, and instead of children going to school, they are preparing to fight a brother, a sister. I think that's not correct. In our countries, on our continent, no one carries everything they come to the table when they leave the table. Give and take. That's the meaning of negotiations. Give and take. If you come to the table to take, you don't come into dialogue. You're coming to put fuel to the conflict. I'm talking generically. I have no specific reference point. All I know is that we're all delighted on the continent when Southern Sudan gained its independence. We understand the history, not as deep as the Southern Sudanese do understand it, not as deep as the other Sudan understands, not even as deep as Kenyans Ugandans, Ethiopians, those in the region. But we on the Southern African part of the continent followed these processes, and we're looking forward to cessation of hostilities in the wider Sudan once independence was gained. We did not budget for what is going on in Sudan. And I think it was the right thing to do. We budgeted for peace, security, stability, for development. Simple. Peace, security, stability, for development. Resources are limited. The resource envelope is small for anyone, any country. How we utilize those resources must not be towards waging war, but towards building schools, health centers, food security, which we've been discussing. That's where the resource envelope must go. I really believe, President Ruto, you singled me out, so you know my mind, and I will rest with that, say it publicly. Instability anywhere is instability everywhere. We know it. We're all affected by the Russia-Ukraine war. So when you Southern Sudanese brothers and sisters are fighting, remember you are exporting problems to all of us. We would like to be part of the solution to help you restore stability and focus your attention on development. President Ruto, thank you very much. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, President Todere from Central African Republic. Yes.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président Ruto, mon cher grand frère, le Président Salva Kiir, mes chers frères, je voudrais vous remercier et remercier le Président Ruto de l'opportunité qui m'est donnée de parler un peu sur la situation de discussion au Sud-Soudan. Vous comprenez que le Sud-Soudan et la Centrafricaine sont des pays voisins. Et aujourd'hui, la paix en République centrafricaine est aussi conditionnée par la paix au Sud-Soudan. Donc, le peuple centrafricain a également le regard tourné vers ses frères du Sud-Soudan. Et je suis heureux d'écouter les deux partis, l'opposition et le représentant du gouvernement, dans leur
Excellency President William Ruto, Excellency Big Brother President Salva Kiir, I would like to thank President Ruto for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on this situation obtaining in South Sudan and the discussions about South Sudan. In fact, understand that South Sudan and the Central African Republic are neighbors, and things happening in South Sudan will obviously spill over and affect the Central African Republic and the neighbor
Patricia, can I borrow $1? I'll pay you back. Thanks.
Countries. Today, if there is no peace in South Sudan, it also affects the peace in the Central African Republic. So all our eyes are also glued to, fixed on the brothers and sisters in South Sudan. And obviously, I was very happy to hear the two parties, that is, the representative of the government as well as the representative of opposition, when they made their statements.
Je pense la parole de Dieu dans Ecclésiaste dit il y a un temps pour tout. Il y a un temps pour faire la guerre. Il y a aussi un temps pour faire la paix.
There is a time for everything. A time when you have been disagreeing and a time when you can make peace.
En les écoutant, je pense que j'ai fort espoir que le temps de paix est arrivé pour nos frères du Sud-Soudan, pour nous également, parce que cette paix au Sud-Soudan va conditionner la paix en République centrafricaine. Je les y encourage et je remercie aussi tous nos amis de Saint-Édidio pour tous les efforts qu'ils font, aussi bien en République centrafricaine qu'au Sud-Soudan pour le retour de la paix. Et je vous remercie de l'opportunité que vous me donnez pour parler de la réconciliation au Sud-Soudan. Je vous remercie.
In fact, we've been listening to a message of hope that is there today in South Sudan. And peace in South Sudan will mean that there will be peace in the Central African Republic. So therefore, I would like to encourage all the parties. I would like to encourage also the Friends of St. Egidio community for making the necessary efforts to restore peace in South Sudan. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for giving the opportunity to say a few words about this situation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, you will forgive me for ambushing you, but the comments you have made look to me that you are prepared. To all of us who are here, let me say thank you very much for your participation. To the mediation teams, may wisdom, patience, and discretion guide your contributions to the mediation. I trust the chief mediator and his deputy to lead us towards a satisfactory conclusion with your participation. I pledge my unwavering commitment and availability to support this process at any stage of the mediation roadmap. Our goal is to secure a credible pathway to durable and sustainable peace for the Republic of South Sudan, our region, and our continent. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to request His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of South Sudan, to come and make the closing remarks and to speak to us and his people. Mr. President.
Your Excellency, William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, the chairperson of the Nairobi peace talks. Members of the non-secondary groups, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank my brother, His Excellency President William Ruto, for accepting the role of resolving the South Sudan conflict through a mediation effort led by Kenya. The Nairobi peace process led by Kenya helped negotiate the comprehensive peace agreement which ended Africa's longest conflict. That peace led to the independence of the Republic of South Sudan at the end of the interim period in 2011. I am confident that these efforts will yield a similar result as the country prepares for the general election this year. Your Excellency, the peace negotiations I am opening today between the government of South Sudan and the whole-out opposition groups started in Rome 5 years ago under the Santo Egidio community. I must thank His Holiness Pope Francis and the Santo Egidio community for their efforts in trying to resolve the conflict in South Sudan. The current mediation effort led by Kenya will be anchored on a firm foundation laid by the Rome peace process. Your Excellency, South Sudan has some to negotiate in good faith and with an open mind. We hope that the non-secretaries, opposition groups have a similar conviction and desire for peace in South Sudan, which when fully achieved, will bring everlasting stability and economic development in the region, and leave alone South Sudan, but in the region where South Sudan is situated. Thank you very much.
It's finished, right?
And with that, we will request to have a photo opportunity. So kindly allow me to invite all the heads of state.
Yeah. Did you guys heard Mr. Stephen Boy or?
I barely. Could you repeat it again if possible?
I said, have you guys heard? Have you guys heard Mr. Stephen Boy spoke?
Stephen Boy, and what's his name? Bagana Mum and Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir, we just heard of him right now.
Yeah, he just spoke now.
If we can go to Stephen Boy and then.
No, I think it's finished, isn't it? They're going for photo shooting and taking pictures.
It's coming after, you mean? Still
No, I think they said they're going for taking pictures, so I guess it's finished. So okay, we can carry on and then I'll investigate it and see, because I thought I've heard him spoke before.
Cool.
And very short. So yeah, we can go on and.
All right, appreciate it so much, Didi, for your contribution. First, want to also greet everyone who's here with us, starting with you, Didi. I was talking to myself again. Sorry. I want to start with you guys to say first, start with you, Didi. Appreciate your hard work. Greetings to you.
going to Dr. Hajj, Mr. Lodoro, McCartney, and Dr. Margaret. Welcome, and all the audiences who are listening to us, and those who listen to us later in the recording, after it's recorded, of course, because some of it will be later past tense, but to be there recorded for future reference and future records to all our people. Starting with what we heard, I want everybody to kind of like start with their input, because I'll be honest with you, I will come up later. I want to start with Dr. Hajj and then going to Lodero and McCartney and Margaret. As we see, this is a very interesting moment in our history, which is always, South Sudan is always a funny world where things happen in unimaginative kind of situation. Like, it's unpredictable and predictable. In a way, you could see the chaotic and almost like a circus where this politics of South Sudan is just really it great the essence of all those who believe in nation building, going back to the history that when we, the people, came together on the idea that we want to be an independent nation separate from Sudan. That was something, for others was a dream, but for some of us was a question, and for some it was a nightmare, because some of them, they don't want to separate from the north, from south, or north from south, or south from north. They want to be part of Sudan. Those who benefited was Khartoum, as especially those who work in the government or the regime of Khartoum in the past, and then going back to those who was excited because they have seen the suffering, the humiliation, and the abuses that have gone through for years, and they said it's time for us to be our own and manage our own future and destiny as a sovereign people. Unfortunately, it never worked that way, because there was a short coming dream based on a dream without any infrastructure to build that idea. Even though the idea was there, it could be possible if there was good hearts and there was nobler people. Unfortunately, the people who came and took over have a sinister mindset, a sinister heart, starting with tribalism and greediness and selfishness in all matter, where they have came and destroyed everything. They robbed people, they murdered people, they displaced millions, and so on and on. And now we talk about the peace agreement that was done in 2018, then never even yet implemented. Even the United States ambassador in Kenya mentioned this carefully and said, you know what, you guys, we lost trust. And I don't want to go far. I will give Dr. Hajj and the rest to speak on that matter. But there is so much things that we, the people, need to look at it deeply, and especially we, the Equatorian people. Because I say this why? Because we, the Equatorian, are in the receiving end. To be honest, we are in the receiving end in an extreme way that some of us are not yet able to see it. And we have already predicted this before. If anyone want to, say they're surprised, I would say don't be surprised, because we warn you about it. We warn you, these guys are going to do this. And we have seen their sinister maneuver day and night, even when they go out and try to preach to you these false notion that they are going to for, round table and all that stuff. There was something behind it. An idea of disintegration itself is the main core of why they don't want us as the people of Equatoria to speak for our right, because they feel like even Equatorians, regardless if you're not an Equatorian nationalist who call for independence of Equatoria, they will still fear you, because your identity itself speaks out louder than the chaotic culture and the mindset that is coming out from the other side, who is politically immature to see the importance of unity, but yet they want to talk about unity without any understanding of unity, adding to the point that we, the people, including we, the people of Equatoria, including the rest who are suffering under the tyranny of this tribal organization, have seen so many tragedies that no one can help them. Now they want to tell us peace is the only way. And earlier, Didi played very important audio for those who never came in earlier. The audio talks about peace, and I believe Dr. Hajj even elaborated more on it in a very articulate way, about peace. That, peace, some people think peace just to surrender. But this is really a foolish thing to think. And I would say foolish because you cannot accept peace under tyranny. That is just illogical, unacceptable. And as a person who's living in this earth and breathing, you know you cannot be suffocated and say you are living. Because if somebody's suffocating the air from you, you're not living, you're dying. So this is the same thing with talking about peace, and yet you're not living in security or feeling the freedom that is given to you by nature, by God's right. Unfortunately, people don't understand. So I don't want to go far. Let me give a chance, give the opportunity to Dr. Hutch, and then from there we go to Dr. Lodero, McCartney, Margaret, and Didi. All right, guys. Everybody, feel free if you have any question. And I know there was a question from Sister Silvana earlier. Dr. Hajj, if you can also don't forget that, and I will try to look back on that question. Very important on the matter, I think, in the social contract that this guy was talking about. What's his name? Bagana. Welcome, and thank you for joining us and being participant with us today in this humble forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Audacious. Okay, where do I start after having listened to all these presentations by these high-level dignitaries in Kenya? I think what is noticeable from all these speeches is that one speaker after the other, one after the other, everyone consistently spoke about peace, he spoke about bringing security and prosperity to the region. And I think you need to note that very well. Bringing security and prosperity to the region. And everybody talked about peace. We've already commented about peace. But what people have not a single one of these speakers has mentioned anything about the South, the interest of South Sudanese people, or whatever this peace can offer the South Sudanese people. It's only peace among the elites. So basically that raises a lot of questions. But let us look at this talk about peace. Because to have peace suggests that you have been in conflict or you have been in disagreement with each other and you want to settle the differences between yourselves so that you can be in peace. And traditionally, we know that when there is a difference between, or when there is a dispute or a conflict between two people, there will always be the local chiefs, the headmen, or even at home. When there is disagreements at home, it's always the father and the mother. We will sit around with all the siblings and say, what's the problem between you? Let us listen to what is the cause of this problem. And then everybody will talk. And then they will come down and say, okay, all right. So and so, you have done this is not right. And you have done this is not right. And I think there needs to be justice. You give people their dues. That's traditionally. Under the nation state, what we would do is we have a clear court order system. You are aggrieved, you go to the police, or you go to a lawyer, open a case, go to court. Then the court will want to understand what is the root cause, what is the consequences. So what has triggered this conflict? Then they will go over it and they will rule as to who is wrong, and also they will also try to bring relief to mitigate justice. Those who are aggrieved and those who are hurt must be compensated. Now, under political resolutions, when there is dispute in the country, automatically we expect that the root causes of the conflict in the country must be at the fore to bring a solution to the country. Now, in South Sudan, uniquely, that is not the case. Nobody wants to talk about the root causes of the problems in South Sudan. And that is why is that happening? It is because all these so-called mediators, all these so-called interested stakeholders who have arrogated to themselves the power to decide the fate of South Sudan without the South Sudanese talking, which simply means we do not have sovereignty. We are not a sovereign people. Other people can come and make decisions on us and impose on us. The RRCs in 2018 exactly was a product of violence. It was signed under duress. People were forced to sign it. And now we come to Nairobi to actually renew that process. How can that be a source for peace? You are oppressing people, forcing on them something that is not true, something that is not factual. How can that be a source for peace and justice? One party is going to remain with pain in their heart constantly. And to make it worse, it is the abuser who is purporting here to be making peace, but he is going to continue with abusing you under the new circumstance called peace. Because we have seen this. When the ACIS was first signed in 2015, Kiir continued. Kiir and the JCE continued oppressing the people of South Sudan. When that agreement was signed, they actually made 28 states to fragment the people and to consolidate themselves in the army. What happened after that? They ignited a war in Juba in 2016. Again, the same people signed this agreement of 2018. It was supposed to have been implemented in 3 years. They didn't. And they kept extending it. As I told today, it is 6 years. And nothing has been implemented in it. And yet this very person comes to Kenya asking people to sign a peace deal. Really? It's simply because he wants to deflect the blames from himself and push it to others. That cannot be acceptable in any, in any polity. And now we hear people talking about, social contract. Oh, please, give me a break. What social contract are you talking about? The word social contract here is actually being abused because what social contract historically emanated during the Enlightenment period in Europe. And the Enlightenment period was a time when most of the philosophers were discussing in clubs or in Paris. It came on the back of Leviathan, which was initiated by, or rather, which was a product of Hobbes, Thomas Hobbes. Basically, it says that the kings and the rulers of Europe were doing things similar to what Kiir is doing. And they didn't realize that actually you don't remain strong for life. As somebody is born, you are weak when you are little. In your prime, you become strong. And as you get older, you become weak. So if you keep abusing people when you are strong, when you become weak, others will now come and revenge on you. And rather than having a system whereby there is revenge all the time, let us have a social contract. And that social contract says we agree to protect ourselves. We come together in a union to protect ourselves against all harms that would come to society. When in 2011 we became independent, late Peter Sule and others argued strongly for us to have elections and for us South Sudanese to decide for ourselves what type of government we want and how do we want to be ruled. That is what would come near to social contract. What happened? Kir and the JCE refused, and they killed Peter Sule on top. Today, they are beginning to see sense, because this system of theirs is not going to protect them. They were strong, now they are becoming weaker. Whether they like it or not, we tell them in their face, because that's the reality of what's going to happen. They are going to become weaker, and other people who take power may even abuse them as they abused others. So the issue now is beyond social contract, because we have a state and we have an interim constitution which is not functioning. What is needed is to remove this abusive system, to remove the young government, for us to rebuild the state in the way we want. You cannot discuss social contract when you have an abuser holding a sword of chemicals on your head. Just think about it. How can South Sudanese under the young regime, all right, discuss social contract? It's neither here nor there. Because to discuss social contract, you need to have a totally neutral place. But as I said, that is all past, because we have a constitution in which all of us actually are supposedly to have agreed. We know it is false, but some people find it difficult to say remove this system, and so they resort to concepts like social contract, like what to make it look more palatable. But it's not going to help. We have to deal with the realities as it is. What we have is we have a system in Juba, a state that is recognized internationally with a constitution, creating havoc in the country. And if we are sovereign people that we claim to be, which I believe we are, we need to remove this system and put in place an alternative that will work for each and every person. So now we are dropped to Nairobi, and because there are foreign interests involved in this, all these other foreign interests with the stakeholders are all rallying behind Kir to support him to get this fake peace, so that he continues in power. And as he continues in power, they get their interest, and the South Sudanese in total destitution. And this is not because these people are not helpful, they don't want to help the international community or the regional. No, that's not the case. But because they are influenced by the global ideology of neoliberalism, whereby privatization, you privatize public resources, you develop markets, you deregulate to allow plunder. Now, this ideology, when you take it to the logical conclusion, all these other countries with the stakeholders must do this to survive. They need their interest. They need to get this. So they don't care whether South Sudan survives or not. They are there to get their interest. They will loot this country until it becomes no more. And if you remember, in 2014, in the international conference in Washington, when they were promoting South Sudan, Hillary Clinton said it. If you South Sudanese don't look out, your country will be looted, and at the end, when there is nothing in it, you will just be left with nothing and poor as never before. Her words are becoming truth, because the global system is about everybody for themselves. They don't care. There is no friendship here. It's an issue of you have to have good leaders to protect your wealth, protect your well-being, work for you, or you have leaders like the young with their tribalism destroying the country left and right and enriching others and in the process they get supported by international powers. So our case is very clear. What those people have said in Nairobi about dialogue as a solution, I think this is people are in a difficult situation. They may not be able to verbalize words that they want to, and they have to say some things that will make them look, preferable and good as peace. What peace can be attained in South Sudan? What peace? After people have been displaced, after people have been shot, after villages have been plundered, pillaged, with the so-called cattle herders moving around armed, killing people at will, with the state resources being looted by few people, how can there be peace? What type of peace is that? You have no health system, you have no education system, there is no any other social system that is functioning. This is all nonsense. The truth is, the people who don't want peace is Kir and the Gen Council of Elders. Why don't they want peace? Don't want peace because if there was a true and since they want to displace the people in most parts of the country, they want to Jenganize the country, they have to do all these horrible things for them to gain control of the country. And yet they are the people who come about and fool people and say that we need to have peace like they are doing in Nairobi. No, these people don't want peace. They are buying time and they are getting supported by people who bet needs together with open mind and discuss these things and confront this system. We will wait only for the explosion that will happen. And I don't think that will be in the interest of each and every person. No, it won't. The fact that this system is bent, it will not meant any peace in its history because they want to create a Jeng state. That Jeng state cannot be created under a system where there is law and order. It only can be created in chaos. And as Carol Berger did say, Kir and the Jeng did say that they knew how to handle the international community, and they will succeed in their plan. And it looks so. It looks so sadly because the global ideology helps them. And we need to have something completely different to make sure that our country survives and to ensure that our sovereignty is this is a long process. We shouldn't be losing hope. We should only double our efforts to make sure that this system is completely changed. So I'll leave it here just in case if somebody has questions later, I can clarify more. Thank you.
Odysseus, may I go next after your remarks? Because I'm multitasking.
Yes, go ahead. I have actually also a question later to Mr. Hajj. But go ahead. Welcome, Dr. Akulia, and also welcome to those who are with us here. Go ahead. You can go forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate the opportunity to come here and add my voice to the conversation. I want to start off by greeting everybody. It's very early where I am right now, but I'm happy that I'm up now and ready to join the conversation. Thank you, Didi, Odysseus, Alhaj, Alodoro, McCartney, and the audience. So we are in a moment of history, where we really have to consider carefully what we do going forward. It's a crossroads. So when you reach a crossroads, you have an opportunity to look at, what's the best way to go now, given where you are. And what we are going to do here is going to impact generations to come. And that's the reason why it's an absolutely important forum. I only caught, the tail end of the video that was played, but I think I had enough to know that it's a very slippery slope right now. But as usual, I want people to know that it's not a hopeless case. It's not a hopeless situation. So do not give up. Don't give up. And my my conversation is mostly directed at Equatorians who are completely disadvantaged by design, and who are really in a very dangerous place by design. And I think we really now have to intensify those voices. People need to know. They need to know that we know what's going on. They need to know that, we know that Equatorial is being targeted by design. They need to know that we are not going to take it lying down. We've arrived at a moment in history where all the cards have to be out. The gloves are off, because when someone comes at you and attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to fight back. It's there in natural law. It's all laws, self-defense. So I think we've reached a point in history where we must do that now. We haven't, you see. We've had voices here and there, attempts here and there, and everybody is trying to work, but in silos, and some groups have wanted, the country to sustain the country, and just keep it together, So there's been a lot of efforts and attempts, but we've been working in silos, so it's now time to come together. Like Al-Haj says, to really just sit down and talk like a family and say, okay, what's really going on? What's up? In all of our families, there's a head of the family, and there's a dad, there's a mom, or a father figure or mother figure. By the way, happy Mother's Day today to all the moms out there, the wonderful moms. You come together and try to figure out what went wrong. So literally, what I've talked about before, I've been consistent. One of my main themes is legal thuggery. It's something that I coined, through my work, through experience, and through watching, what has been going on. With the so-called South Sudan, it's supposed to be a state, but really it has completely failed as a state. And that's the reason why I always refer to it as a territory called South Sudan, because there's no state there to protect people. So one of the main themes that I've consistently talked about is legal thuggery, using something that looks like the law, like something that looks legal, to basically abuse, to violate people's human rights, to commit crime even, and for me, the legal thuggery has been consistent, like people coming together, and I mean this carnage, started, before 2013, but then it exploded in 2013. So that's where I'm going to start my narrative. It exploded because that so-called South Sudan, was built on shaky ground. And we can talk about, what that means, what that shaky ground means. But for today, literally, so it exploded. That's why it exploded, because it was so shaky, that it just could not hold. And I think a lot of people knew about how shaky a foundation that so-called South Sudan was built on. And Al-Haj mentioned one of those people, like Justice Peter Sule. He knew, and whatever he said at the initiation, of that so-called South Sudan state, has come to pass. And so, Peter Sule, may his soul rest in peace, will go down in history as one of the heroes, that knew, that predicted, that people should have listened to. But he was outnumbered, he was outvoiced, because he was a lone voice. Like what we're doing now, and I keep saying, don't stop talking. Some people might not appreciate what you're doing, but do not stop talking. And I have likened your voices to John the Baptist, like before, he was just walking around, telling people what was to come, and many just kind of dismissed him, and thought he was a lunatic, walking in the bushes, eating locusts and wild honey. And so, these lone voices have to continue, and they need to become louder and louder, because they might actually be the only hope, for the people that are completely brutalized, and exploited, in that territory called so-called South Sudan. So this legal thuggery has to be pointed out, and it occurs when people come together, when IGAD came together, and I remember very vividly, Alhaji and I were very loud, about protesting and basically pointing out how dysfunctional that legal thuggery was. But they forged right ahead anyways. They converged in Addis, spent so much money, paid a lot of people who benefited, from the misery of the people of the territory, and we knew the process was going to collapse, and it did. Nobody was listening, of course. We wrote a lot of articles. No one listened. So that legal thuggery continued, and then the so-called, agreement was forced on people. You see, when you get into an agreement, you have to agree to it. You got to agree to it legally. Otherwise, it is of no force and effect. Okay, and everybody knew how Kir was not in agreement. Okay, and people just signed that so-called agreement anyways, and you'll remember how they chased Kir, came to Juba and basically got him to sign it. He had walked away. So when somebody walks away from a so-called agreement, it's null and void because they did not agree to it. Okay, Kir did not agree to anything, but I'm pretty sure, I can bet, my last dollar in the bank that someone whispered in his ear and said, go ahead, just sign it. And that is legal, the legal thuggery I'm talking about. So you sign it so that it looks like, you're agreeing to something. It looks like, something is legitimate. And that's legal thuggery. Okay, that was the first one. So of course, the so-called agreement did not halt. It collapsed, while the world was watching, and it was the same international community that forced Riek to go to Juba. They forced him to go to Juba, probably knowing fully well that he would be killed. They probably, because he was standing in the way, of their lawlessness, their thuggery, the international community. I'm talking about the international community. They are international thugs too. They are legal thugs. Okay, anybody who forces someone to sign an agreement and forces somebody to go to a heavily militarized location, hoping for them to be killed, is a legal thug. Okay, so that didn't work. It did not work for them. That legal thuggery did not work for them, and then 2016 exploded. Okay, and that was one of the reasons why. I'm saying that thing was completely legal thuggery because it was not meant to happen. It was just by design now, and someone, whispered in Kir's ears and said, yeah, just go ahead and sign it. Let him come. And so he came. And then what happened? Then there was a big, huge explosion in 2016 by design, and the same people that are now converging in Nairobi, people like Paul Malone, were actually one of the culprits. Okay, so Riak himself was forced to run for his life, and a lot of people died in the process, okay, because of that legal thuggery of 2013, 2014, okay, the so-called agreement that was signed 2015, So it exploded immediately. It exploded. And Riak had to run. And if it was not for Equatorians, he would not have survived those forests of Equatoria and the languages. So he needed Equatorians to negotiate to navigate the forest of Equatoria and the languages. Okay? And what does he do? He does not even repay that with good. Okay? So then come 2018, another legal thuggery, because they couldn't reach any agreement. And one of the before then, another legal form of legal thuggery was keeping Riak in prison in South Africa, in detention. And so they actually thought by keeping him under detention, their legal thuggery was going to work, but it did not. It did not. It failed completely. Okay? So then they released him because they realized that without him, they could not implement the second legal thuggery. And so they go to Khartoum and force everybody to sign, a so-called agreement under duress. And guess who presided over it? Bashir, another thug, okay, and a murderer. And so he forced people. So it was not lawful at all. He forced, because he knew that everybody was, under his control, and everybody was in Sudan now, and they had no way out. So he forced them with a gun on their heads to sign another so-called agreement, and so that was that's the legal thuggery that has not worked either. Okay, and that's the reason why they're coming up with this legal thuggery and pomp, gathering people, getting people to speak, and so then, but this legal thuggery, like the previous ones, involved cherry picking. They just pick and choose who should be there. They will never pick anybody who's going to rain on their parade. They will never do that. Because they're determined. They're determined to succeed in their legal thuggery, in this legal thuggery of theirs. So that basically is what is happening now. And they're pretending that it's conflict resolution, and it's not. Al-Haj talked about, the principles of conflict resolution. You don't resolve conflict like that. That's not the way conflict is resolved. Okay? When there's conflict, you include everybody. Everyone who's involved in the conflict, or everyone who's affected by the conflict in this case. So that has been missing too. And so really, it's just more of the same legal thuggery. It's either going to be by duress again, or just very dysfunctional legal thuggery. People are going to sign a so-called contract, completely breaking the rules of laws of contract completely. That's not the way. That's not the way agreements are negotiated or, consolidated or signed. That's not the way you do it. Okay. And so to make matters worse, the criminals that are responsible for the lawlessness are also the judge and jury. Okay, it never, ever happens anywhere. Okay, the principles of justice You cannot be the criminal and the judge and the jury. And it's being allowed. It's being allowed because of the legal thuggery that I'm talking about. And I'm going to be consistent in talking about this legal thuggery so everybody gets what I'm trying to say exactly. So Kir now is the judge and jury. He is the one who picks and chooses who comes to Nairobi. And he is the one who picked Nairobi and Ruto. I can only guess what happened behind closed doors, for Nairobi to be the venue. And we all know that Nairobi is a very unsafe place. There's just so much evidence to that effect. It's not safe for people to come there and be vocal. Okay? Because there's state agents everywhere. South Sudan state agents in Kenya everywhere. And there has been no guarantee of safety. Why would they expect somebody to want to go to a fake, so-called peace mediation attempt in a lawless place where they're not protected? There's a lot of people that were almost deported to that lawless place called South Sudan. I have evidence. There was a kid who was almost put on the plane, almost, except for a very tenacious Kenyan lawyer. Okay, and we were following that case very, very closely. He almost, I don't even know where he is. He's gone quiet right now, but he was almost being put on a flight to a lawless South Sudan. And the reason for that was because he was a very vocal student in Kenya. He was advocating for a more law-abiding South Sudan, a better South Sudan for the young people. Okay, so they basically bribed Kenyan immigration officials, and they came up with some trumped up case, and they held him, they detained him at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. He was so lucky because of social media. So people started talking about that boy, that case, openly, globally. And a tenacious Kenyan lawyer jumped in. He went into the airport. They tried to stop him, but he went in anyways. He was very assertive, and he fought his way through, and the matter ended up in court. He was acquitted a few minutes before he was deported. Okay, so that I just thought I should share this background information with everyone to demonstrate how lawless Kenya is too. You cannot go to a place where you're not protected. Okay, to a place where the law doesn't protect you because there's so much corruption, everywhere. Immigration officials, police officers. Okay, so really that is legal thuggery, and we can understand why he picked Nairobi, because he knew he could get away with it, with the thuggery, because people would not be protected, and there would be no security, and he would be allowed to be the judge and the jury, very dysfunctional legal situation. He, a thug, is also the judge and jury. The person that's perpetrating evil in that territory called South Sudan is also the judge and jury. Okay? And then they have the audacity to talk about a social contract. Al-Haj, outlined what an actual social contract is. It can never happen in that lawlessness. Okay? The only way they will pretend that it is happening is another form of legal thuggery. They keep talking about these concepts, social contract, but they know it's not possible under the circumstances. Okay, because there's no protection, because the environment to come together and agree to protect ourselves, it does not exist right now. Okay, I think the Nairobi process is another disaster waiting to collapse. I know they cherry picked, the presidents that also showed up and made remarks. Good luck to them, because this thing is not going to hold either. I had talked about things that have come to pass, things that were predicted, by Justice Peter Sule, may his soul rest in peace, and others, and they've come to pass. So what I'm saying to you all is this too is going to break. This too is going to blow up. It's not going to hold. But I'm really basically pained, because the ordinary people are the ones who are paying for this. There's, the poor battered, people of that territory are the ones who are going to, suffer most, from yet another explosion, another break in a so-called mediation, a legal thuggery, that affects everyone. I mean, the previous legal thuggeries have affected a lot of people, okay, and it's going to continue. So going forward, I think Alhaj alluded to that as well. We need a solution. We need an actual solution. We need a solution. And if you want a solution, you're going to have to involve everyone. Everyone is going to have to be involved. Everybody's going to have to be allowed to say their piece. Everybody's going to have to make a proposal. Everyone, all the voices are going to have to be factored in. You cannot cherry pick. This cannot be an elitist solution. You have to, we've come to a crossroads now. We have to name issues the way they are. You cannot gloss over anything. You have to call a spade, like what we're doing now. Whatever we're saying here can be heard anywhere. And I've said before that for me, whatever I say, what you see is what you get. And you will, the same thing that I'm saying here, I will say to Ruto, I will say to those so-called presidents that have congregated around a thug, to try to extend, the thuggery that's happening in that territory called South Sudan. I'll say it to them. I'll say it to their faces. I will say it to the international community. I will say it, to anyone who wants to listen. This is not something that I'm whispering about. This is something that I'm going to be very loud about. I'm going to climb on rooftops, and I'm going to be open to a debate. And if people don't believe what I'm saying, I'm open to a debate. I'm open to a conversation that will challenge me. Challenge what, tell me what, if what I'm saying is untrue. Let us have a very open debate in front of the world. Let the world be the judge. Okay? So going forward, we have to wake up. We gotta, come up with a solution ourselves. And we will, if it means organizing a parallel forum, a parallel mediation, a parallel peace building conference, so be it. Look at us. I mean, there's a lot of tools now. You don't have to be in Nairobi. You don't have to go to Nairobi and risk being kidnapped, and risk another form of legal thuggery, like trumped up charges and saying, oh, you're persona non grata. You have to get out of Kenya. We don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to go into South Sudan. We don't have to go to Kenya. We don't have to go to any of the neighboring countries, where Kir's agents roam freely because they have bribed everybody, and people are prepared to basically participate in their form of legal thuggery. We don't have to do that. We can do all these things virtually, okay? Maybe we should thank COVID, because then there's no justification even for anybody to say, come to Kenya. No, there's no justification. because these things can be done virtually, like what we're doing right now on record, and more people can participate, because you can wake up, have your coffee. You don't need an air ticket. You don't need, you don't need accommodation money. You don't need security. You wake up, in your apartment and participate like this. Okay, so I think going forward, we need to have a parallel mediation, a parallel conflict resolution like this. And it has to be formally designed, it has to be properly designed, and it has to allow all the voices, okay? You cannot cherry pick, and you can't, and if Equatorial is saying we're getting out of that lawlessness, because there's no protection, why should you should listen. People should listen to Equatorial, and they should listen to why Equatorial wants out, okay? And if there are still people that want South Sudan to be together, we will listen to them. But you have to agree to disagree, and you have to listen to why people are saying no. We don't want a South Sudan anymore. And you also need to listen to the ones who are saying, let's try, let us keep trying, let's, and listen to their reasons, ask them questions, and just have a debate, like going forward, right? Otherwise, there's only two options. Either there's an orderly, properly, structured, properly facilitated conversation like this, which includes all the voices, all the proposals. Okay, either that or total disintegration. Okay, and I've said it over and over again about how my preference is an orderly resolution to what is the thuggery that's ongoing in that territory called South Sudan. Okay, that's my preference, because disintegration is going to be involved. It will involve a lot more damages, a lot more casualties, and people have already suffered enough. A lot more lawlessness. That's what disintegration is going to do. So really, basically, we need to fight. We have to fight. We have to fight for the actual solution. And it's not going to come from the international community. It will not. There's another video that I put out about how the international community will not be the one that comes up with the solution. Okay, because in international law, they look at that territory as a country. I think Al-Hajj mentioned it earlier. They look at it as a sovereign state. Despite the lawlessness, the thuggery, the dysfunction, it's the only framework in international law. They don't have anything else. Okay, so they have to look at that lawless territory as a country. They have to, because they don't have any other framework. So it's for us to step in, and basically interrupt it, and be very loud, and tell people that is not possible, that's not feasible, it's not practical, it's untenable, it is affecting a lot of people, and our people, our family members are suffering. We cannot just stand there and watch it. No way, we will not. And it's going to affect our future generations. We cannot leave a legacy like that for future generations to inherit. We will not. Okay? So we need to fight for the actual solution. And we can have dialogue, okay? But you also have to be careful who is facilitating that dialogue, who is leading it, and who are you dialoguing with? Because a dialogue with Satan is a completely failure. It's a complete failure. It's not going to work. For me, any dialogue with the lawless thugs that are right now that are impersonating heads of state are like having a dialogue with Satan, because they already want something. They want the lawlessness to continue. Okay, so you cannot have dialogue with someone like that. So there's a lot of dysfunction happening, in that so-called state, and it's not, because it has completely failed now. And so my concluding remarks are that do not give up. Don't give up. As long as we're still breathing, honestly, don't give up. Do not surrender. They think they've succeeded, but they have not. They haven't. They haven't. It's not over until it's over. They have not succeeded. And the reason why they've excluded other people, and they took the lawless, like so-called mediation to Kenya, is because they knew they would get away with thuggery. They were, they're doing it right now. So my hat goes off to people who refused to go to Kenya. I would refuse to go to Kenya too. I would say, no, I'm not going into that legally thuggery, infested country. And they know it. The Kenyans know it. They know there's a lot of corruption, and they know it, and it's called Kitu Kidogo, in Kenya. Like, give me something small. It's rampant. They know it. I'm not saying anything they don't know, like, come forward, like they should come forward and say, yeah, no, it doesn't exist, and I'll give you the evidence that it exists. I will also produce evidence that you all tried, some people tried to get people deported. And this guy was, deported, like Gadet React's, spokesperson. He was deported. He was deported from Kenya for speaking out something really small, right? If you can deport someone for something so insignificant, what about us? Who are calling you a thug, to your face, and you're a thug, but you're going to be defensive and try to deport us, to a lawless cartel, run place, So really, basically, that's what we need to do now, is to just fight for it, and we will succeed. We will succeed. I know, people think that, oh yeah, it's hopeless, and they're succeeding, in their plots, but it's not over yet. In fact, we've only just started, and we can challenge all that thuggery. The law is on our side. History is on our side, because everybody needs to be secure. Everyone needs to be safe, and if a so-called state is not providing that safety, then they need to vacate, but we all know that legal thugs don't just vacate. And that's the reason why they're finding all kinds of ways to continue staying in power, and to basically pretend that everything is all okay, and we can go for elections, so-called elections, elections where people have guns to their heads. So really, we just have to keep talking. We have to keep talking. And I'm going to end here, but I will come back later on, maybe. I'm just multitasking, but I'm listening. I'll be listening. And I want to thank you all for this opportunity, and for this record. I hope that we're able to download it. Ithaka, at some point, I would like to talk to you about downloading some of these audios, so that we can make them available to more people, because I think it's time for us to have our voices heard, loudly. Like, silence is no longer an option, because you can't just keep quiet. History will judge you ruthlessly if you keep quiet. So we can't afford to keep quiet. So I want to thank everybody, and I'll be listening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Just to go back to one thing that I wanted to mention, and I'll definitely look forward for this, recordings that we can do and distribute it around, because it's very important. And also, I want to remind viewers and speakers, of course, I know Didi, you're in different times, so also we need to remember that our time is late. And also McCartney, their time is over there, is like almost close to midnight, but we will do our best to finish before, like in an hour and a half or something, if possible. I have some questions I just want to raise quickly to Dr. Al-Hajj, and also this question is can be also delve into it with all the main speakers over here. Mainly, the question depend or relies on what's happening recently, especially with the recent activities of what the other group or the holdout group, because really in the definition, I wonder, Dr. Al-Hajj, can you define who are these people exactly? Because we know this is a combination of real SPLM and the other one who's known, Paul Molong, he's Militia Democratic something, and then the rest of the other groups who also inserted into it, like I forgot the guy from Nuer, and then the one also the militia who have sadly kind of like opted out or defected from NAS, who are now part of this mediation. So what they call themselves exactly, because everybody I bet is very interested to know what are their names, because they're trying to hijack the name of SOMA when they have already opted out of SOMA. Are they still SOMA? So that's why people call them SOMA2? Or are they the holdout groups? Or are they, the roundtable groups? Because really we are puzzled by who are they. The only thing we know is that they're claiming that they're fighting for the people. They're claiming that they are trying to find a solution. And now we see them mediating in Kenya. So can you elaborate and help us out, Dr. Al-Hajj? Who are they, these people, before we go to the question? Because really, they are puzzled. Because everybody just give them names.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add something clear, a little bit on what you said to make it clear. First of all, I want to say hello to you, Dr. Margaret and McCartney and Lodro. Welcome, guys. I'm glad to see you guys in. In fact, Dr. Al-Hajj, that's why I put an audition. That's why I put SOMA2, so that people don't get confused. So that's why I put SOMA2. They hold out. I call them SOMA2 or hold out 2. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Hajj. I know the name is very interesting. You're muted. I believe Dr. Hajj is not close, maybe, or something
You're
wrong with the
muted.
network.
Al-Hajj, you're muted. I think he probably is muted.
Earlier he had issues with the mic. I hope if he can refresh it. Yeah. Or else I think the rest before he come, I think the other guy is the rebel, the one that was holding war in Upper Nile, the Stephen Boy. He's a rebel, and I know that.
Yes.
I remember that. I think
because I forgot. I just know he's from nowhere, but yes, Stephen Boy.
Yeah, I think he was involved in one of the incidents that there was a huge war last year, I think, or something like that. And I think he was even brought in one of the real SPLM, or I think Shuttle Shop. I think he spoke there once. And I knew that and also I knew that there was a dialogue that even Joseph Pagan had a dialogue with him, direct before. There was a couple of them over there in Upper Nile. Yeah, I don't know whether he's the one who sent our youth of Equatoria from Kajikeji. Remember those times that the youth that when the youth of Kajikeji they started defending themselves, and I don't know whether it was him. I think sent a letter out telling them not to fight for the land, and the land belonged to people and stuff like that. And I think that would be him. I think.
Yes. I think it's him, and also he's the same guy. I think who fought with the guy who said he has a bullet in a zinkipta.
No, that one is the Agolek, the Agolek one.
Agolek.
Yeah, that one is the different one.
Didn't they fight?
There's a two group. There's about two different groups. That one was a Kid Guang. They used to be a Kid Guang together. There's a two different group of you know.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
so there's a lot of
Yeah.
militia. Okay, so Kid Guang are different. This is not Stephen Boy is not Kid Guang.
Yeah, Kid Guang also have they have like half of them that has returned to Juba with the guy that has said that he has bullet in the Pizingita Juba Oleng. Yeah, there are some of them that went with Oleng at the same time, but they didn't emphasize on them a lot because by then it's still what do you call what is his name the one from
Johnson Oleng.
no the one from the Kid Guang. His name is here now.
Oh, I forgot his name. Yeah,
That is Stephen. That is Pugulo. Stephen Munia.
No, that was Stephen. That's Munukida. His name is... Yeah, he was here in my head. Gatwit.
Yeah.
Thanks for cutting me, Gatwit. Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right. That's right. Yeah, when during the war that was happening in Sudan, he was over there. He got caught up in Sudan. I don't know whether they get their ammunition or something, guns from there, or they have deals over there. I don't really know how he ended up there, but somehow he ended up. Long story short, he ended up in Sudan, and the collusion happened there. He was cut off, and those of this guy. The man that guy that made Amira cried last time. Those of Tutkai. No, that's Tutkai. Those of Tutkai worked hard to buy some of his men. The one that he left them, in charge and stuff. So half of his men went, and there were some that are loyal left with him. So he was trapped in Khartoum. So I don't know whether he returned back. But that one is called Stephen Boy, the one that is in there with in the high level of mediation that was happening in Kenya. Yeah, thank you.
Stephen Rolnyang, the one who's supposed to have given a speech in Nairobi. Well, he is, I think, he's mixed heritage, partly Nwer, partly Dinka. When the events in 2013 happened, he was with the government in Upper Nile. Then around, I think after 2016, he did something and he was arrested in Upper Nile. He was brought to Juba in a helicopter while in chains, if you can remember. And then he was imprisoned for some time and then freed. He was then reinstated to the army and then he rebelled again. So he's got a very interesting history and character. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, there is a lot of things about this. Right?
To add a little bit, he was humiliated. Lano, شنو دبابيرتو برا في قدام الناس ننزلوا من دبابيرتو للجندي يلا سجينه يا بعد كده جيره.
Wow, and now he want to come back, huh? So now this agreement or whatever the negotiation that they call it mediation, he's going back. I mean, isn't that ironic? But of course, this is the irony of South Sudan in general. You could look at the politics in South Sudan, and this even raises a question. I'm going to raise this question to all of you, but in particular, I prefer Dr. Hadi in that matter because he mentioned something very interesting earlier, and because I'm hearing a lot of time as people, especially the whole South Sudan, including us Equatorian. But for us Equatorian nationalists, we have assessed the thing, and we have clearly came with what is the best solution in the matter of what's going on in South Sudan. Of course, part of it is a secession or opting from South to becoming an independent nation. But along that, there is also a deeper assessment and understanding why we Equatorian see this regime is illegitimate, as we call it. But there is a question, it's something that you raised, Dr. Al-Hajj, earlier. You said, let me go first with the first thing you mentioned that gave me a question. Says, in your opinion, okay, because you talked about this regime, you talk about removal. And I want you to focus on that word removal, because in the same time you mentioned removal, yet I believe, when you talk about remove, that means remove from the whole roots of it, because you said remove the system. And my question to you here is, how do you do this as a movement, who both of you, like the one now, the previous one who now joined in, or in the other negotiation, and you guys in Rome. So when we look at these things, both of you are in a table of negotiation. Am I not wrong? You're both sitting in the table of negotiation with the regime. While here you mentioned removal. Don't you think this can contradict the idea of removal in itself? Because if you're trying to remove something, you don't give it any more legitimacy or even attention to sit down and try to kind of like, flirt with it, or dialogue with it to find a way that you don't, to live in together. Because this idea of removal is anti something called trying to come together. Something that is harmonious. Because removal is something very much known that they don't accept the other group, or they don't accept this particular thing or subject to be around me. I want to take it out. And removal is something that we as Equatorial nationalists, I believe in it. And the way how we believe in it, that's why when we say anything that does not belong to Equatoria or belong within Equatoria must exit from Equatoria. Equatoria is a sovereign nation or sovereign territory for the people of Equatoria. When we talk about the government or this illegitimate regime, you guys talk about removal, and yet we see you both sides. If it's the one who's now in Nairobi or Rome, you guys are mostly in negotiation. Can you tell me how this thing works with the removal that you're trying to bring about, especially when you talked about removing the system? Because I believe we all agree on the idea of removal. But when I see you, technically, you're not applying this, only theoretically you're saying removal, but application-wise, you're going opposite that idea. Help us out to understand, Dr. Al-Hajj, and then we can go to the next speakers. I think this is the most important thing about the removal. And I want to understand also the idea behind the movements that is SOMA1, not SOMA2, on this subject of how can they tackle the regime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Audacious. I think that's a very good question. And it really needs clear articulation for people to understand. In the history of liberation and the history of struggle, there is one thing that nobody will ever escape, whether you are the oppressor or whether you are the oppressed. At the end, the oppressor and the oppressed must sit on a table, even to sign a surrender. Even if one side defeats the other, still you will have to sit on a table to formalize the process. So sitting with an oppressor does not entail or does not mean that it contradicts. And the reason is this. Our objective is to remove that system. And I mean the word in between quotes, remove. And we will ally with anybody to remove that system. And in the same process, I'll actually appeal to the separatists and call on the separatists to ally with us to remove that system. Because there is an example already, the Ethiopians did it when they were removing Haile Mariam. The separatists allied with the nationalists and they removed the system and they implemented what they had to agree. So in that light, I will ask on the separatists to ally with the nationalists, because this is how people attain their interest. Now, when we were talking with the government, sitting in one table, we have one aim. We need to talk them into surrender, or to talk them into accepting the reality and seeing the sense of living power for the posterior. Many governments have done that. In South Africa, Mandela talked the Boers and the apartheid supporters to hand power peacefully. So there is a good example in history for it. Again, in Southern Africa, the Namibians under SWAPO sat in a table, discussed with apartheid South Africa, convinced them, and they signed an agreement which was implemented by United Nations and removed them out of power. Kir and the Jeng can be removed under the same system, especially now that Kir knows that if they want good life with the others in South Sudan, they are going to have to give. Because if they don't give, their future is very, very bleak. They have done things to all the people of South Sudan that will actually put them in a very difficult situation. This is the same feeling that the Boers in South Africa had to accept, that for the terrible things they have done, they have to make amends, give up power, and begin to live with others. The Jeng must do that if they want to have good life with, or to live with other people in South Sudan. They must do it. Again, if you look at Africa entirety as colonized countries, they had to sit with their colonizers to sign independence for their countries under terrible fight and the liberation movement. You know, we know all that happened. So it's not strange to be talking to your enemy to convince them to peacefully solve the problem, or even to tell them that let's continue the struggle against each other until someone gives up. And so NAS is and I'm not talking here as a spokesman of NAS. I'm a supporter of NAS, and I'm not talking as the spokesman of NAS. I think NAS position is noble, in a sense that they accept that in politics nothing can be ruled out, and you must talk with everybody. And I think that's the right thing. Everybody should do that. Those in politics who do not want to talk and do not want to use opportunities will always fail short, because the world is complex and it needs whoever is oppressed to operate suavely, knowing what they want, but using whatever tools and means is available before you. So hence, the talking is not bad. The talking is a means of communication, and it's very important. And actually, psychologically, you can undermine your enemy when you talk to them and when they know what your intentions are, how you are going to overcome them, and what your determination is. That can only be conveyed through communication. And I think there isn't any contradiction there. You, the separatist, should actually even talk to Kir and tell him in his face what you feel. You need to educate him about his failures of making you, the separatists, decide to leave that country. He might change his mind and say, actually, this is not the right thing. Let us see where can we get a middle position. But if we do not talk to our enemies, the process will be longer, very painful, and the price will be too high. I hope I've made my point. Thank you.
All righty. There is something also you mentioned there. There's a lot, but I would try to just say this. When you mentioned South Africa, to be honest, South Africa is a bad experiment. Yes, people see it as an achievement, but if you look back into South Africa's history, most of these white apartheids, or the so-called white Afrikaan, have not been accounted, or they never been, accounted for the crime they committed against us, the native South Africans. But I mean that no accountability was made, even though they seemed like there was an accountability, for some individual, few individual, but in reality, the whole system, people were got what you call a cut-free pass, where none of them have been held accountable. Even the late de Klerk himself, he has a crime that has been noted, but he never even been accounted for. And the way how they even brought Nelson Mandela to negotiation table, if we go back to really in reality, Nelson Mandela was an alternative for saving the white men in South Africa, not actually giving the the native South African their full right. What they did a compromise. And this is one thing that we as Equatorian nationalists, we definitely do not support the idea of compromise, because if I'm going to negotiate with my oppressor, that means I have nothing to say, only to submit to whatever the oppressor will tell me. I mean, I can give an example of the United States. America, during that so-called, the Emancipation Decree by Lincoln, they said 1 mule and an acre, whatever. This thing actually never helped. It never been achieved. Instead, even the enslavers later gathered themselves, and then they conspired to make sure that they will not allow any blacks to have these lands or to have whatever was promised. Adding to, they have even created a police state where you could see even today the black in America are still struggling with the system that was already enforced because they were given. So when you talk about oppressors sitting down at a table without being accountability, being a just accountability in the point of achieving that freedom, then I prefer fighting for it than getting it for free, because anything is free is actually more harmful, and we have all known that. When they say, buy one get one free, I think they just want to sell you, giving you a gimmick just for you to buy the stuff, and then when you take it too much, it sometimes later it harms you. So the idea of sitting down at the table, to be honest, as we have already many times stated it, that we Equatorian nationalists, we are not going for that idea. For first of all, we don't acknowledge this regime as legitimate. That have to be noted to anyone. This regime has never been legitimate, and we were never part of SPLM. We are the people of Equatoria, and our message is clear. We will do whatever it takes by any means necessary. That means either by going to the responsible groups who were behind all these combination of this, how they formed this country, or even starting with raising arms. And like we said, there is all option in the table, and we have never, opted out from the idea of armed struggle. But this is an option, because we are looking at every scenario, every corner that we can exploit for the power of Equatoria, because we don't want to just go willy-nilly out there and just go in the bush, because we have seen how many rebels go out in the bush and then later they go and sign up contract with Kir, and they get fed and given money, and they forget about the cause. What we want is, we actually looking for a clear ground that our people first have to be indoctrinated in the idea who we are as Equatorian. That's one thing also, with all due respect, my brother, I see NAS lacking. NAS lacking even indoctrination. They say they have it, but I don't see it. All they talk about South Sudan and unity. For us Equatorian nationalists, we are so deeply understanding who we are. We look at our core ground. We are Equatorian by nature, by the environment we are in, the map we are in, and the history we have, and then the bloodline and all that. So there is a lot of combination that we look at it in that aspect. But when you look at Upper Nile, some of even the tribes within Upper Nile are not even native of the country called South Sudan when we come to the truth, because some of them are just now creating stories about themselves. They have been there for 1,000 years, but some of them were chased away by the Arab remnants of the Ottoman Turks in Khartoum or some other places in there, and then they settled in this area called Upper Nile for their safety, because they were chased for slave trade, and they don't want to accept this reality. Yet they will come up and contradict themselves when they talk South Sudan. So we are the same people who call Khartoum. We're the same people who lived in whatever Dungula or whatever they call the places. So okay, if you know your place, go for it. But for us, Equatorian, this is our territory. So, and for this regime even to gain legitimacy is the only way they want is you sit down with them at the table. That's why we see negotiation is actually a feeble strategy for removing this regime. Negotiation, yes, I understand in some aspect is necessary when there is stalemate, or when there is two powers that can never be resolved only through negotiation. But that's when they exhausted that force, like we have seen in Khartoum and SPLM, Omar al-Bashir, and that's why. But Europe, Troika is the one who forced this idea of let them sit on the table and let the people of South Sudan decide. Remember, they said let the people, not this regime, not the oppositions, not the whatever they call themselves at that time, to come up and decide for us. We decide. Now this is missing. This is missing in what we are talking about when you come to the issue of South Sudan internal conflict that was created by the SPLM themselves. It wasn't created with us, the people, and it wasn't created by Equatorial. It was created by Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazalians, because Kir represents Bahar Ghazal, Upper Nile represented by Riyak. And these two groups have an old history, old wound, that the tribal war, inserted with their political clashes that really exploded into what so-called now they wanted to call a civil war, when it's not a civil war. It's actually internally within the organization called SPLM, and then also with the two warring tribes that have been there for so long. So for us, for Equatorial nationalists, I hope people understand that our main objective as Equatoria is we have to isolate all these crazy things that happen and look at our ground. Did we ever decide in all these political programs that since the time, say, okay, 2005, we have to let it go. Let's go back to after 2013, when the revitalized or the peace agreement that was made. Equatoria is never there. It's not even there. We are missing. We are, we are not even included by any means, because they don't see us like we are important of value as political entity, because we speak in their behalf instead we speak for ourselves. And that's why I see Equatoria have been neglected politically, because the word Equatoria is not present when we see some of our brothers from Equatoria want to talk about politics, but they always include South Sudan and they exclude Equatoria as if Equatoria does not matter. It's not even part of the power that these people are now sitting in, which is Juba. So I'll stop here, but I hope if you interject me, go ahead. I hope you understood me. Thank you. And later we'll get a chance to the next one.
Yes, Audacious. It's always a pleasure to be in conversation with you, because honestly it enriches, and I like conversations whereby there is a real challenge, and you do challenge very well, and I like that, and I enjoy being in conversation with you, and I'm sure you do know that. What you're saying is can be perceived as words of somebody. I don't want to use words which are labeling, because some people might say, oh, Audacious is radical, but I don't believe in radicalism, because people who ask for their true interests are always labeled by oppressors as radicals, and I don't want to use that word radical. You are somebody passionate with your objective, and you love to passionately explain your position. In regards to this issue of talks, you see, South Africa, you're right. South Africa, in their case, had to play a quid pro quo politics. You are dealing with a state that honestly was very, very strong, a nuclear state. White South Africa had nuclear weapons. The economy was booming, no problem at all. Their problem was how could they ensure peace between its citizens, and they knew that apartheid would not go anywhere. So it was not a problem that South Africa was weak. or South Africa was economically unable to fend for itself. It was a case of moral right. And so there was a real dilemma because, most apartheid regimes or settler regimes are built on the concept of ethnic cleansing. Your own country, the United States, ethnically cleansed the Indians. They managed to almost 99% cleanse them. Australia did the same almost to the Aborigines. But in South Africa, they couldn't do that because the Africans were supported by the other African countries and they kept fighting. And so they could not achieve a total white state by cleansing the black people. Hence, for Mandela and others, they had a dilemma. You don't have that hard power to achieve what you want to achieve, which is the national government, where everybody is included, one man, one vote. And so they had to do a quid pro quo. Okay, as long as you give power, we will forgive those who confess to their tribe, to their crimes through the Reconciliation Commission. So the cost that they paid was with all the people who have been oppressed for the last 60 years, because apartheid came in 1948. So they had to decide, was it prudent to reject taking power and paying a price for it? Or should you continue to fight knowing very well you are not strong and there is no prospects of you winning anyway? So I think Mandela did the right thing. They had to pay a painful price. But that is a price that will ensure the survival of the black people, will ensure that the black people gradually, little by little, will gain and begin to build itself from the traumas that has happened. So I wouldn't criticize that at all, because life is complex. Whereas you would like a situation like what happened in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, then in that situation, you are going to have to accept to make alliances. The separatists, the Eritrean separatists, had to ally with the other opposition groups in Ethiopia on the ground that once we remove the dictator, we will give you the right to succeed. So you keep your forces strong, you defeat the enemy, remain strong in your place, and then do your referendum, just like the Ethiopia. I think that is the situation you want. Now, if you want that situation, there's nothing wrong with it, but please make sure that you have the stick to do it. If you don't have the stick, there is the moral dilemma. Why would you stick on a path that will make you pay more at a longer period than take a short route that will save your people and you achieve your objective? These are the issues that you are going to have to be faced with, because you want to ensure the safety of your population and the people you work, and you are also wanting to lessen the costs of the fight. Now, back to our situation in South Sudan, and as I've said to you many times, and as I've said earlier, I like conversation with you for the honesty. I honestly believe that for any group of people to try to succeed, needs to have a strong historical background. Now, I don't think in the case of South Sudan that is available. And I'll tell you why. Until 2011, with all the abuses that the Jeng have been doing to the people from 1972, Nobody thought of breaking away because we had the belief that South Sudan will become an independent and peaceful country for all once we achieve independence. That didn't. So that is the starting point for some people to begin to think separatism is the issue. But my question is this: who are we trying to separate from? And I've heard from arguments made by separatists to separate from the Jeng, because the Jeng are abusing people. Jeng are doing all those things which I don't want and have spoken about passionately. But the question I want to ask is, have the Fertit people offended us? Have the Luo people offended us? Have the Cholo people done to us what the Jeng have done to us? Have the Murle people done to us anything bad? Have the Kashipo people done anything bad to us? The Anuak done anything bad to us? Why should we have negative feeling or feeling which is not good towards these people who are victims of the Jeng exactly like us? Because our history attests to it. We have lived happily together with all these people. Why should we now, at this particular stage, make enemies of all of these people who have no problem with us? They are victims of the system exactly like ourselves. And I think this is where making a case of separatism is harder. I personally have been in school with all the tribes of South Sudan. And to be honest, it's the Jeng who have always been obnoxious. But the others have not. And I've got friends among them up to now. Why would I just decide, no, I can't live with these people? Secondly, we are living in a very complex world whereby smaller nations in future may become victims because of global politics and global quest for resources. Why should we break ourselves into smaller countries which will become vulnerable? I have a problem because it means I'm creating a world for my children which will be very difficult for them, or for my grandchildren in the posterior. So lumping all the other people of South Sudan together as oppressors is false. It's not true. The Cholo are displaced and they are murdered. Their intellectuals are killed exactly like the Equatorians. The Fertit people receive the same treatment exactly like Equatorians. The Luo people receive exactly the same treatment like Equatorians. The Anuak people are treated exactly the same. The culprit is the Jeng. So why then should we divide ourselves? We should actually use our power collectively to remove this Jeng system and put in place a system that works for everybody and which can be protected by all of us. And that is doable. It's doable. So my look at this issue is South Sudan is not the guilty party here. South Sudan as a country has no fault. South Sudan is not faulty at all. The fault is with Jeng, and that can be addressed. Why are we running away from the Jeng? In fact, the Jeng would never have had power if that power was not handed to them by the CPA. Remember, the CPA divided the power between SPLA and NIF. SPLA is a young train. Power was handed to them. But if it was not for that mistake in CPA, I don't think the young can actually prevail on anything. What the young are doing exactly like the whites in South Africa, they are abusing power that they have usurped. And I'm talking like that, not that because I don't like the separatists. No, I don't. I'm very open person. I'm happy. Difference in opinion is good. There is nothing wrong with difference in opinion, and I think people should continue. You could go on, continue with separatism or whatever you do. If you separate, I will still be in that separate Equatoria, but I will advocate for the greater South Sudan still. Because that's where I come from. Because truly, I'm not convinced up to this point that we should abandon South Sudan. Because I think the problem is young. If we can deal with the young collectively, everybody will be happy in that country. And so, Audacious, as usual, as we've said many times, the world is complex. Situations can arise and go different ways. At the moment, the young have never been weaker since 2005 at any point, just like now. And that is why they are running left and right, wanting agreements that can give them a lease of life or what have you. But look, these are people who have no skills of governance. They can't even govern their own law. That is why South Sudan is falling apart. Because they can't govern. They don't know. They don't know. They don't have skills, from their own tribal constructions. They don't have those ideas of governing people. That's why it's all chaos. But today, I'm sure if this power in South Sudan was given to you, Audacious, you will manage this country in a different way that nobody will want to say, I want to break away. And it is that which people are missing. And it is that which is creating difference in us. We are not able to unite to deal with the young. So I think we need to at least broaden our minds and look far. The young issue is momentarily. They will leave power, they will leave. We'll get them out of there. And they will be made accountable, like it or not. But Dr. Al-Haq, can you answer him or let me answer him? Yeah, I will answer him. Let him finish and but you will come up after that, because I already
I just wanted to add a question. I wanted to add a question, just a question, so that when he's concluding, he can finish. Dr. Haj, it's interesting how.
It is a conversation.
Yes.
Let whoever wants to say, let him say. Whether it is, I know General CPI is burning, but just calm down. Okay, go ahead then.
Please. I just wanted to know one thing, that it sounded interesting when you said that even if we achieve Equatoria, you will still advocate for South Sudan. You will be there in Equatoria, but you will advocate for South Sudan. But now I'm wondering, instead of you advocating for Equatoria in South Sudan, would you prefer to leave Equatoria and live in South Sudan? Wouldn't that be easy? Like, if all the Equatorians that would still want to be South Sudanese, it will just be easy to go into South Sudan and live in South Sudan. Wouldn't it be that way? Easier? That's just a question that if you could just answer while you on your way. Thank you.
Let me answer you in a very funny way. And this is for Audacious as well. When the government is changed in Juba, I'll tell you that 90% of the young will run to the north. Nobody will wait, because they have done crimes which they know people will be after them. So the problem will be solved. So the South Sudan will remain, isn't it? I don't know, I'm just asking. Do you think these people who have committed all these crimes are going to wait there when the power is taken away? They will not, because they will be held accountable. And nobody will want to be held accountable. We have seen that in many other countries. In the history of liberation, we've seen it. People who have committed crimes in the nature that the Jeng have done, when changes happen in those, they go away. They don't stay. They all flee. You see, at the end of the day, really, Audacious, you live in the States. Didi, you live in Australia. I live in UK. Where I live, we are the minority of minorities. But believe you me, I wake up in the morning, go to work. I don't feel any bad feeling that somebody is going to oppress me. Because if anything happens, the police is there straight away, will protect me. Case will go to court. I just live happy. I even don't think about politics because everything makes me feel happy. And I'm sure to a certain extent, maybe in Australia it is, maybe in America it is. I've been to America many times. I have got my own views about America, but I've not been to Australia. But I believe that you feel safe. Can we not do that in South Sudan? If we can do that in South Sudan, must we break South Sudan now? That's my question.
Great. Thank you. I'll give General, go ahead, and then I will come after you. So that way it'll be fair, because I've spoken a lot, but I have an answer for it's very specific on the point of we separate for what. But I know you also have some things to say. Go ahead, General CPI. I'll come after you.
Thank you, Patriot Etika, Didi. I don't want to say that Dr. Alhaji is our neighbor, but he's a runaway boy from Equatoria. So we'll bring him anytime. Lodoro, Patrick Lodoro, Margaret, and General McCartney, and all our separatists here. So you divert this. I was going to make analysis of the May-09 and mediation, whatever, the Juba, target Nairobi, SOMA2 plus ongoing crisis. But you divert our attention here on Equatorial separatists, that why do we want to separate from colonial South Sudan? A Junub al-Mustamirade, why we call it a colonial? Do they fit to be colonialists? Do this name really fit them to be called colonists or imperialists or land colonialism people? Dr. Al-Haj, if you look at the root causes of South Sudan separating from Sudan, is not worth what is happening in our land in Equatoria. It is not even one. What freedom do we have in Equatoria? The Arabs have never killed us the way the Dinka are killing us today. The Arabs have never taken our land. You can see no Arab in Equatorial land. Today, the Dinka is everywhere in Equatorial land. The Arab never chased us to refugee camps. Today, our people are across the continent, across the region, across even the community of East Africa. And us in the international community and in the diaspora. Our resources have been exploited for the benefit of the Dinka and the regime. Dr. Hakita, you are just Congo's for London. You are not able to go back home. But during the Arabs, you can move freely. There was that freedom of movement. Even freedom of expression. Now, is that one is not worth separating? And we are saying that, why? What did the Fartik do to you? The people were saying, what did the Nyak did to you? What did the Shuluk do to you? Ita Miam or Ita Atrash? You don't see what they are doing? They are partners in crime. They are partners of the Dinka. They became the agents of the Dinka. And they are also in Equatoria. Few use of Minas Alta measurement to learn as a Fibarina, for Central Equatoria. Is there none of them who have no land there? And you are comparing that, Equatoria there, the same people also problem facing apartheid, the same problem facing Anuak. They say, ours was imposed. We did not call for. Yes, we thought the unity of the people of colonial South Sudan will be paramount, but it didn't work. Our parents give them in the Juba conference of 1947, they give them benefit of doubt of unity. They betray us. We come to 1955 and Anyanyawan. They also betray us and become sellers to the Arabs. And then they become again our rulers, yet they have never gone to the bush. Abil Ali become their leader. And the oppression started. That's forced Equatorians to stand for Kokora. It was a resistance that determined that Equatorial can rule themselves alone. But today we are saying that we don't want to be Quebec of Canada, that a nation within a country. We don't want to be like Quebec. We are fighting for total independence. We give them a benefit of doubt and reconcile and work together as a nation, and went to the SPLM. But at the end of the day, again, we are discriminated, our leaders eliminated. And when we came back home, they start land colonizing, in which Central Equatoria and part of Eastern Equatoria become a victim. Even Western Equatoria, there's no any single place in Equatoria that the Dinka have never invaded. They have invaded all. And you want us to unite? No. Alhaj, you are not a supporter of NAS. You are a member of NAS. And you are one of the team leaders to negotiation. For us as Equatorians, separatists fighting for independence of Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria, we are here for total independence. You talk about alliances. I think I talked several times to Thomas Chirillo that we don't want to fight with you, but you need to stop your people, your members, from opening their mouths and fighting us here in social media. But alliances, it is now you who is now calling the first time to call a separatist to ally with you with National Salvation Front. Thomas Chirillo never called that, which is a good call. But how can you ally? Mazol Algura Jibu, Nazigi getting that, and I get to you Nazi in better name in Equatoria. What Tangalala Matang to it? Hey, Talton get Bajai. And I grew up in a girl to the Cora Benak, it will be Juru Bajab, who to be Jagugu. And I grew up with Jagugu, Tam Kutumo to Rajabel. Tam good to do someone can get for Equatoria. No, we don't want totally. They have to go to South Sudan. Barghazal and Apanai. Now you want to fight us to keep them in Equatoria. Kalam de kwesi ya kota Kalam de aroma na mulde kwesi maata sanita bisibu mwenena. Those nasa alseta gulude. Look, Musa Pagana Sayao, Sibitawan, in hijack the National Consensus Forum, Ushilu Mofi, Fifi Nairobi. What the Gulden Nasal Question? Unless it Kulu counter insurgency, it in Kulu Mahanasa Hakuma. That's why Mokita Mukingalai, I just Pagana request, Mamolo. But we have been telling you all the time, Yakora Nasal Fijamutawde, then after Hakuma. Adana Tama Gifata. Anagonsi Aquana, Nazina Gulu de counter insurgency. Adana Tama Mago Kano Fia Jerefogota Bide in a Gule Mano. You know, I just Ashwat Gijamine B. Yagan Kutuva Adana Takitama Basuma. All of you don't listen to this advice. So, now, Yao, as a Galeta Eta Gudurubat, Omar Gisi Timota, Galiden, Nasalma Raside, opposition Taride, they go to Rubat. You know, in your picks. Galita on their luck, but more at Dinka. But according even to Equatorial Central Intelligence Services, Ayatana fi Nairobi, I'll have the reason why you are not being even, not even that you have to be protected, because you are regarded as separatists. You are regarded as separatists. But you don't want to accept the reality. You just want to force yourself for unity, which is impossible. Who is that? Who are those Equatorians who are going to fight for unity? Fitab Kuludinka Mulenada. Fitab Barhazala Mulenade. Fitab Apanera Mulenade. We are not fighting Dinka alone. We are fighting anybody who is not Equatorian. Must leave Equatoria. So, Itum Nasa Unionisi, you have a problem. Yada, Ochang Yada guy, you know, all the time in the National Salvation Front, you guys can never open room Lochang, which is very shameful. He removed me from this phone. I went to another one. Anakana was talking to them. They had a telephone. I moved to Taban. I was waiting also for the truck to come and boost. Open my car because I go for Mofate school for Jarabia. You know, I finished work at Satalato Nus. Hada Sadiana just the money as it is a so the man knew. But he did not give a chance. We are going to Manasode. Ochare is a devil. Any devil with different colors must be what? Lazim Shakilo. Ochare policy of dividing us for the benefit of Jenge must be stopped. See Ochare Yamadia Kariaki or Tamashiro or National Salvation Front. It's a separatist joint. As soon as a girl Tani. The girl below Nahar, girl below Nahar. We are not going to fight ourselves here. As a separatist, I'm not ready to fight Equatorians. But Equatorian Muaras, we are ready to fight him. Thomas Cyril do have MC for his safety, for the safety of the delegation in Doha. What is that? What is that? Yeah, ethica. They already agree with telephone. That's why they are smiling. And then the land colonialism expansion will continue. I appreciate Thomas Chidoro for not going. And it is good some of you also are listening now to us separatists. One day all of us will be separatists, regardless. And we say that when we make an alliance, because when a separatist talk, you will behave like Nas Pagana Mum, like the SPLM, who killed the separatists before. Is this what we want? Kana gulu kama na izorbe makana pito. Iti biyo nenes rabe makana takot. Anna separate rabe makana tane. Tatakot. Wena kule Equatorians. Is that one okay? Itu miyuno nizda. Itu magai na jat zagibana gasa dide. Itu magai na jat alnazika muleta konde. Lenasta konde. Filanta konde. Is it okay? So, Dictor, Nehna, we are not going to make an alliances that will sabotage the liberation of Equatoria. If the alliance is for the benefit of the liberation of Equatoria, we'll go for it. Coming to the issue that we have to talk to our enemies, we are not now ready to talk to our enemies. Our problem is now just to educate Equatorians. Like now, they are picking up. Oh, we have a problem. We are still trying to educate. I say this is phase one of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement. We have not yet reached to the pace of arming our people. Phase one, we're educating our own people. So that we don't want them to become neutral, but we are both if you know any Kano and Mafi. By the minute, the stage of the debate, or like you are debate, meaning me by the stage of the Kalas. Yanamu Kano zone, had the best kid of the Sotfa, Kalas. It becomes shock. No, we want Equatorians to respond. When they are asked, they know what the answers are. When the questions are given, when they ask, they were able to answer those questions and respond appropriately. Therefore, the education of Equatorians, even politicians, is very important. The union is politicians. Yes, you are talking about Jeng, but it's a gilak batu. Iyan kan lene nak, it's a gilak batasa sunu. Lokudi majede, Lubio lelo ajede, lopoto majede. Ma asel. Lene nak ma bamulu zede, ma birua. Ma birua. Lopoto de der kemot a full kida, bizabi to tamam. De itala tamam. So we have to do the same. Equatorial has to be purely Lopoto Makemot. Period. Mabi Jibutani Selena, Gutira. The Sunusunina, Ravlak Batina. Not Mabora. So our people need education. We need to confuse people like Akim, the neutrals. My brother here, Akim, a Lotole girl were neutral. Zola Jews, girl listen to my barba jara kishak koko. De, okay, can Zol give way. Can they nick it beja? Oh, Borena. Can they nick it beja? Magala ana kan me do party, ana kan Zol best go give jede, ana me do muscular my Zol. No. You have to know muscular attack way, muscular way no. They will not give a muscular. So let's go to Pagana Mumsuya. Let me just go briefly. Pagana Mum, Kalase hijacked that Jeremy SSOMA. He betrayed Thomas Cirillo. This, honestly, he betrayed. They used Thomas Cirillo to mobilize other people, and then they hijacked them. Ushil Gari, the leader on behalf of National Consensus Forum, on behalf of All-Out groups, non-signatory groups, on behalf of real SPLM. So today, he hijacked it. How many launches? Alamolole National Salvation Front. I don't know, guys, you are responding or not. And I'm interested in this of your life.
Do you want me to talk?
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay.
General, أنا داير نقول قبل الحج ما تتدخل أنا داير نقول كلام السؤال اللي قبل ساعتين and very important to highlight it. You mentioned something about إذا عايزين separate, because I know this thing is generally talking about, and I just want to also remind us the timing. like Command Didi, McCartney time become different, and also we got like say an hour. The maximum. But في حاجة عندنا نقول في كلام ده عشان ندي فرصة كمان لمكارتني لودرو ديدي ما يتكلموا. Talking on the separation, because he say, why are we separating? Is it separation because of Jing? طبعا يا هو كلام ده I've been hearing it, and it's redundant, but it's logical, or it has a point of why you wanna be a nation. Okay. If I want to direct this question back to you, Dr. Al-Hajj, back to the time when we were part of Sudan, don't you feel like you too supposed to answer that question if somebody from Nuba Mountain, while a Darfurian, while the other people who have been called Al-Muhammashin, who never got the opportunity, up to this moment, they are not even getting any opportunity to even be part of the government. And yet SPLM, during that time, build their hope falsely to believe that they are actually going to get an opportunity by the New Sudan. The claim of New Sudan, and we will fight as Muhammadin, Sudani. But then when it comes to the opportunity of calling either you decide to be independent or separation, I believe there is something in there also you guys never answered. If you were part of the SPLM at that time, or you're part of the South Sudanese who voted for independence of South Sudan. Many people say, oh, Nakuna oppressed. But to be honest, compared to that time, or looking at the people who were suffering also like South Sudanese from the other side in the north, you would have said, you know what, the same thing like you're trying to, challenge me on that, or say, debate me on that. You'd be like, there is our brothers who are also suffering, so let's not do that. So when you talk about the people in Bahr al-Ghazal, exempt the Dinka, exclude the Dinka, well, the Dinka have already, if you look at it, assimilated these communities among the, there is even Lua people who talk about Lua, they've been assimilated by Dinka. And if you talk about Bahr al-Ghazal, they have been assimilated to the extent that even some of the Bahr al-Ghazalian are not capable to stand up. A lot of them have submitted. And today you could see Dinka, who you can't even tell if they say, I'm Dinka Bahr al-Ghazal. Then you go to another Dinka, say, I'm Dinka Bor or Dinka Apadang. And then, well, okay, we understand that. Well, for these communities, they need to stand up. It's not our mission or our task. I'm not being harsh. Like, if you have child, if anybody who have child understand it, I don't have yet, but hopefully one day. But the idea of having a child growing up, because we were all children. You remember how when we were raised, there was a time that our parents will take care of us, but there was time that they will let us take care of ourselves, be independent. By mean, you have to manage your own, chores or whatever task is given to you. So you cannot just go and say, you know what, I need to depend on others. So if we are going to be like babysitting to them, then we are not doing them a favor or goodness, because they said during the time in the fight North Sudan, all of them participated. Where is this power? Okay, the power came switch. Yes, we know Dinka took over, or the Jing took over the power, But this is something that people don't notice. As we Equatorian, we have to be very precise, and I'll put it because I wrote it down and even I spoke about it. First of all, we have to acknowledge that we Equatorian right now under this so-called South Sudan, because it's not Dinka alone. When you go deep and deep, you find Dinka is the pyramid, the head of the pyramid. But the base who is helping Dinka is the community that we assimilated. I think General Charles have explained also on that part. Yeah, these communities have been assimilated to the extent that some of them will work with Dinka. An example right now, we could see Bakanamu. I know he's a controversial character, and I've seen his supporters very much, begin to feel sensitive when they talk about him. But guess what? He's in the wrong. And Baganamum is a clear textbook of an opportunist, a tribalist who's hiding in the umbrella of SPLM. He's trying to take his mentor or his former leader, the late leader John Garang, game, like tactic. I mean, he's going perfectly on that. But unfortunately for our Equatorians who calling for unity, have never assessed that. They just joined for the idea or for the sake of let's unite or let's call, build alliance. Well, alliance is very good, but in extent, alliance is not always, the best option. You empower yourself and then you move. When you feel exhausted, then you can look at the closer alliance that actually matches with your goal and objective, not the alliance that actually just an opportunity say, oh, another opposition. But when we see them, everybody have a different objective. And this is why this alliance was already doomed to a failure. And we already seen it. And like General Charles have mentioned, we have spoken about it, that this alliance of opposition in Soma, or even the previous one who were now in Juba, we have seen this reputation have been for a while. Like this is part of SPLM mindset. Like anybody who's from SPLM have noticed, and we have noticed, not me alone, that SPLM is so deeply, immersed to that mindset that I will defect and tomorrow I'll return. And yet, every defector from the SPLM would say he's the best man, or he's the holy man, and the other one are the devils. And it's just kind of ironic, because when we see this kind of crazy things going on, we see people are living in limbos, and yet they want to tell us there is a solution, and we don't see the solution. Negotiation, earlier I mentioned about it, this negotiation with people who we don't even see that they have the legitimacy. That means if I negotiate with them or with them, that means I'm giving them the power of legitimacy, adding to the idea of separation. And like I said, I want to read you this short thing, and you can continue from there. There is something we say why we are separating. It's not because of Jing. Dinka atrocities, yes. Dinka atrocities invoked in us to examine our history, invoked in us that mindset or that spirit or that knowledge, because it's a knowledge that we have found out. Because we Equatorial nationals are not like some people will call us. We are frustrated or we are desperate. It's so ridiculous when I hear them. I laugh, because we are not, first of all, frustrated or desperate. This somebody emotionally incompetent. For us, we are competent enough to see what matters to us most. For us Equatorians, it invoked in us to examine, it invokes in us that knowledge to examine that we have a history and we have an identity within us, and with the evolving crisis and violence against our Equatorian, and the occupation that's going on in our ancestral land, it came to our, critical decision is that we have to take this absolute, final decision, which we say, take the position of we have to empower ourselves by opting out to rebuild ourselves as Equatorial. Because remember, Equatorial historically was not part of the people who call themselves South Sudanese. Yes, there is also something that even the tribes within Upper Nile are not from the country that called South Sudan, or it was called Equatorial. This is another thing. But for us as Equatorian, we need to maintain our territory and reclaim the other territories that has been taken against our will by the former colonialists. Because remember, the former colonialists are the one who remapped and shaped the history where Equatorial today is trying to assimilate itself with the history of Sudan and South Sudan. We did not accept Sudan because the religious ideology and the Pan-Arabic ideology ideology that they're trying to, strip our identity. Today, the same thing, Dinkas, and not only Dinka, Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal are doing the same thing. All these tribes who've been assimilated by Dinka are using the same tactic, because not only Dinka is the one who's looking at, everybody's competing now for Equatorial. Equatorial became the pride, became the female. Logoya wal Bambal Jamil Kid al Shabo Galas Kuluzodari Shakle Chanel Kaboga. This is what Equatorial now look like. And for us, Equatorial, we need to value ourselves and stand up and make sure that our choice, our power is what matters, not these people. These people, whatever they're doing, they have lived there for centuries or whatever, how many 100 years they lived there. They knew how they maintained themselves. Sometimes even they compromise, but this is their life. But for our society, we have a different culture. So they cannot come and we cannot pacify ourselves by saying we have to come together because, and then we have to do the same thing to the people in Upper Nile, Fishamal Sudan. People in Sudan, like for Nuba, because, the betrayal that happened, Sudan was betrayed. The people that fought under the SPLM were betrayed, because at the end, when South Sudan, after that, did not consider these people. And now these people are suffering in this war, you see. So, Hina Bukumfi double standard. So for us, Equatorian, we need to look at the real important. Going back, giving you a final example here, Israel. The Israelis, when they came, wherever they come from, European countries, they came there, right? Guess what they did? People say Jerusalem is the land of Israel because based on the Bible and history. Some people say, listen, let's not go far. We need to hold our territory. There's some people called the kibbutzim or the kibbutz, who some of them that October 7 were attacked, the people there. These people were farmers from Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and all that. They came in and settled and started rebuilding. Time by time, they founded their territory, made sure they maintained it. Then the people who call themselves Palestinian, those remnant of the Ottomans and all that, then began to, because at that time under the control of Britain kind of like instigated some situation, remember? And the same thing, Britain have done that to us too, remember? Equatoria, when they were independent, the Equatorian, as they call the Ladu Enclave, these people came and cut our territories into other countries, and then they joined us with Khartoum or with people of Sudan to be part of Sudan. While the other tribes who were running from the Sudan after their slavery and the slave trade, they settled in Upper Nile, they didn't have any, they didn't organize themselves to sit and focus. Like Equatoria were very organized. Even when they cut our territories, we never allowed our identity or history to be, reshaped or shaped by any person outsider. Instead, we maintained our alliance. And this is why you talk about alliance. Our alliance with each other based on our trust, mutual trust our ancestors had built among themselves, and the culture and all these things that really later built the environment that now we are inheriting, the environment called Equatoria, the environment and the legacy of Equatoria makes us who we are. So now for us, Equatorian, we're supposed to take this with honor and pride, like how these people who call themselves Jews in Europe came in and settled in Tel Aviv, and then they start holding these territories. And when they got the independent approved, these people have maintained their power, authority. Politically, they were powerful. Economically, they were powerful. All these things begin to be normally smooth. Right now, Equatoria, Dr. Haj, where is Equatoria right now within South Sudan? Are they independent or sovereign politically? We are not politically sovereign. We are not economically sovereign. Even our land is not sovereign. Instead, we see somebody coming from Upper Nile, and he's a nomad. He has no place. You don't even know where he belongs. Either he belonged to Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal. He just claimed every territory. Now he's coming there and say, "Ana Dinka, Dinka Madi, Dinka Shunishunak, Jabal Dinka." This shows you, and not only Dinka saying that, Dinka they say it publicly, but the others also are enforcing themselves. And Yom Dakfi Ochotna Bella brought very important audio, and I hope you heard it. And I heard this audio again in Ochangum. The audio, this guy was saying exactly, we have to go there, insert ourselves, be force. Insert our gene within this community. Do you understand? These people have a bad intention toward us as Equatorian. When some Equatorian, we have our territory, we have our sovereignty, we have our history. Like in Naza, create history within Equatoria. And this is dangerous. This is why we Equatorian nationalists seen this danger before even they spoke it. And we came out exactly independent of Equatoria for the sake of Equatoria and reclaim the territories betana. Sorry, أنا طولت, لكن this is what I want to put for your question. I hope I answered you enough. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I'm going to be answering these questions, and you are going to have to give me time because they're going to be taking my time.
Feel free. Okay,
Yeah.
feel free. Yeah.
Okay, let me start with CPI. CPI, everything that you said, I have no problem with. And I have no disagreement with all the things you say, you know. But I just want to say to you that when I speak in Clubhouse, I speak as Al-Hajj on my own, based on my personality and individuality. I don't talk as a NAS, on behalf of NAS, or as a NAS responsible person, because NAS has their own spokesman. That spokesman is responsible for articulating NAS concerns. I'm talking here as Al-Hajj, as a citizen of South Sudan. And I know you have labeled me as a runaway boy. Well, I don't know. I haven't run away. I'm still here. And I'm still Equatorian. And I'm still a South Sudanese. But you talked about a dish of lapoto and kaimot, you know. I don't know whether you mean pirinda, if you do know pirinda. But let me direct you to another Nigerian dish. You know, there is a Nigerian dish which is very important. There is fish in it, there is lamb in it, there is beef in it, there is chicken in it, there is all sorts of meats there, you know, but yet it cooks beautifully. I think that combination looks good when you put it in the context of South Sudan. So I'll just end it there. Audacious, I do understand where he is. You know, this tape you are talking about of this person who was inserting that, yes, we will have to do this, we will marry their daughters. You see, life has taught us that it's easy to talk, but it's difficult to implement. I will, in that context, because even at the weakest point of Equatorial, 98% of our daughters, our sisters, our aunts are holding the fort strong. They're not falling into this, and they're not playing that role. There is a small percentage which is based on personalities. Their personalities want glamour and fame. They will go to these people. So this thing of using force, they've used it. The abuse of our women has been there, going on for quite a long time. It's recorded. Gender-based violence is one of those serious things happening. Still, that's not going to change. Because I think once we've removed these people from power, the dynamics are going to change, and they will not have that chance. Now, the issues of absorption of people, you referred to Pagan, you referred to many other people who have been observed into that system. It is sad, but let me tell you this. I opposed the CPI, CPA, because the CPA, as I said earlier, created two power centers and it abandoned other liberation fighters, specifically the Nuba and the Blue Nile people. SPLA betrayed them big time because I know that in Western Equatoria, the Nuba died in big number to liberate that part of our Equatoria. Their bones are there, they are buried there. The number of Nuba people and Ngasana people from Blue Nile who fought the Battle of Maridi, partly parts of Yambio up to Anzara, and partly up to nearer to Ye, they died in big numbers. And it really saddens me to this day that ended up with nothing. That was a betrayal of the young. I argued, I can't recall, if I get that article, I even have forgotten the names because I've written a lot. I'll send it to you. I argued at the time when before CPA in 2004, I argued that legally Blue Nile and Nuba Mountains were part of SPLM administered territory. These places were captured and administered by SPLM. Therefore, with 1956 borders, and since these territories of Blue Nile and Nuba Mountains also enjoyed that same geographical division, the 1956 borders of Blue Nile and Nuba Mountain should have been part of South Sudan. Because technically, once you take over land, and you are an army man, you understand that. Once you conquer a land and you are coming for negotiation, that land becomes part of your territory. Why did SPLA cede that land, cede Blue Nile and Nuba Mountains to Khartoum? Up to this day, beats my mind. I can't understand it. And I fully agree with you. There is a betrayal there. There's no doubt about it. It is sad, but they should have been part and parcel of South Sudan today. They should not have been part of what is going on in the north. Now, when we talk about people who are working with the young regime, my brother Audacious, believe you me, a lot of our people right now are collaborating with the young in killing our own people. Take the example of Emmanuel Adil, the previous governor, or all the governors that are non-Equatorian, are Equatorians in Kir system. Look at what they are doing. Look at Pastor Taban in Ye. What is he doing? There are many, many, many others. In any struggle, there will always be turncoats. There will be turncoats who will join the enemy. Our own people. Who killed Peter Sule? Who killed Peter Sule? One of my own who talk big about Equatoria. How many Equatorians did he kill? Why is Equatoria not able to move us an inch forward? It's because of these personalities, my brother. In struggle, in any struggle, they're always there. They're always there. And we shouldn't divert our focus from what we want to activities of these people because they are just distractions. So you have tried to explain, but perhaps we will have more conversation on this for us to really go deeper into this aspect of what is it that makes us want to break away from the other people in South Sudan? Because that really needs a strong articulation. Up to now, it's not yet articulated. Other than we know that it started after our independence. Although from 1972 to 1983, there were issues there. which many people don't want to talk about, you know. And as I've said, different views is healthy. I don't have to condemn you for your views, and you don't have to condemn me for our views. But we can benefit from conversations about our views because it will shape the opinion of people and make them take moral decisions on their own identities and what they want to achieve for themselves. That's the beauty of having conversation between parties that don't agree, but are amicable about it. You know, I don't look at the separatists as my enemies at all. The way I look at the Juba regime and those behind it, because I know you are hurt. Your hurt is my hurt. Your pain is my pain. Your trauma is my trauma. And both our traumas is created by Juba. So there is something there we share. And it is this that I think is important for us to acknowledge and take, and be something that we can work on. I hope CPI, you are listening to this, because there is something that ties us together. The trauma that we have experienced and continue to experience. Kalasura numi yake matazi tunaskama. Asma ruwa num, asuru buleben ruwa num asanta binum kuiska. Ata kama num lani. Anama jenge asuru buleben. Kalas kuis when ma fitoriti akana raba fitorita kungasuru buleben. Mita gawanish. You want to disagree with that also? Asade kelta ruwa num asanta birafi sokol kanta num ladi taman magum bukra mafi gurush. I know. Mafi foda, yeah. So kelta kun kamana into consideration the tap time. Ma best bitak barao. Kelta rugala na kamana indi tap de ana indi pende gal bataiga waja. Wana mazu aja talkamulana de. Kamanta mazo ajate kaman kedena swonu susan kukwezi madali bes ilizol wahidi ya auto de basma. Badenta kutana gala na wale jere beit min nasa na jere au ana jere wini. Maana figad maake ya. Badenta rakeli mlana kalamta Ochang shimshon. Ta Ochang is in his room with his own views, those views. Let him go ahead. So, brothers and sisters, I'm going to leave you here, but if I come back in about an hour's time and you're there, I will join you. It's been very good having this conversation, and we ought to have a lot of such conversation, really, for us to understand ourselves properly and for us to find a solution to the problem of South Sudan. South Sudan solution needs all of us. Nobody should be excluded. Your views matter. Everybody else's views matter. And I think I'd like to say thank you to all of you. God bless you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hajj. We appreciate your humility and your kindness joining us here on our humble forum. And we look forward to seeing you again. Of course, like a liberal mind, you have that liberal mind where you are open to learn, even to sit with someone who is not in the same belief like you, not necessarily because you're trying to, for example, challenge them or outshine them or trying to say you can outbest them. But what you're trying to do is you learn from the other side perspective, and then give and take. At the end, we come to a ground of understanding, and this is the most important thing. And this is what called wisdom, because wisdom is not in paper, not in degrees, not in titles, but it's all about how the person will come to understand the other person willingly and have that empathy. And it start with empathy and then going forward to the other known psychological things that makes a civilized and wonderful and wise person. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you. For the moment,
We'll continue, of course. The main topic is about analysis on May-09, mediation, SOMA, and SSOMA2. And yeah, by the way, Al-Hajj, you didn't tell us what these guys are really called, because I don't know. Are they SSOMA2 for real, or are they holdout group 2, or are they roundtable 2? Because we still couldn't get the answer, because these guys are puzzling us, to be honest. This is my final question to you, because earlier I asked you that to understand, because who are they? Nasta Nairobi, Okay. Al-Hajj بكون busy لأنه
Al-Hajj Palestine? How many organizations?
والله حاجة أنا عرفتها. Sorry, go ahead.
That's the question I want you to ask. How many organizations are there? Tana sana jidula Al-Hajj zato application tana setika atamno setika tana si National Rally tana si Dr. Moses ma Sabata ma adak de Hakim wasal when
إلا تسعة زول في نيروبي ما زول جرى مع أوراق ده عمل ده منين هناك وفرتك في نيروبي اسمه منو ده مش بول مالون زول اسمه باقان جرى هناك بيسم واسمع متى كان أصلا
متى جوابه
أنا هو far away لكن أنا بس أقول شنو حاجة الفني this guy كده ذكرني بيه أنت شفت في كان زمان قالوا في ناس كده تا UN بتاع مساعدات ده لما بيجي بيلموا اسم بتاع ناس في هلا بيلموا اسم بتاع ناس في هلا لما شيء زول قالوا لا تعرف في خواجه ايوه يا بغان يا جيك
يا بغان امو
بغان جرب اسم بتاع ناس
we hijacked it قالوا ما في dialogue the reconciliation وخلاص
مش هو ذاته وكلم هناك كانت سميت الشريط ده قبل we played he said that قال يا اخي وقاعد يتكلم باسم بتاع ناس SOMA او هنا والله حاجه كان funny يعني I mean I'm telling you it's a caricature, it's almost like a story from Midsummer Night, if you know anyone who read Shakespeare. There is a comedy, it's a sad comedy, but it's really hilarious into that resemblance. يعني كل طبعا when somebody is greedy or someone who's sinister in character or in person, they will always think that they are doing the best they can because it's all about them and the world is all about you take care of yourself, which is understandable in some aspect. Look at the guide for capitalist countries, and I think that Farhad mentioned some very interesting important things when he tried to delve in what these capitalistic societies, I call it capitalistic, but the Western society is trying to insert on us some new understanding or new concept that we have to kind of like look at this individuality more about what the West are doing, we have to do like them, and unfortunately this is not what it works with us. So some people think the survival of the fittest. Also, that's another what you call it, I forgot the word. This is like another idea that been inserted through this Western education, or most of the education that we know from different background, that tells you the survival of the fittest, which is a natural and nature take its course. But when you look at it, if you're starting to be an ally, you need to respect. You need to
Charles Darwin theory.
Yes, the Darwinism. Yep, thank you. Darwinism. Yep. So these kind of thing, a lot of the brutal dictators and sinister political leaders have used it to achieve their objective. And that's why even Machiavelli came up with a concept that people are saying he came up with it, but he did not. بالعربي بيقول الغاية يبرر الوسيلة. The end justifies, the mean justifies the end, or whatever, I forgot, but in that kind of term. So you could see that the game that these people are doing. But the funny thing,
حتى لما قبلك كمان I appreciate that Al-Haj explained some things on that point of that social contract. I mean, the guy is coming with the, social contract, and then you can shift the rhetoric because it's almost what you call a gimmick. It's a gimmick. It's not actually something he believes in. But what he wants, the وسيلة عشان يوصل للهدف, الغاية بير وإذا مفكات بالعربي الغاية بير الوسيلة. So this is one of يعني عنده هدف معين لكنه عاوز يستخدم الكلمات واللغة ده عشان يقدر ويوصل له فعلا. عشان كده قلت لهم انه جا اقنع اخواننا زي ناصريلو وباقي جروب ده اللي join جوا. و to be honest يعني there is even something here, and I would love our brothers from NAS, organization to really see it carefully. They will not benefit, to be honest. I'll tell them the truth. Whatever they think they're doing, it's not going to get them anywhere. Only it is going to weaken Equatoria. They might not believe it, they might not like it, but trust me, you will see. We predicted these actions that all these people. Paul Malong jabo hinak mukhassas. Paul Malong is not actually there for the sake of who really into mushkila. The mushkila btao is minor, because after the agreement he came out and they started objecting on that, the first agreement, and then he went and called himself opposition. But did you ever see him do something that can prove that he's really an opposition? All he does is just, going around twisting like snake, never doing anything to put a confidence that this guy is actually really what he says. He only took an opportunity of this SOMA. And then, if you look at who carries SOMA, that organization, or even the whole that group, it is not Bagan, it is not Ajawin, it is not all these people. It's only one person, it's Cirillo. But Cirillo failed to see one thing. He didn't focus. He wanted to hold politics and he wanted to hold military. I'm sorry to say that, but this is what we see. We are outsiders. We can see better. You cannot hold both because you think Gereng have done it. Gereng, he had his way, but even Gereng failed in many things. Even politically, he failed. The only people who actually brought Gereng back to power, or his organization to power, is the Troika. If it wasn't Troika who came up and forced Gereng and Omar al-Bashir to sit down and make a comprehensive peace agreement so that the people of South Sudan to decide, trust me, Gereng would have done. Yes, the Christian organization was sympathizing with South Sudanese because Gereng was using some from the Lost Boys and the others in refugee camps, those South Sudanese in diaspora, including Equatorian were blindly supporting him. But they didn't know the plan. The guy bringing his own community as Lost Boys, only Dinka, to make sure that he wanted them to go and to be the next rulers. But we didn't see that. Some of us didn't see that, but some of us seen it. So what happened, he went so far to the point they began to insert this idea to the West. Remember, this is an idea that there is a fight between Muslims and Christians when it's not true. The idea was it is a political and identity-wise. Yes, they said they are fighting Muslim and Christian. And why I say it's not true, because when it comes to Gereng will go to the Arab or to the people in the north and say, "Ehna kullana Sudani." Just come in and say, "Ehna kullana akhwan." But when he comes to the south, and he will tell to the south two different things. He will tell to Dinka, "Na lazim ni control haja lanu bukra ehna haja ni take over." When he talks to the rest non-Dinka, he tell them احنا كلنا we are جنوبيين نقلنا الصفة all that. يعني he plays with the emotions. As كان لاحظت the same tactic Bagan Amum used it. And I know some of Bagan friends or supporters will not be happy, but this is the reality. So he used that rhetoric to entice the emotion of many of those listeners to him, and really he succeeded. So when you look at Akhuna Cirillo in his mission, if he stood only for Equatorial, and we don't have to accept that. You don't have to follow us, or we don't have to listen to us, because we already seen where he is, and he's far away now. He's not gonna come back and say, "I will fight for it." Let's be honest with you. He will never come back and fight for Equatorial. It's now us. We are the alternative. Yes, I know it's very hard for some people to swallow the bitter pill that we are telling them, but time will tell, and time will stand with us, because at the moment, every day get you proven in Equatoria, you are the target. You are the one who, like, no one want to see you
have your sovereignty. You know, when earlier Dr. Hyde mentioned something very important now. What's our objective? The objective is sovereignty. And when I say sovereignty, sovereignty combines many things. Combine the land, combine identity, combine cultural, combine history, combine the geographic area that we are in. The same thing. That's why the people who first thought about independence, it's not the people in Upper Nile, it was Equatorian. The people in Upper Nile in particular were calling for federalism. They're the one who came up with most of them, they were saying related to the North, because some of them were chased according to their history. So I'm not saying this is me. I'm saying they are saying that, because even I cannot tell where they are, because even I question them, the identity of town. If you are always acting like a nomad, I don't think you even understand or value the meaning of land. عشان كده تلقى some people want to relate the issue of Equatorial. إن ذات عندنا مشكلة land. They will say إن ذات عندنا قضية أراضي. No, you're not. قضية أراضي ما في لأنه أنت كان عندكم قضية أراضي. Your leaders بتاعكم اللي قاعد talk right now. على بكرة بيجي بيتكلم بيجي بيuse yes land. بس لما نيجي في وقت الاتفاقية, he will run in and forget it. زي زول اللي قال عنده تلقى في زنكي. The guy said I have a bullet in Zinki Tajuba. What that mean? He went there and he settled down. And he said, thank God I'm here. He's living in a nice hotel, getting his money, getting all these prostitutes in Aklan. This is what known Hotel Tajuba is the biggest place of brothel. It's called a brothel place because it's very disgusting place nowadays. You know? These things never happened. But today, under this regime, al-corrupt, al-filthy, al-fasid min asasu, they have inserted this behavior, this wicked behavior in our communities, in our land, within Equatoria. And this is what even بمغز الكلب أنا بقوله بالعربي صحيح. يعني it makes it really, it burns you within that. How dare these people will come and defile our land, defile our women, defile our history, our culture, and yet they also want to insist that in South Sudanese. We are not. We are different backgrounds. We have different culture. And look at Africa. Africa is a diverse society. So إذا هو داري يعمل نفسه بطل في الحلة بتاعي, imagine لو هو عنده bigger power عشان يقدر come up and take over the rest of the other territories in Africa. لو بيجي عنده power, they بيكونوا more worse than Hitler. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand these guys have already an agenda. Equatorial Magadi see it. Some Equatorians who are holding this unity, and I think this unity is just based on the way how they have been, for so long. They have been familiar with these communities or with these people, because some people have been assimilated without them knowing they're assimilated, to be honest. Some Equatorians have been assimilated, and the assimilation started in SPLM. A lot of the Equatorian the majority of them, they talk about unity. If you go back, they have been associated with SPLM directly or indirectly. When I say directly, that means either they were part of the military SPLM or the militia of SPLM, or part of the political organization that actually was sent to them to brainwash them by believing that SPLM is actually doing something for the people, when SPLM had different programs for different groups. In the North, they have a different program for the North. In the South, they have different program for the South. In Dinka, they have different program. And that's why they succeeded to dominate. And they used that very well to win. And Gerang had a great mentor, Abel Aliar. Abel Aliar is a wicked man who actually helped him to get there. So our history, that our ancestors fought hard for it, was demolished so quick, especially Gerang started killing our leaders. If you go back in the history, if leaders can't really is outspoken, Nasali really group Alikanu fought for Anyanyawan. Those people were really aware of their history. The good thing, some of them left records. And also, with our hard work, we also did our own research based as young Equatorians, going back and looking at those former colonialists. And I'm not satisfied with the information that come in as Upper Nile, Bahar Khazar. Now they're telling us that because if you look at the way how they talk, all the time they want to talk that they are the one who created this revolution. When in reality, they never even knew revolution. When the time they were chased away and they were enslaved, a lot of the Equatorians were the ones who were fighting, defending for their territory. That's why the Europeans, or the British in particular, had made a decision with Belgium to divide our territories. That's why you see some territories in Congo, Uganda, Central Africa, ila akhiri. And why? Because we our people, not us, the generation of today or the before us, but the people, brave elders, Vitana. May God rest their soul. Those are the people who held our identity, held us together. If it wasn't them, trust me, we were lost. They fight each other like you don't even know what they're fighting for. Ask anybody in Upper Nile. Today they will be in peace, or today they will say we're in peace. Tomorrow they will fight, and then tomorrow they will call themselves brother, like say Abagana Mungal Yahi, you're my brother. I never seen a brother be called a brother and then they go and kill each other. So it's kind of really messed up, you know. So I don't want to go prolong, but please go ahead, Didi or Lodoro. I see McCartney's out there and not here, but Lodoro, and welcome to Mr. Pajulu. Katilana Hamama Aswed, hello.
Hello?
The Black Pigeon. Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah. How you guys doing? I hope this politics is not, making you guys like, traumatized or because politics sometimes it's you don't know which one is right and which one is wrong, and it's kind of like get lost in the middle here. Yeah. So yeah, I heard what you were discussing, and also I tried to make an analysis about what is happening in the May-09 SOMA and plus ongoing process. Yeah, you mentioned one of the points that I just jumped in to see it through. You talk about SOMA and those affiliates that taking advantage of SOMA to come, and at the end they just sucks in, and then the aim is for the government is to bring the need, and that's correct. You said if I'm not mistaken, that NAS. I don't know if can you recall it back? What do you say? What do you say about NAS?
Okay. Yeah.
Thomas Cirillo?
Yeah, I will repeat myself. Yes, and I know it's sometimes some of our brothers are sensitive on that, but this is not something to be sensitive anyway. I know. I'm gonna say what I said is that the whole SOMA is relying on Cirillo as a NAS, as an organization, because his power. Where is his power? His power is not politically. His power is militarily. So those, if you look at the other groups, you see them one foot in and one foot out. They have, convinced Cirillo. I don't know how, and I believe that's maybe his group around him, believing that these Baganamum they know politics. But to be honest, none of these people in this political group called SOMA actually have that political wisdom. To be honest, because they want to sit and negotiate, and this is the worst thing. You have nothing, and then they want to depend on Cirillo on his victories. But guess what? They cripple Cirillo more than actually benefiting from Cirillo. Yeah. So they crippled Cirillo to the extent that they went too far to depend using Cirillo as a subject to be used in his organization, and then later when they got their need, then they will throw him on the side. Yeah. That's why it's almost like this safina kida. There is a ship that used to carry boats or carry people and then throw them in the other side and then bring other people. That's what they did with.
I would like you to stop here because I got the point here. And the first thing is it's not about sensitivity. It's about making an analytical point of view to see what is that. So it's not about sensitive. And I can tell you. You did wonderful analysis about the this kind of power that Cirillo has it as of now. Yes, 100% correct. And this is what we as an Equatorians, we fail to understand. How? Because every time we start something, there is people will come, will hijack, and they go away, and then at the end, they ended up, they are the one who are benefiting it. This is what we need to correct. When you go back even to our history from the struggle, those of Ajinyawan, before even the independence of Sudan, all the issues of Sudan in general, it is starting from Equatoria. Equatoria, ya bada kalamde. كيف ناس بيمشي يعملوا struggle وكيف ناس عشان يجي في بيت عشان يقدر يحقق مصالح بتاعهم شنو الاجتماعية أو السياسية whatever we can call it. جماعة ديل هم عملوا يعني هم اللفة توماس ريلو وكونوا حاجة ما يسمى بسوما ده كله استراتيجيات، ده كله يعني هم دخلوا فوقه. وطبعا توماس زي ما انت قلت هو زول بيحمل السلاح وزول عنده قيمة not only في جنوب السودان ولا في السودان ولا على مستوى الدول الآن معروف هو طبعا جيش. ديل ناس باغانمهم وجمال جو في نيروبي ده ديل جسم معين براهم. في ناس تانيين عمل ديفكت في واحد اسمه الدكتور مش عارف منو كده من I think he's from maybe من باري ولا من وين. ديل ناس الديفكت دي هسه ده بيكون عمل ديفكشن يعني نمرة 2 الناس طلعوا من ناس كحركة سياسية فقام كونوا نظام بتاعهم براهم قام سموا نفسهم بيقول شنو هم ديل الناس اللي ما وقعوا اتفاقية بتاعت الRSS. ديل هم يوجه هنا في شنو يعني في نيروبي. لكن ناس كمنظمة ما في زول منهم جه هنا. هم طلعوا بيان بتاعهم على اساس انه هم يعني محل نيروبي ده ما محل بيقدر يتكلم فيه مشكله بتاع جنوب السودان. وبعدين نمرة 2 كمان حاجه اللي هم قال فوق انه يا اخي السلام اللي جابوا دير يعملوه في المناقشات دير يعملوه في نيروبي ده ما قاعد يتكلم عن شنو the root cause the problem. So نازل ما جاء دي يعني دي النقطة اللي أنا بس عايز أوضحهم يعني في الموقف ده. Now let's talk about مثلا إحنا يعني كإيكاتوريا بس ده في نقطة بسيطة عندنا نتكلم فوق هنا اللي هو زي هسه أنتم قاعدين تعملوا ده. ما إحنا هسه أنتم بتعملوا شنو؟ أنتم بتحاول to mobilize people في كيس معين. يعني we need to struggle so we can achieve our desire, whether it's political or economics or whatever we're looking for it. This is part of what is part of the struggle. طبعا as a time of struggle you have to have, and everybody know, I'm not trying to say that nobody knows, but you have to have both sides. It's not an easy. You have to arm yourself, whether with the weapons, equipment, whether with the knowledge, whether with all, and then also to mobilize you. And that's what exactly you've been doing this for the last maybe 4 to 5 years. And it's going on. People are listening. People are listening and listening and listening and listening. At the end, what they will do, somebody is going to be to see it and to feel it and then enjoy it. Because power, has a lot of different dimensions. You can't have the power like we can make decisions that like what you guys are making a decision right now. We need to become as Equatorians. We need to fight for ourselves. We need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And then you and other of your colleagues, you guys are working on you are making a decisions. What people need to hear about it. How can we how people can see it through. The secondly, which is you guys right now through this audience, you house club, and rallying. You guys are doing. You try to mobilize your idea, to telling what we need to join you or to come a part of this struggle. And then the agenda that you guys are setting up is this is what is going to shape us as the people of Equatorians. We need to feel that. And all this, the same things with the other struggles. They're doing the same things, even those of SOMA. Those who came to Nairobi, although I'm 100%, it's just part of like the Salva Kiir. This is one of the strategic points. They, with the regional governments, they are influencing the status quo. They want to isolate other groups out completely, and then they will claim that, you see, these people, they don't want to come to peace. They don't want to come to negotiate. But they really forgot about the real problem that actually the root cause of the problem where it is. They don't want to touch that, because when you're talking about the real problem, we may see it differently. Like let's say our group here, we may see what is the cause of the problem in South Sudan. Then let's say if we put that NAS, we can see, because NAS may have different view of the root cause of the problem in South Sudan. It is at the end who actually is going to go ahead of to start to initiate or to complete, because there is some symbol of stages 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's not an easy we as a people to say, the root cause of the problem, it is one, it's just like we want to do that or what. No, it's a very complex issue. It's very complex. It requires a lot of efforts to understand what it is. I may not understand all of them. I may understand maybe one. Maybe I can say, okay, I can understand one perspective of say, okay, if we want to address the root cause of the problem in South Sudan, we can say, hey, we need to reform the security sector. How can we reform the security sector? Because if we reform the security sector, it's rebalance. We'll put the power into the people. How? Because when you see the security sector, including the police, the national security, the armed forces, and the air forces, and all these people who bear arms, you can see another Fujiris there, another Baris there, another generals, another people. So then people will feel that, these people are our protectors. But if I see a bunch of people, the entire security sector is owned by different people, then I will be afraid. That means I'm not represented. I'm not represented into the national security. That, for example, if I see that, if I want to solve the root cause of the problem, it may be you or other people here may see differently. But at the end, what makes us to become as a people, as an Equatorians, what we need to do. The issue that I'm raising here is that every time we come up with the issues, people will hijack. People will try to hijack. And even SOMA right now try to hijack NAS. And I believe they see that, but because of the politics, they're not showing it. They're not showing it out. For example, like because we an ordinary person usually telling the truth. They will tell the truth outside. If it's bad or not bad, they will say. But those who are in that positions, leaders, politicians, they usually they will try to camouflage. They will not telling you the truth, but they see it. SOMA is hijacking everything right now. Whether you are an opposition, whether you are a NAS, whether you have another group else, because they're already been recognized by the government of South Sudan, which is what Salva Kiir is recognizing, that there is a SOMA. They are not talking about anymore about NAS. You see, because that is how politicians play to isolate you out within the.
May I ask a question, brother, Mr. Pejudo?
Yes.
Sorry to cut you. There is a question here because you talk about the regime, this illegitimate regime can't recognize SOMA. Then let me ask you, in the condition that right now is going on with SOMA dividing into two, and then renaming themselves into different names. One day they call themselves holdout group, and then now again they divided the holdout group with another national consensus, and then again national consensus until we see some of them now in Nairobi. But what I want to ask you, don't you think this thing already fragmented this SOMA in itself? Because there is example says, even the Bible says, a house divided will never stand. A house united stands. Okay? So for SOMA, even though the alliance came because of interest, not because they actually have a mutual understanding to things equally, because everybody have their own interests. They came in and say, let's go alliance, and then even though none of them relinquish power as say, let's just go like what South Africa did, the Mandela, the ANC was actually a combination of many other organizations before it became the ANC. There is the Communist there is the Democratic Party there is the Liberal Party there is many factions, but they all came under one umbrella and built this so-called ANC, African National Congress Party of South Africa. So SOMA, don't you think it's fragmented from what is going on now? And do you think it has any more value or power to even confront the regime of Kir when we see this guy already in Nairobi?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. This is the policy. So their main objective, they started from the holdout group. Now they become a SOMA. Now it becomes SOMA1, SOMA2. So it is good for the government of Southern Sudan to go ahead with this strategy to do what? To isolate. It's a way of isolating people and make them weak. And you're correct about that. Yes, but who is going to be a weak? The weak people is going to be SOMA as a name, but it's not going to be NAS, because NAS as an organization is a different. It's just like if you have your own organization, and some people try to do, okay, let's do an alliance. An alliance means in another way there is a different kind of alliance. There is a different kind of alliance. Some alliance they can integrate together. They become one command when they go to do an operational, to pursue an enemy or to do whatever. They have armed groups, but the other people, they don't have armed groups. They just it's a political alliance. I see it as a political alliance, not necessarily a military alliance. No. So that's a different.
Are you aware? Sorry to cut you. Are you aware there is some group who call themselves NAS also in Nairobi, who defected from NAS? Are
exactly.
You aware of that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is the
He said NAS is not going to be affected. How is not going to be affected if there is already a division within NAS itself?
But that's why I told you. Let me tell you this. When a defection, there's a difference between defections, political defections, and military defections. Okay, so these people who call themselves NAS right now with the one that called by General Zimbabwe or whoever they retired to go to Juba, he defected it. It's a defect. Like anyone can defect it from the organization and go over there and then join the government. At the end, he's going to go to Juba. He's going to go to, but the main body, which is you left them alone and then you go over there, they still exist. It's not going to do anything. It is just a political weakness, this is for sure. 80% of the political weakness is going to hit. It's going to hit. Not in terms of political weakness, because what will happen is that the world now is going to say, oh, NAS under Thomas Rilo, which is the main body, is not in part of this negotiation. That means the problem is still there. So you didn't solve the end problem. Because when you look why the reason why they come to Nairobi, why the government is insist they want these people, and then they shift the negotiation from Rome to Nairobi because of what? Because they want is a way of isolating people so they can bring them Juba, and now everybody is going to be Juba, and the only person, which is for me, it is good, it is very good for us to be left alone and then just get assimilated into this fake agenda and then also go to Juba, but it's not going to happen. It's not. That is not. That's what I see it is as someone who can see things in a different way. That's what I see. So I'm not worried about NAS as the body. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried even about my worry is that in the first place, the initiator of the SOMA, it is not NAS. That's what I'm worried about. These people, maybe it's going to manipulate NAS, but on the other hand, as a military movement, it's not easy to manipulate people. It's not. It's not going to happen.
In your observation, what is NAS supposed to do? From your opinion, what is supposed NAS to do in this condition right now? Because earlier I was trying to ask.
That's very good question. That actually that's what I would like you to answer me. I just sit back, I watch, because it's not doing anything for me. As a military personnel, I just see it like this. Okay, you guys go ahead with your agenda, and then I will see from there. NAS is not going to be affected in any way with this peace talks. It's not going to affect them. The only thing is going to affect them is that whether the international community will just say, okay, you guys don't want to sign the peace, then you're going to be the problem. That's only the international community. But other than that, nothing is going to happen to us. Whatever, until other people will fall off. Even this Jamaten, all of them is going to fall off. Thomas Cirillo, but then in the next maybe 2 to 3 or 4 years, he will find himself is the only Equatorian. And that's the time, that we as an Equatoria, we want to see what Nas actually he want, what Thomas Cirillo actually he want. Once everybody left him in the middle of desert or somewhere, and he see no one from here, he see himself. It's going to happen. Yeah, it's exactly.
Time is ticking against him. Time is ticking against him.
No.
Not about
when you coming to issue of struggle, there is no limit. There is no time. There is no until you die. You see what I mean? I will give you another example. You see, Joseph Kony is a rebel, right? He want to fight. But unfortunately, his ideology and his military things. At the end, what he died. He died here. He had في mal conclusion there is a contested area between South Sudan and افريقيا الوسطى وبعدين تشاد في محل هناك كده بيقولوا بحر العرب. الزول ما مات هنا. If it is true up to now, this is what the latest news. انا بعرف انه الزول ده اساسا انه هو يعني ماشي محل الان بقى يجوز خالص بقى ما بقدر اعمل حاجه. This is the place لانه ما في government بقدر يروح هناك. So the people cannot go over there. The Chad, الناس Chad ما بقدر يمشي هناك، الناس افريقيا الوسطى ما بقدر يروح هناك، وناس جنوب السودان ما بقدر يروح هناك. ده المحل الوحيد اللي كانوا بيعملوا يعني تجاره فوق. Yeah. So he died. You see, and then حاجات بتاعته كله انتهى. So ناس ما بقدر يجي في جوبا. Thomas Cirillo ما بقدر يجي في جوبا. He's going to be there. He's going to go ahead until when we understand what is the power, the dimensions of power, like I mentioned here, those 3 dimensions, the strategic making, the policy, the program that what we need to mobilize. They want to mobilize people so they can convince people at the end, hey, and what do you need?
The same things you guys are doing right now. You're trying to come up with the ideas every day on social media, every day, wherever you know, to convince your folks, your brothers and sisters, this is what we need. What we need to do as an Equatorians. And it is not a bad thing. This is what people are built up for. A person who become a public speaker or someone who try to mobilize people, there are few of them. Maybe you are one of them. You are spending maybe 110% of all your time to tell the people, hey, we need to do this, we need to do this. You have a case, and your case is going to grow no matter what. People are listening. Do you think you can be mad over yourself? Say, oh, maybe these people they don't like me or whatever the word, but people are listening, even though they can get one word or two words that in their mind. That's what the struggle all about. You are one of them. Those of Thomas Cyril are one of them. Because you guys, all of them, we see you guys as what? As an Equatorian people. We as an ordinary persons, now we're going to look. At the end, who's going to bring the benefit to us?
Magata, Mr. Fujulu, is very interesting, but I want to also give the chance to the new guest here. While we don't know, Lodo Rolissa might kalam fi Didi Taban late for her there. So, but if she's able to speak, she can speak. But I want to hear, Gatino or Gatueno. I hope I pronounce your name correct, brother.
Yeah, Gaetano.
Gaetano, thank you. That's an Italian name, huh? Gaetano. Welcome. You have any question to us, or you have any thoughts on the analysis? Go ahead, please. Feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Audacious and Lodoro, Didi, General, Margaret, Mister. I greet you all. This is a good topic to discuss and try to get a deep analysis, deep dive. Why now the peace process that are going on, Nairobi, according to the topic analysis on May-09 mediation, SOMA2, plug ongoing crisis. I wanted to take a different angle to approach it. Why all of a sudden Kir woke up and then has that epiphany, wanted to have a peace, rather continue the negotiation in Rome rather than going to Nairobi. It's just simple. When they had this kickoff for the mediations, the president of Kenya already alluded to it. He said Kir came to them and said he needed help. So he needed help, which means Kir is calculating if he is running out of time in terms of the mandate for him to be able to stay in power. So he has to devise some other strategies or try to find ways how they're going to extend their stay in power. There are two tracks here. One track is to legitimize the status quo that they are actually in, or to go for sham peace that will not amount to anything, but at least give the region some semblance of legitimacy that the region can support them. Don't forget, this region actually are the one actually putting South Sudan in this quagmire. Because if you look critically, the reason why the opposition are not fruitful or are not having headways in the region is that all the region has an interest in South Sudan. They wanted to keep South Sudan where it is because for the simple reason of economy. If you look at Kenya has a lot of investment in South Sudan, in the banking system, all those money that are the transaction that have been done in oil proceed goes through KBC, Kenya Commercial Bank. So Kenya don't want to have a very systematic government or institutionalizing government that operating in South Sudan, which is check and balance. They don't want that to happen. So do Uganda.
because Uganda don't want stability in South Sudan. If there's a stability in South Sudan, they will lose the market of raw materials, commodities, agricultural commodities. All these things are bringing a huge revenue to Museveni's government. And Ethiopia has interest of this airline. 3 times a week, Ethiopian airline goes to Juba, and it takes passengers and commercial flights and all those. These are all people who are vies for their interest in South Sudan. So for them to change the competent leader in South Sudan, they may lose all these perks that they are actually leeching out of South Sudan economy. Because if you look at the economy of South Sudan, is said to say is an economic, there's a assembly of economy there, because the money does not circulate within the economy of South Sudan 2 or 3 times. Basically, when the revenue that are coming from oil, it just come and go. It doesn't even circulate. So that goes to tell you that Ruto, as a hustler, he does a choreographer all the opening to show to the world that these are legit conversation and these are legit peace talk, so that they can protect their interests by having to propagate this unfounded peace to the outside world. And so some of those greedy international organizations can also buy into it. And time can be extended, and the UN can give more money. And of course, UNIMEX is partial into this deal too, because they just wanted to keep their troops there, and all the international money goes for them to keep their way of the equation. Now, the issue is what is in for South Sudanese people? Nothing really. There's nothing there for South Sudanese people to put their hope into this peace talk, because this peace talk is basically the players are, whether SOMA or NAS or whatever other groups, are being coerced to suit the interests of international organization or the cartel, if you may call them, because really, at the beginning, they never really took the citizen or the South Sudanese people into heart. All they are doing is just to maintain their status quo, whether in a non-profitable organization. Your mic is on.
Could you look, can you mute yourself? Your mic is on. All right, go ahead, brother. Sorry. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. If you talk of NAS has some semblance of political maturity. I would say probably maybe their political philosophy is noble, but what they are lacking is a dissemination of their political philosophy across the board. Because by staying out, they should have come out with at least visible media dissemination of say why they are not attending this conference or this peace talk in Nairobi. At least it will be a justifiable, even an objective, somebody who is an objective observer will be able to understand. At least they have to explain their position clearly rather than sit and watch, because otherwise you have acquiesced in your quest to actually pursue your political endeavor. If by just attrition, you're not gonna influence a lot of people, because you gotta be championing as an alternative to what is happening in South Sudan. In that way, some people may have a second look and say, okay, we've been minimizing or we've been overlooking this organization, but it has a really roadmap and political maturity to actually go far. Because if you look at the SOMA is basically the replica of NDA, the NDA of SPLA. During the time of Garang, they have this NDA organization where all multiple political parties came together to form that organization. So I think here is the same effort that every politician in South Sudan has tried to make so that they can actually build that coalition and then come into one understanding just to, having their own political philosophy within that organization. But in reality, everybody as an individual within this SOMA organization, but you also have to champion what is that you stand for so that you can be able to engage the citizen and also disseminate your political depreciation to the people of South Sudan. And that way people will actually view your cause in favorable manner and also to be able to influence the region. One point, and I will end with this, one point that I wanted to mention, especially for some of us really kind of having that inclination, we have suffered too long. And if there is a way people can actually propagate for separation of Equatoria, that would be something that can be started from the grassroots level. Imagine, look at Rwanda. Rwanda's movement for them to be sovereign, it didn't start from Rwanda, it started from a refugees camp. The same thing with the Kabila. When he came to the power, he was a refugee for quite a long years. So for us, especially from the Equatorial region, we have a semblance of influence, especially people from the northern Uganda, where some of those tribes are shared between two countries. So that's a incubation for us to start to engage civic education to those citizens in those bordering state or bordering region, to be able to sensitize them with our history and lineage and why we are in the refugees. Some of the kids were almost 30 to 40 years are born in refugees camp. Up to now is still languishing in the refugees camp. So these are the initiative that people should do. They start in a groundwork level. And then these are the people who actually will influence the country that they reside in, so to open a favorable channel for things, ideology like this can flourish. But even we say we just have to talk here, talking is good, but talk can be backed with action too. So I will stop here. And if I offend somebody, hey, that wasn't intended for me to come here and offend somebody. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. There is no offense. First, I want to welcome Brother James, Brother Hakeem, and I appreciate you, Brother Gatano and Mr. Pajudu, coming up and stay with us. Even though I know we said we're supposed to be here for an hour, we passed even 3 hours, but it's all good. It's good, important to discuss things because we don't come up here all the time and discuss things. So even try to kind of like debate the recent situation going on. Of course, it's just an event that we have to come up, but there is other things that's coming up, and I want you guys to look at the schedule that I had. For those who follow us in the Equatoria Free Forum, and just give me a second. Equatoria Free Forum, we have an actually scheduled main topic that's going to be on the 31st, which is going to change in particular. But the one that very important to me in that particular is talk about what do you call? Let me just remember here. I talked about it's about
there is something that we Equatorian must talk, and you mentioned something about it that we need to, continue, like reproduce on this idea that we Equatorian, who we are as identity-wise and all that stuff, transmit these ideas to the people, because our people actually lacking in the matter of identity-wise. They're not able to actually speak out, and especially in the part of the political side, we see Equatoria is actually bankrupt in that side. That's why you could see when Equatorian comes out to speak about South Sudan or whatever, they always tend to be always used in that particular subject, and especially those who have relationship with SPLM, because SPLM actually cost us so much decline for Equatorial even to stand up for themselves. And this time we are trying to reconstruct, what's so-called reconstruct, almost similar to what happened during the American Civil War, when the black came into power. I mean, when the blacks got their freedom, there was a group called the Construction, and then the whites who were there tried to counter it. But for us, we are trying to reconstruct what we lost, not counter what we don't have. So for us, we are constructing or reconstructing what we lost, because our ancestors are the ones who actually worked hard to make sure that our unity, our principles, our ideals, our identity lives within us and continually, so we can prosper, even can face those foreign colonialists that came in. If remember, Britain and Belgium conspired to make sure they cut our territories into pieces. For us, Equatorial nationalists, we're very clear and adamant on our point that what we're going for is Equatorial independence. Earlier, Brother Al-Hajj asked the question, and I explained to him, I was like, our call for independence of Equatoria, it's not based on frustration or emotion. It's actually based on, examining our history and our identity, with the evolving conflict that's going on in front of us. It kind of like evoked that thing up into us, and we begin to remember who we are, because during the time under the SPLM ecstasy, the SPLM really confused a lot of us. SPLM made us lose ourselves, our identity, our concept of who we are, and we went into the extreme false notion that we are the New Sudan, and there was nothing called New Sudan. This New Sudan was only a made-up story to assimilate us, and they did. They assimilate our intellectuals, academics, and then now they assimilate the whole. They want to assimilate the country, and then the surprise is that Equatoria now is resisting. And who's resisting? The people of Equatoria. And this is why we're telling our fellow brothers of Equatoria who are intellectual and academics to join us hand in hand and listen to the people, because like we say, it goes back to the grassroots. We are the grassroots. Do not undermine the poor villager in Equatoria, because his voice matters. His power matters. Whatever he does, whatever you look at him, he is as a strong force. Just one person can make an impact. So, and we give that power. Like, that's why when they say one vote, makes difference, and it's true. So what I want to say, I want to welcome Dr. Hakim and Brother James. But before that, I want to see if Lodoro is able to speak, because he never spoke, and I know Didi is late for her. But we can give another extra hour for our, for this discussion. And the main objective for the topic, of course, as we know, is about the mediation of SOMA. And there is a question here that daunts me all the time, is that up to this moment, I never got an answer from SOMA. Like Brother Mr. Fajulu mentioned some things, and you mentioned something also, brother here, Gatiano. But what's the one thing that always revolve itself back into question is that right now, all these things have been clear. Bagan now is working his deal with, the allied themselves, Paul Molong, and this is something given. Yani, I'm not surprised. I don't know why people are shocked. A lot of people act like they're shocked, especially for us in Equatorial. We're supposed not to be shocked. We're supposed to be prepared, knowing that this guy, he already planned and worked hard to make sure that he's going there. He did that during the time Humakan SOMA1 because SOMA2. Then he came back again
like Herbaya or like this chameleon, and brought himself into the group, by the support of one of the SOMA member, Nasajawin, and all the others, say, you know what, let's create a holdout group. And then they want to talk about the round table, and then later consensus. So all these things was a game. But some of our Equatorians who are, were living in that delusion of we are one people, and they don't see the concern of the other Equatorians who are calling less up out, because now it's time for us to look at ourselves, because politically Equatoria is deprived. We are lacking in this ground. Trust me, Equatoria politically have no power. Economically, we're empowered. Land-wise now they are occupying our land, so we can be completely deprived from every right we have. يعني جردونا من كل شيء اقتصاديا سياسيا إلى حتى أرضيا. So what else left for us? عشان كده we asked our brothers, and when we come up here, our messages, especially as Equatorian nationalists, is that Equatorian and intellectual influence and ability to recruit and regroup the people of Equatoria, they need to work hard with us, so we can actually make this what we call the critical mass into becoming the most effective power, not a power of individual. We don't want power of individual who can be put in the top, because I know South Sudan have taught us to look at the pyramid, not look at the bottom of the pyramid, that they are the ground, or they are the root of everything. So we want to start from the bottom to the top. But when we go to the top, a top is only a representation to who we are in the bottom. If that top does not represent who we are in the bottom, then it's taken out, replaced with something else. And it's easy to replace it because, this is the power of, being a human. We are not God, thank God, because God have the power, had the wisdom and everything. But us as human, we learn and we grow with, especially in combination of that. So Equatoria need to understand that. Equatoria have already proven that. That's why we call ourselves Equatorian. Historically wise, Equatoria definition is an identity to who we are, based on the culture, based on what our ancestors have worked hard to achieve this unity. So now we are we cannot allow, and we must not allow this unity of Equatoria to be, put in vulnerability, to be broken and damaged by these political groups, especially that talks about unity, talks about South Sudan. We have to up this thing in our dictionary and look at Equatoria as the factor, as the ground where we are, because our sovereignty is in our identity, in our land. If we don't do that, we lose ourselves. And this is what a lot of Equatorian, not all Equatorian, I'm saying the Equatorians who still, delusional with the idea of unity, and say, oh, these people, they have some sovereignty of themselves. That's why they talk on their tribal sovereignty. But for us, Equatoria, our sovereignty is our unity and our land and our culture and history that made who we are, Equatoria, today and yesterday. So we cannot lose this at any mean, any way, anyhow. So I don't want to go far. Let me give a chance to brothers here, starting with Lodoro, if you're able to speak. If not, we go forward. And then going back to SOMA mediation, the main question is that, do you think, from your perspective, any one of you, is it time now for NAS to really rethink in their side? I'm not saying they have to, but just in the situation they are in, because it's a dilemma. They're right now in a conundrum. Everybody sees this drama. It's almost like a circus. Everybody knew what's going to happen. Bagana Mum left him. I mean, went there with the group. Even there is some group defected from NAS, they said, and they are now in there, and they got another Nuer guy in there, and there is another, there's Paul Malong in there. So these games is going on. And then what do you think, from your understanding, any one of you, Bagan proceeding this project, or this mission that he's trying to go back and do mediation, and he said he's going to do round table and consensus, whatever. He mixing up a lot of stuff, and then he wants this, it's called social contract. And I wonder what type of social contract he's trying to build, when he was one of the group that came in and hijacked the power from the people of South Sudan, including Equatorial, and then they formed themselves a government in Juba. How could they build that idea of social contract, And then adding to it, what do you think the objective of Bagan with Paul Malone going into this program? Do you think they want, is it about the election, or is it more than that? Or is it about they want to kind of like play a new role within the regime. So go ahead, guys. Feel free and please tell me.
Yeah, let me attempt to answer some of your question. I think when you look deep down the personality of these politicians by the likes of Pagana Moon, politically they already made their mind. They're just looking for vehicle to achieve their personal goal. It is not a political philosophy. It's just a personal goal. How do I get to point A to point B? If you look at it historically, some of this division within the coalition that they have created, it so happened to be only one group are doing this. So an objective, person can come to the conclusion that something must be wrong with this individual or these groups, because why all of a sudden in all instances they are the one that start to wreck the boat. Whether you say Sawa, of course he never really joined. He never signed that 2018 agreement, so you can lump him to the Sawa. But when the SPLM1, SPLM2, they went back and came out again, and now they are in the process of going in. So to me, SOMA is basically created is a convenience. It's just to say I couldn't find a political word to describe it, but if I describe it in a way where it is something to cool off basically the heat from all this eclipse of organization. Just not to be supported fully, not to be promoted fully, but it's just there as an organization to answer some of those outside questions. Why can't you guys unite? Oh, we are united here in SOMA. So it's a signing object that is created for the signing object that to be shown when those questions that arise, why you opposition are not coming together. That was the purpose, to serve that purpose basically. Like what we have seen here, the purpose has been served based on when one group decided that they are going to pursue their personal endeavor, and other group felt that they may not have even if not political differences or philosophical differences, but the differences of okay, how am I going to be perceived? Do I have a cloud in this setting? So let's use SOMA to justify, why we cannot attend this peace. That's based on that organization is being used to serve that purpose.
Sorry to cut you. So your thought is that they have an objective. Yes, Brother Hakim, I'll give you a chance. But the main question here is that, okay, if someone was created only to serve some interest, then now when this guy divided from someone, what's his objective actually? Because this is the main question, because everybody wants to know. Because they came out and defended themselves. They said they haven't, they don't want the country to disintegrate. If you hear the speech of Bagan, and he's also looking forward to reconcile as people because they are brothers, and they don't want no violence because people are suffering. So exactly what is the purpose of Bagan? Because Bagan, he plays like he actually care about the people, but in reality, his action goes opposite to what he says or what he claimed to say. So I want to hear Hakim. Go ahead, Brother Hakim, and welcome. Your voice is lower. Okay, it's not clear. Can you get closer to the phone?
Headset. Is my voice clear now?
Now it's good. Yeah, it's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. Thanks. Yeah. First of all, greetings to all of our Equatorian colleagues here, and all those who are also here in the room. really appreciate that. There's an opportunity here to look at developments that are ongoing in Kenya. And with respect to the question as to the objectives of Paganamum, I think let's just take a step back. Pagan was a member of the former detainees, and the former detainees signed the revitalized agreement in Addis Ababa, of course, and went in. He was left out. We were the first non-signatories before those of Molong came along and others, because when the ceremonies of the signing of the agreement, the revitalized agreement, were taking place in Addis Ababa, we already took a position that we're not going to be signing this agreement, and there were only actually three entities: PDM, NAS, and then SSNMC. SSNMC were the three voices. These were the three voices that became the non-signatories from the start. Paganamum and Emmanuel Ajawin were individuals because their organizations did not sign the agreement anyway. LAM signed the agreement, and Emmanuel, objected to that and came out as an individual. Also, Paganamum came as an individual. And in the first meetings that we held together as non-signatories, Pagan wasn't even attending those meetings regularly. And to cut a long story short, and of course there was Uncle David Basiuni. So there was myself, Thomas, Uncle David Basiuni, and then for Hadismu Thomas Dope. Thomas Dope, that UDR. Yes, this is also one of the non-signatories. So these were the four entities that put together the process to recreate, a form of an alliance against, the agreement. So in our first meetings, Paganamum did not attend, and it was Thomas actually who was reaching out to him to bring him on board as an individual. So the creation of real SPLM came about later on. And even the creation of NDM, Patriotic Front, came about later on. So the real entities that were really non-signatories that did not sign the agreement were PDM, NAS, and SSNMC. SSNMC was represented by Vakindi, who was the deputy chair to Bakasoro. And then, of course, there was Kwaje Lasso, was representing, the SSNMC as well. So, but then later, as time progressed, SOMA came into on the scene, and then there was this conference taking place in Poland, where these groups came together, and mostly driven by the fact that they knew themselves, because even Paul Molong had wanted to be part of the peace process in the Sababa, but he was too late to join. He was too late to be onboarded. And so then later, when of course the process didn't progress, they differed with the system in Juba, and then they tried to form this SOMA. Even this formation of SOMA, some of us were not invited. We were not contacted. It kind of like took place between the generals, and of course, Pagan Mamum was already on site. So that is how the process, this process actually started to shape itself as it went on. But Paganamum, as we all know, Paganamum was, perceived to be one of the people who have actually supported corruption within the SPLM. He was even accused of being one of the perpetrators of corruption, and there were lists flying in the media about the people who accumulated, ill-gotten wealth from the government in South Sudan. They bought houses in the USA, in Australia, and there were reports of this sort of. So did not have a clean face, to be representing change. But with time now, they started to maneuver their ways using the SOMA, and then later on, of course, started also to represent SOMA now. So trying to reclaim what he lost as the Secretary General of the SPLM. So all of this creation of the real SPLM subsequently and all of that is partly just really to market himself, and be relevant, in the talks and discussions and so on, because he could not stand just as an individual or just as a member of former detainees. Ideally, like for example, what happened with other organizations who would have probably, said this is SPLM FDs, but he didn't choose to go along because I think he differed with his colleagues and he formed real SPLM. Now, you ask your question, what is the difference? What's the difference between real SPLM and an SPLM, be it SPLM FDs, SPLM in opposition, and all of these acronyms of the SPLM?
No, I said, what is the difference between these SOMA? Because they create many rooms and names, and it's just confusing. Like there is SOMA1, SOMA2, and we know Bagana Mum have switched his name many times, but how come is that these people, after they separated from SOMA, still they carry the name SOMA2, or they carry the holdout group, and then later now the national consensus and adding to the round table now, which is kind of ironic. So
this is part of marketing. Because SOMA was created and then became relevant in as far as the peace talks in Sant'Egidio were concerned, and the choice of having to move this talks from Sant'Egidio to Nairobi, historically, of course, and the lineage is that this is attributed to SOMA. It's not attributed to real SPLM so they have to be relevant. They have to create and continue to market themselves as SOMA, SOMA1, SOMA2, so that they remain relevant, that they are associated with the peace talks that were kept going on in Rome, in Sant'Egidio. And they have obviously presented themselves as the non-signatories, but they have created these different names. Still, they stack on to being SOMA, right? SOMA1 and SOMA2, to be relevant and to be referred to as such in a formal way. So that's like we have to have a label, and that label has to be politically correct, and that's why they maintain these, SOMA1 and SOMA2. For the purposes of marketing themselves and being relevant in Sant'Egidio and also being relevant in Nairobi. And I think that's all there is to it. But if you come to the issue of the social contract, we've never heard Pagana Mum really talking passionately about the social contract. So what you conclude from this is that this has become an important currency. The social contract has become a currency because people have talked and on many occasions cited the fact that there's no social fabric in South Sudan. The idea of South Sudan as a nation is not sustainable because you cannot build a nation when we don't have a social fabric. And when you have this conflict going on, fighting and violence and all of that, and there is no trust between leaders and so on. So this is being very clever, just to use the words, the terminology, the currency, to kind of like appear to be relevant. Use words like social contract to appear to be on top of things, knowledgeable about what is missing in South Sudan and so on. But we've never heard the FDs, for example, which is the original source, to be talking about the social contract. They never talked about social contracts. And so this is a novelty on the part of Pagana Mum to start to be talking to the country, to the people through the podium of Nairobi about social contract. We've never seen him talking about social contract in the media here, or even in social media. Since when did Pagana Mum actually start to talk about social contracts? Since when? And how does he propose to go about this social contract? So it's a currency, it's something that is their style, موضة شفت كيف؟ بيستخدموها كموضة just to sound, sound bites. When you go to محفل زي in Nairobi, it has, to market yourself, and that's what they're trying to do. So they speak, and being politically correct in what they're saying. But actually, in reality, it makes no sense. And he's not a credible type to be advocating and advancing the issue of the social contract, because he has never really outlined it. He never really passionately talked about it as the, one of the root causes of the problems in South Sudan. Of course, when they were in power, they were enjoying, they were not talking about the social contract. And now they want to talk about the social contract. By the way, where did they learn about this? Where did they learn this? So those are the perhaps maybe a few words I can say about that. But if you look at the objective of these peace talks, the focus is still on the revitalized agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan. They're still repeating themselves that it has failed. They're still repeating themselves that there is no political will. They're still repeating themselves about all of this, a narrative that has been there from day one. I mean, 2020 or 2019. This narrative has been there and actually backed up by the fact that there has been failure to implement this agreement. So why are they coming to continue to talk to us about, invigorating or trying to support the implementation or push the implementation of the agreement? If you look at what React said that there's a vacuum, a conflict constitutional vacuum if the agreement is not implemented. And that's why they are proposing at least that it should be extended by another 24 months. عشان هم يقدروا يتكلموا عن القضية بتاع الدستور وكده شنو. لكن انتوا فشلتوا already. ده ما كان في realization from the start and constitution making process should have been prioritized 2 or 3 years ago. Why leave it to the end? حتى في الشغل بتاع البروسيس ده the constitution making should have been much earlier. مش كده؟ But now you want to.
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to ask you a question about what he's saying. The irony about it is that they once did, before we became independent nation, didn't they have the same argument that they need to create a constitution, and then they came up and just they just come up and say we have a country and we have a constitution. Even this constitution now is even under question. And what legitimacy do they have so they can create, a constitution? But what power? But what legitimacy to create this constitution itself?
Yeah, ما ده القضية هنا ده المحك ده إنه شنو? If you go back to the way they went about the constitution making, including the transitional constitution, it was a government-driven constitution-making process. So if you talk about social contract now, what about the government-led constitution-making process that was dominated by the SPLM? Who was they were trying to facilitate themselves, enable themselves to be in power. And that's the result. He concentrated the powers in the hands of the SPLM, in the hands of the president. And the president is now making decisions, decrees as he likes, because the constitution-making process was not made accountable to the people. I happen to be among those individuals in the diaspora who mobilized with Equatorians and to influence the MPs in Juba. We went there and we worked with the MPs to try to amend the constitution, amend the proposed transitional constitution of South Sudan. To make it draft them موجودة في documents that we circulated called BTC, and some of it was used by Equatoria ESCA for USA. Some of you might refer to that, but that was the product of what we did. We worked with the MPs to try to change the provisions of the constitution to render this constitution, even in the form that is being presented, as a federal constitution from the start. عشان يكون عندنا الفترة الانتقالية ده بنحتكم لهناي الريفرنس بتاعت الفederal constitution and have and gain some experience so that when we come to the permanent constitution making, they would have gained knowledge and experience of using during the interim period or during the transitional period a federal constitution in character, or in a sense, basically. But ده حصل شنو؟ الناس رياك مشار والجماعة ديل كلهم ما وقفوا معنا لأنه كان في الوصايا بتاعت ال SPLM caucus. حتى الإيكواتوريان MPs who were there, I remember people like Bashir Bendi and as Jimmy Wongo, and we held with them meetings في Qatar. وعملنا هنا اسم شنو ده discussion in Nyakuron Culture Center. We invited Equatorians. We did all of this, and there was a lot of mobilization, a lot of support to actually change the draft constitution. But in the end, وكده مشوا في البرلمان كان بيقى في وصايا بتاعت الكوكس. الوصايا بتاعت الكوكس قال شنو؟ Into as an MP, as a member of the SPLM, you have to vote according to what the party is recommending or proposing. By now, all changes that we're proposing, كلها شنو؟ رموها برا في الغاية. وإحنا كنا بنرتكز على the alliance that MPs from Upper Nile, especially the Nuer and those of Riyadh, plus Equatorians, and that we could change the model, right? لكن in the end, هم شنو؟ Riyadh كان عنده ambition بتاعت أنه حاسس أنه هيبقى الرئيس. He doesn't want to spoil his chances, and he left Equatorians outside in the cold. He did not influence the MPs that was behind him or supporters of his candidates, right? يعني لو كنا مثلا قدرنا مثلا نأثر على الconstitution الوقت ده بقوة constitution federal constitution, would have probably avoided some issues. Would have probably maybe we would not be in the position of now calling for a federal system of government. فده الحاصل. كان مؤتمر بتاعت إيكواتوريا الوقت ده remember in the 11th of April 2011 أنا كنت هناك معايا الحاج دكتور الحاج and others from the US, Dr. Charles Bachit, and many others. We attended the Equatorial Conference, and I was one of the secretaries that was drafting the resolutions of the conference. وده كله احنا عملنا يعني شغلنا شغل كتير عشان نقدر نأثر المجريات بتاعت الامور والوقت كيف؟ المهم فشلنا في النهايه. We did not achieve the objectives that we set out to achieve. فده الحاصل. So anyway, briefly to come back to
why was the failure, if I may ask? What was the reason for the failure?
For the failure, Mahul MPs could not influence the decision making and the amendments that were supposed to make this constitution to be a federal constitution. لأنه ما كان في backing from other MPs. A few Equatorians were left on their own. Bashir وفي MPs من Western Equatoria وفي بعض MPs برضه من Central Equatoria وكده. فده MPs اللي كانوا ناس جيمي وانجو ناس بشير بندي والجماعة ديل كانوا المحركين بتاعت انه لازم يكون في federal constitution from the start, and we're supporting them in that. شفت كيف؟ وكده مشوا للarrangements بتاعت الفوتنج وكده لانه الجماعة ديل برضه the unfortunate thing was that many of them were members بتاعت SPLM, and then the SPLM قام دخل الوصاية فيه جاب الوصاية انه فوقية يعني بطريقة فوقية. It's a top down approach, right? Vote according to what the caucus tells you. And they did not adopt the proposed amendments and changes that those of Bashir and others, tried to push in order to amend the provisions of the constitution to make it federal constitution. ده الفيلم. ما كان في ضغط اساسا من الاس بي ال ام. وطبعا في شنو من جانب بتاع رياض ماتشار. He didn't want to spoil the party for the SPLM. He thought maybe that was not a priority. Should they give? So Equatorians were isolated. The MPs بتاعهم اللي كانوا متحمسين للفكرة الشديد. They were not supported by the Upper Nile MPs. يعني كان في فرصة كبيرة إنه Equatorian MPs would have probably made the new. لكن القضية الثانية شنو؟ إنه Equatorian MPs should have also worked out. Once they have not been, the amendments, the proposed amendments to the Constitution were not accepted, they should have stood out and pulled out, not to endorse the Constitution. عشان يحصل عملية بتاع ضجة وجرد الهبل وكده. They should have gave. لكن they didn't do that. وفي النهاية الكوكس بتاع ال SPLM هو اللي كان الواصي في النهاية. شفت كيف؟ So we lost the opportunity to influence decision making about amendments to the constitution at that time. Yeah. So anyway, طبعا حسي في الظرف الحالي يا هو انا كنت قلت طبعا انه الاتفاقيه طبعا فشلت وكده. حسي المحور بتاعت الفوكس بتاعت الحنايه بتاعت البيس توكس ده is about finding a way to make the failed agreement relevant. And you can see from the argument that Riek Machar they want 24 months. طيب الوقت ده كله ما قدروا يعملوا الحكايه دي. 24 months ليه؟ What is the agency for it؟ هو بيقول انه حيكون في فجوه. If we don't do that, there's going to be a vacuum, a constitutional vacuum. بالمعنى آخر هم they want to say let's avoid the constitutional vacuum by extending the agreement by another 24 months to the efficient, so that they now can spend and put a lot of effort in coming up with the constitution during this time that they want 24 months. ما هو القضية في الأول شنو؟ ما كان خلاص هو يعني لو كانوا منازلين يفوتوا الفرصة لسلفا كير، رياك مachar كان ممكن يتخذ يعني قرار بحكم انه هو ومجموعه بتاعتهم ال SPLM IO انه شافوا انه الحكايه اساسا فشلت وما في بوليتيكال، ما في هنا يعني اراده سياسيه زي ما بيقولوا. ما خلاص انت انسحب من الحكومه، انسحب عشان بعدك تخلي سلفا كير يتحمل المسؤوليه. And that will render Salva Kiir illegitimate because the agreement is meant to be by consensus of the parties. If you pull out, you leave one party, the dominant one, well, SPLM in government, and it will render SPLM in government illegitimate because it doesn't want to implement the agreement. It's been the party that doesn't want to implement the agreement. So why do you want to insist on working and collaborating with the SPLM in order to implement the agreement? ما خلاص طب عشان تقدر تقول للشعب ده انه يا اخواننا احنا عملنا اللي عليه كده وكده، لقيتوا شايفين انه هو الطرف الثاني ما قادر وما عنده اراده انه يطبق الاتفاقيه، وبالتالي we are washing our hands. Let's defer to the people. Let's find a radical approach to all of this. لكن حسي instead the talks in Nairobi is about enabling this, pushing this revitalized agreement to be implemented. Instead of now saying this agreement has actually completely failed, we should now think outside of the box. We can learn lessons from the failures of this agreement. Let's do something different. And that something different is to defer to the people, because sovereignty inheres in the people, sovereignty vested in the people, then they'll go back to the people. The people are the final arbitrators of this, right? That should be at least the focus of the discussion, to give opportunity now to the people in the country to have their final say on this. But still we defer to the elites, which means that we are alienating the sovereignty of our people to these elites of the archises. Right? We are alienating the rights of our people and decision making to the revitalized agreement. Well, revitalized agreement is an agreement for power sharing, which excludes the people anyway. And it was not subjected to the oversight of the people. It's subjected to the oversight of the parties that signed the agreement. But they are not a replacement to the people. فإحنا المفروض we draw the line clearly. And if I were to be in that podium, given the opportunity, I know I will not influence anything, but I will say the truth. I will speak for what my people want. Whether they like it or not, put it out in the open. Let the world listen. Right? So that is perhaps what I can say briefly. We'll give opportunity for others to interject. If there is any question, I'll also be able to respond to. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a question right now, but let the next person speak. Brother James, it's fun. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yeah. Just to follow up point one, just point that I guess. Obviously.
I can't hear your voices, guys. Is anybody speaking at all?
I think everybody seems to be muted.
Yeah.
James, go ahead.
Yeah. شكرا دكتورة كوليا. سلم عليك وسلم لأستاذ ديدي، أستاذ أتيكا، أستاذ لبرت، والجنرال كارلس، وأستاذ MR، الدكتور حكيم بطاب، كل الناس القاعدين تحت هنا. موضوع القمة بتاعت نيروبي والحاجات جات طالعة تقريبا كانت حاجات متوقعة، ما شيء جديد، لكن كحدث سياسي نحن لازم نربط الحاجات دي مع بعض، بالذات من خلال التصريحات بتاعت بعض الشخصيات في نيروبي، الشخصيات المعروفة يعني زي أستاذ فقانا موم. هو يتكلم عن حاجات كثيرة، هو the disintegration of the country، وده واقع. فقان كزول مثلا عنده خبرة في العمل السياسي وعارف أنه جنوب السودان ماشي لطريق الديسنتجريشن. فالديسنتجريشن حقه ده هو مبني على أنه بالذات الململة، التململ وسط الإيكاتوريان، عدم الرضا وسط الإيكاتوريان كمواطنين. هو عارف الحاجات دي ممكن تتطور في شكل عمل سياسي في أي محل حتى لو ما ساوي السودان. هو قرأ المشهد السياسي، عشان كده كان انتوا لو ركزتوا في الآونة الأخيرة هو كان بيركز لحتة الديسنتجريشن بتاع الكانتري ده، وقراره السياسي يعني ما كان فيه نوع من التوفيق. يعني احنا ما حصلنا شفنا الأستاذ فقانا مو بيتكلم عن مثلا القضايا the root cause of the conflict في ساوث السودان، جذور الأزمة السياسية. ليه؟ هو بيحاول بيتفادى التقاطعات السياسية اللي هو the political intersections، لأنه لو هو خاطب جذور المشكلة كده المواطنين بيكونوا سامعين، وهو قدر يدير المرحلة دي بصراحة بنوع من الامتياز السياسي. حتى لو لاحظتوا الآلة الإعلامية بتاعته هنا في المنتديات الجنوب السودانية في الخارج في الدياسبرا، وتقريبا ده بمثابة برلمان مصغر. يعني نحن الحاجات اللي بتحصل في ساوث السودان كلها عبر الميديا هنا بتاعت الجنوبيين في الخارج، حتى الناس البرة هناك أو جوا هم قاعدين يتابعوا. هو قدر يأثر إعلاميا في الحتة دي، وإعلامه حاول يصطدم بالأصوات تحت الشعب اللي هو الجماهير اللي عندهم المشكلة اللي هم بيتأثروا فيها على مستوى الجراوند ليفل. زي ما واحد من اخواننا قال الكلام ده وانا حاجي امشي له. هو لعب هنا سياسيا عن طريق الاعلام اللي هو محاوله تو نيوترلايز اي اصوات مثلا تحاول تصحر شنو الحاجات اللي قاعد تحصل على مستوى الارض. هي معظمها قضايا مطلبيه، وفيها قضايا السوشيال كونتر ذاته اللي هو قالوا ده واللي ما كان قاعد يقولوا سابقا. الحاجات دي كانت اصلا متكتكه وهو رابطه مع بعض، بالذات الاعلام الميديا بتاعته قدرت تحجم الناس الى حد ما. وفي نوع كان من الذكاء ذاته، استخدام ذاته الحاضنه بتاعت الناس اللي عندهم مشاكل في ساوث السودان. I don't want to mention it. اي زول في ساوث السودان هو بيعرف مشاكله شنو. هو حاول يحيد الاصوات دي عن طريق نفس الحاضنه الاجتماعيه بتاعته اللي هو استخدام سياسه الاحتواء السياسي. يعني يحاول يصهر نوع القوميه عن طريق الاعلام بتاعه ما هو في شخصه. واحيانا اذا الاصوات بقت عاليه بيقوم يستخدموا سياسه فرغ تسد، دفاع عن رول عن طريق شنو عمل مقصات سياسية وانت ما تلاحظها في وقتها، لكن في حدث زي بتاع نيروبي ده انت بتربط الاحداث مع بعض كده. انتوا لاحظوا كده، خليك من القديم، الاحداث القديمه خالص، لكن كانت هي نفس الاستراتيجيه. كل ما يكون في حدث متوقع يعمل ضجه سياسيه او بيكون في اجنده سياسيه، بيقوموا يجيبوا ناس محددين 3 4 5 6 8 9 10، ومن خلاله تمرير بعض الاجنده. يلا بعد اسبوع بعد اسبوعين بعد شهر بتجي تظهر احداث، وده سياسيا اسمه الاحتواء السياسي. and we cannot blame those people. انت ما تقدر تلوم. هنا في الشطاره والنجاعه السياسيه. يحاولوا يصيروا لك شنو كل ما هو باطل يقول لك هو خير. انت ما بتجي تلاحظ الحته دي الا بعد فوات الاوان، وده حسي بقى شيء واضح قدامنا بدليل ذاته. شوفوا الهيكل السياسي بتاع سوما لما كان بدا سوما 1 وسوما 2. الدكتور حكيم اتكلم عن حاجات يعني احنا ما كنا عارفينها، اللي هو المجموعه الغير موقعه والكلام ده كله، والناس جات في شكل افراد على حسب ما انا سمعته. يلا هنا السياسي مارس مجموعه بتاعت افراد حاولوا يستغلوا، يعني استخدموا الناس بعض الاشخاص كلادر عشان تحقيق اجنده سياسيه محدده، بدليل انه سوما اتقسمت على 2. والسوما اللي انقسمت على 2 ده بول مالون وفقانا مون بقوا في مركب، وخلى الاخرين في مركب ثاني. بعد شويه الاستاذ فقانا مون قام جا ظهر في توما 2، وظهرت بعض النداءات بتاعت الراوند تيبل ده. وده في العلوم السياسيه ما في كلام زي ده. تعدد المناطق بتاع المحادثات ومن نفس الجهه ايا كان نوع الجهه، معناته انت بتعرف انه في خلل هنا او في حاجات بيديروها خلف الكواليس، في كده اجنده، وهو في النهايه عمل سياسي، لكن كان يحتاج انه نوع من الوعي السياسي. وقد حصل يعني هو جاء من الصوم حقته الثانيه ديك وخلى مالون كان ما كان يكون ظاهر، هو بقى اسهر وسوق نفسه كويس، وقام الاله بتاعته اللي هي ماسكه الاعلام الجنوب السوداني كله في الخارج لهذا السبب اي دونت نو. فهنا الحته دي هو قدر يخلق نوع من التشكك ذاته بين حتى الفيكتيم ذاته، الدايركت فيكتيم اللي هو اهل المصلحه زي ما بيقولوا، او اهل الوجعه بالدارجيه، الزول اللي هو خد رجله في النار ده قدر يخلي الزول رجله في النار يتشكك في نفسه ذاته. ما كله هي لاعب سياسيه. هو قام طلع هو في الغمه في الخطاب بتاعه ده اكثر حاجه هو ركز على حته السوشيال كونتراكت اللي هو عنده علاقه بالسوشيال فابريك. جاب الحاجات دي من وين؟ ما هو قراءة سياسيا، شاف انه دي الحاجه اللي حاصله في ساوث السودان. الجراس اللفل او الناس على مستوى الارض هم هو بيخلقوا الكتله الحرجه. اي زول سياسي عارف الكلام ده. يلا هو دخل راسه مقدما في الحته دي عشان يقوم يشغلوا الناس، ودي حتحصل في الفتره اذا هم مشوا جوبا. طبعا ده ما بيعنينا مشوا جوبا ما مشوا جوبا، المهم هو قال في المؤتمر اذا مشوا هناك حيقوموا بعدين يستخدموا المسحوقات بتاعت التجميل دي، زي الزول يغطي وشه بالماسكر والحاجات انتم عارفينها دي عشان يغطوا عيوب محدده. فبيقوموا يجوا يتكلموا لك عن النسيج الاجتماعي عشان على الاقل يقدر يحيدوا المواطنين اللي هو الجماهير المنسيين او منسيين بفعل افعالهم. ده هو الهدف الاستراتيجي بتاعه، عشان كده اتكلم عن السوشيال كونتراكت. ونحن ما حصل سمعناه بيتكلم عن السوشيال كونتراكت. يلا قضيه السوشيال كونتراكت او النسيج الاجتماعي ده، انت اذا ما خاطبت the root cause of the conflict كيف حتصين النسيج الاجتماعي؟ النسيج الاجتماعي ده ما بيتخرب بسبب حاجات ما ساكن. ما في نسيج اجتماعي بالمستوى العالي الفوق ده يقوم يكون ينخرب بدون ان يكون في سبب. لازم يكون في سبب. انت دار تصين النسيج الاجتماعي، انت بتعالج الاسباب. لكن معقول زول في غامة فاقان يكون ما عارف الكلام ده؟ بيكون عارف الكلام ده بالحيل، لكن هو بيستخدم التكتيك السياسي. انا حاطط في الحته بتاعت انه دائما القضايا العليا بتاعت الراي العام او اداره شؤون العباد في حاجات رب ضاره نافعه، يعني شيء يحصل يتميلوك انه it's gonna affect you لكن في دروس، في حاجه اسمها الدروس المستفاده والعبر. انت استفدت شنو؟ نحن استفدنا شنو؟ ماذا بعد نيروبي؟ ما هي المآلات؟ دي أسئلة نحن كلنا نستحق، بالذات ان نحن الناس اللي بنشوف نفسنا نحن متأذين من الحركه الشعبيه دي من دي 1 عن اسباب نحن ما حنقولها هسه حاليا. حيمشي يحصل شنو؟ بعد ما الكرت الاعلامي هسه حقه انا حقيه هنا انتهى. الكرت بتاعه انتهى، الكرت الآلة الإعلامية بتاعته. لكن زي gonna create another one. يخلقوا لكم آلة ثانية. اوكي، يوم يخلقوا لك الآلة دي، إذا أنت اتبعت نفس الوسائل أو نفس الطرق بتاع الدين ده، يبقى أنه unfortunately to me to say that أنه ده يكون ده بعد ده اختيارك أنت هو اخترته. to me كإنسان متابع للشان الجنوب السوداني، أنا عارف التكتيك الجاي حيكون شكله شنو. I think أنت عاتك برضو عارف وكل الناس عارفين. يلا نحن شنو؟ نقوم بقدر الإمكان لا يلدغ مؤمن من جحر مرتين. يعني ما ممكن كل مرة أنت تدخل يدك في جحر وتتلدخ هناك. مرة تجي تقول عقرب، مرة تقول لا 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 الدبيب هو أديانا من حفرة داك، مرة تجي تقول لا 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 النبلة بريشة هو عضاني. تسوق مسميات، لكن في النهاية أنت ملدوق وفي وجع في جسمك، regardless أنه درجة السم داك شنو، إذا كان عقرب ولا دبيب. يلا هنا ده is gonna happen. الآلية بتتغير كيف؟ يعني حننتظر الأيام الجاية ونشوف الرياكشن بتاع الشارع العام شنو، اللي هو الجماهير. آخر حاجة في نقطة، واحد من المتحدثين جه هنا وأنا ما قاعد أشوفه قاعد يتكلم، أول مرة بنشوفه بس قاعد، وده حاجة تخص الناس. قال التحريك الناس على مستوى الأرض. أنت تحريك الناس على مستوى الأرض ده وأنت عندك مطالب. إذا أنت بتمشي تجيب ناس تانيين ما منك تفسروها من كلمتي دي، يجي يكون هم عندهم الكلمة العليا في الحاجات أنت الدائرة دي. What do you see? He's gonna change his ideology or his tactical. ده شيء طبيعي للنفس الإنسانية. أنا بقول له ده ذاته بعمل كده. إذا وديتني مع ناس محددين وانا والناس دي حاجاتهم هم متاثرين خالص، ومصالحي انا مع اهلي يعني وهي ما مؤثره خالص، انا ما بقوم من الدواء هناك، انا بقوم بشتغل مع اهلي. دي زي يوم ما محتاج لانه انت تكون بوليتيشن، انت تكون شنو، ده شيء معروف. يعني احنا اذا دارين نصل للكلام اخونا كان جا قالوا فينا مستوى انه نخاف مستوى الارض والجماهير، انه ما تجيب زول ثاني ما منك. انا ما بقول مثلا السياسه السودانيه دي هم ان احنا ما دايرينهم، لكن ده خلاص ان احنا المشاهد السياسيه كلها ورتنا كده. في شنو ثاني فضل؟ وانس انك جبت ثاني ناس في حاجاتك دي يو gonna face the same thing. حنكون ساقيت شنو؟ الساقيه لسه مدوره بتاعت الفنان حمد الريا. شكرا اخوي اتيك انا وقيف.
جميل. في عندي سؤال. I have a question. Sorry. قاعد نتكلم we mix Arabic and English. طبعا عندنا ضيوف كمان. Some of them who are not in Clubhouse لكن هم في the other web هم they speak English, so we try our best to speak in English. But there is main question, and for all of you guys, anyone can put on that. طبعا as we all know, analyzing this issue, the mediation, there is a program. And these guys are going on it. One thing I want Equatorians to understand, in particular this message to our Equatorians, we must not concern ourselves so deeply into this, because this is actually an exposure. It's a clear exposure. Now, what next for Equatorial? Because this is the question that I ask every one of you now as an Equatorian, because I believe all of us here in the platform speaking are Equatorian. We are not from any other Upper Nile or Bahar Khazan, thank God. But seeing ourselves as Equatorian, knowing this thing has been an exposure to us to tell us the intention, the hidden secrets, motives going on, the conspiracies is all there. So now these guys are working on it, and we all understand. So what do you think? Let me rephrase this question correctly, son. After witnessing all this reoccurring, South Sudan political drama, where do you think Great Equatoria now, or is now, And what will be the future for Equatorians? You know, if we're still living as a stagnant, you know, water without any movement, what do you think will be Equatorial future like? Because remember, these people are working, and you have seen even international community have been there. You have seen Troika, even though Troika never personally came there, it was the U.S. ambassador who gave a speech. We played this audio earlier. And then we have the EU, European Union, and the AU, African Union. And you got the IGAD. And then these warlords, or so-called opposition, hold-up group, these conspirators, all spoke, in, you know, adding on it Pagana moment, his language of that we are brothers, we need to come together so we can do a social contract, all these blah blah, which does not make any change, only just a word of mouth. So Equatorians, I want you to look at yourself at this condition right now. What are you expecting your future look like, and your current situation? Are you satisfied with your current situation, or you have to make a change? And if there is a change, what type of change are you going to do? Because we have to look at it in this perspective. We are the one in the receiving end. We have no political power right now. Let's be honest with ourselves. We are deprived politically. Like, our political sovereignty is not even there. We have the ability to make it happen, but still we are, you know, delving left and right, almost like drunken people in under the rain. You know, doesn't know where's the best place he can put his head, and then sit down, and then correct themselves, and then start walking in a place where there's no water can drop on their head. So what would be the thing for you? Let's start with anyone. Any one of you, feel free, please answer. Because
I just want to jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
May I jump in? Because it's been a while since I've interjected.
Feel free, please. Yes. I hope my question is clear to you guys. Yeah.
Yes, it is. I really am mindful of the fact that the time difference. I don't even know if Didi is still here. She's deep asleep. I would like to hear from her as well. So basically, I wanted to start off by saying that everyone needs to be in on this conversation. So I know I made a request earlier. Odysseus, I don't know if there's a way to download this audio. I know we tried. Clubhouse now has different settings. I don't know if you would like to take this up and try and investigate to see if we can download some of this audio and make it available to a big audience, because, you know, we've talked quite a lot. We've been consistent, Odysseus, and you have been you've been consistent talking, and people write you off and think you're like a lone voice in the wilderness, like John the Baptist, you know. But really, you know, something is going to come out of this. And I think most people are now seeing the reality that we've seen all along. Like for the last 40 years, I've seen this thing coming, you know, but a lot of people did not see it coming. And a lot of people are not seeing it coming, you know, even though it's right out there, it's in the open now. You know, so it really, we owe future generations to keep this message alive, and to avail it to a bigger audience. You know, so basically, you know, what is happening right in that territory called South Sudan, it's a dead horse. It's a dead horse, and they're just beating a dead horse, and we need to start talking about that dead horse. We haven't. You see, we've had this like living room conversations, you know, but it's time to go all out, you know, and we have the capacity. You go all out and all global, so what? You know, they do have, you know, we have just as much, you know, capacity and capabilities to do what they're doing too. You know, so it's an open war now. that they have waged against Equatoria. It's so open, like they're not even hiding it anymore. So it's Equatorians, many that are not seeing it. They're not seeing that a war has been waged against Equatoria. So it's time to fight back. Like if someone comes and tries to kill you, what are you supposed to do? Take it lying down? I don't think so. You put up a fight. If someone is trying to destroy you, you put up a fight. It's a natural right to self-defense. Okay? So, I talked earlier about a lot of different things, and I just want to comment again, about the fact, that these people are looking for legitimacy. It's legal thuggery, okay? They think that they can get legitimacy by making it look like they're doing something legal, and they are not. You see, so now what they're doing is like they've recruited fellow thugs. Like if someone invited me to do this talk, I would not show up because I know it's legal thuggery. Okay? So anybody who shows up to something that looks like it's legal but it's not is a thug. And I said earlier that, what I'm saying here, I will say it to those people that are assembled in Nairobi right now. Because it's a fact, what you see is what you get with me. Like there's no need, to beat about the bush, about people that are under threat, and it's by design. So the international community needs to know that we know that it's by design. And so what we need to do now is to keep talking, and avail these messages to everyone globally, especially Equatorians, so that they can get it, finally. Many of them are actually getting it now. They're moving closer and closer and listening. Before then, these messages were falling on deaf ears. I think they thought we were joking. They thought we were just like foolish people, and didn't know what we were doing and what we were talking about. But I am telling you, we know exactly what we're talking about, and we've been very consistent. We've been very noisy. We've been very vocal, and we're not going anywhere, okay? Because we can't just watch, our family members being battered and being bullied, and future generations, will also be bullied, if we don't put our foot down and fight back, so it's time to do parallel sessions. So what? We can do the exact same thing that they're doing in Nairobi. There's a lot of virtual tools, we can use those tools. It's totally doable, and nobody can stop you from holding a parallel session, okay? So, in terms of this so-called, like SOMA, we saw this coming. We saw this coming a long time ago, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing that Pagan has come out, publicly now. It's a good thing, Malong has come out. It's things that we saw a long time ago that, look, don't break bread with a bunch of thugs. They are up to no good, and they just want to subordinate your voice. Do not go into partnership with people like that, and if you go into partnership with someone like that, there's going to be consequences, so we're seeing these consequences now, right? They're all out now in the global arena, in the public, they're not even hiding anymore. And the reason why they're not hiding is because they take Equatorians for granted. They don't think Equatoria is capable of putting up a fight, and so it's time now. It's time to put up a fight, a vocal fight, political fight, everything. Fight from all corners. It's about self-defense now. It's about, telling the world what's really going on and telling, the so-called international community. But we're part of that too, to go to hell. Go to hell, because, you're basically, condoning things that you would never condone. You would never. You see, the things that they're condoning, with their presence, they would never get away with these things in their countries. And we know that because we live here. They would never get away with it. It would be challenged. People will talk about it. So that's the reason why we need to talk about it now and let them know that we know, and point out, those flaws and tell them, look, you would never encourage something like that in Canada. You would never encourage it in the UK. You would never encourage that in the US. You would never encourage it in anywhere in the European countries. You would never encourage that in Australia. Why? Why are you encouraging it? And why do you think Equatorians should just keep quiet? So I think it's time to just speak out, and if anybody has a different voice, hey, you're welcome to the debate. We're not scared about debating. We challenge people to come out. I challenge Pagan Amum too. You see, and I think part of the reason why they did not invite other people is because they're afraid of the debate. They know we would rain on their parade. They know, in any case, I would never go to a place like that because it's so insecure and unsafe. It's just a bunch of thugs, that will get rid of anybody who stands in their thuggery, okay, in the way of their thuggery. So it's a blessing in disguise that Paganamum is all out, now, crawled out, and basically his true colors now. I really, really hope, Equatorial can learn from this. Okay, because we were skeptical, about that so-called alliance. Okay, and it has come to pass. And we were also very skeptical about the round table because they had already predetermined the outcome. That is not the way you do conflict resolution. You do not predetermine the outcome. You let people talk. You let people present their grievances, and then you mediate. But if you've already predetermined the outcome and you're cherry picking, you're just cherry picking. You pick and choose who should be at the round table. It's wrong. And I mentioned that many times during many clubhouses that you simply cannot. Like if you're having a genuine round table, you do not pick and choose who sits around there. You listen to all the voices, even the ones you don't agree with. You listen to them. But if you're going to stifle voices, then you should throw away the round table. And that's exactly what he did. He basically took it and ran away with it. Okay? But we knew this. We knew this, a long time ago. We knew that's what was going to happen, but many people didn't. So everything was just falling on deaf ears. I really hope people learn from this now and realize that there's nothing. That so-called South Sudan is a dead horse. And this so-called mediation, it's a dead horse. And I know they know it. They know it is. But they're doing it because they're legal thugs. They hope that, they'll get away with it, and then it will give their fellow thug legitimacy. And like I said, I will say these things out loud. I will not be politically correct because my people are being threatened. You cannot be politically correct if someone is threatening your family and yourself. You can't be politically correct and hope to get, the results that are needed to protect your family and yourself and other people that are disadvantaged. So really, I'm just going roundabout, saying what next for Equatoria? Wake up, and organize a parallel conversations and make proposals. Okay, make your case. Make an argument in support of what you're pushing for, like what we're doing here. Okay, it's an open forum. Everybody's welcome. Even the ones who still think that dead horse called South Sudan can still be revived. You're welcome. Come here, but be prepared to debate and answer very difficult questions because this is going to be a very difficult conversation. But we cannot mince words anymore. Like mincing words is what has brought us to this point. So I will end here and maybe jump in later. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Akulia. Great input. So yeah, again, the same question to any one of you guys, and welcome to Sister Tim. Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, I just maybe want to take this question from an angle that may be relevant to speak to the issues. Earlier I was sharing a document that came into my possession. The document is issued by the Ministry of Petroleum, authorizing the payment immediately of $1.4 million to the First Lady, Mary Ayan. And it's just typical of this failed state. You can see that a corporation, which is supposedly a corporation that is government owned, is instructed to pay $1.4 million to the First Lady in the country. So that's the typical example of using the country as your own personal bank account of the First Lady. That's what it says, in very, unambiguous terms. And then if you compare that action, that action of, taking public resources in the name of the First Lady without question, without accountability, whether this is a legitimate process or not. And then you consider the other aspect of Equatorians being asked to endorse Salva Kiir, because there's a document that has been circulating in Eastern Equatoria, possibly in Western and Central Equatoria as well, from the SPLM secretaries asking people in the counties to bring 100 each as people who will come to Juba to come and endorse Salva Kiir, to endorse President Kiir. So you can see the unbelievable, isn't it? It's on the one hand, they're robbing banking institutions or robbing corporations, which are apparently government, supposedly a government owned, writing blank checks for no justifiable reason at all, just because someone is the First Lady and they are entitled to be receiving $1.4 million. And then here, Equatorians are being mobilized to endorse Kiir so that this practice will continue. So the question that we're addressing ourselves to is, what is becoming of Equatoria in 2025 in the nearest short term? If this is playing out, do Equatorians see the danger? Do they see the risks? Of course, you just look back. We had a massacre in Kankegi, atrocities committed against our people. We had a massacre in Bokiliru. We had a massacre in Nangangala. We're burying our dead, and no one is held accountable. And this same president wants to be endorsed by Equatorians. After all of this, so is this what we want to be? This is what we want. Is that what we want to become? So that if we endorse this, it means that we would have nothing to question in 2025 with Kiir being back to reinstall, whether through sham elections, whether just through a claim that in any case the elections could not be held, and it's just business as usual. But we have got mandate from the people endorsing us, 10 from each county. How many counties are there in Equatoria? So not 10, 100 from each county. How many counties in Equatoria? Say, suppose that there are like 20 counties or 70 counties, right? Multiply that by 100. Okay, so you're going to bring these people to come to Juba and celebrate the endorsement of Salva Kiir. Is this what we foresee as the future of Equatoria? If we allow this to go, if we allow this to happen, to occur, then we shouldn't be having any kind of hope to withstand the implementation of the Jeng plan, whatever you want to call it. This is what we're facing. This is what Equatoria is facing now. So it's a choice that we have to make. There's accumulated experience now over the last, more than a decade of a system that has failed to speak to the issues of our people. There's a system that we have become and we have become held hostage to this failed system, to fail the state. So it has to come to a point where we say, this is the crossroads. 2024 is really the crossroads for us Equatorians. We have seen that we have no government. The state has failed. Where do we go from here? Do we just play along with this, with the endorsements and all of that, or should something change? And that's where most of us as Equatorians should be addressing ourselves to this very, very critical issue as to what is the action plan? What is our strategy in the immediate term in 2025? Because definitely there will probably be a compromise among these elites to extend the agreements so that they continue to be in power, to be relevant. And as long as there is an endorsement by the international community, so why do you bother? You go along with that. And you have the excuse of being urged upon this action by the international community in these sham talks in Nairobi. So the outcome would be that, let's go ahead and extend the agreement by another 24 months. Because if you don't do that, then you have to go to sham elections, which do not meet the prerequisites and the benchmarks of having a free, fair, and credible elections. And in which case, you probably make plans to rig the elections. You've already now instructed the counties to bring people who will come and endorse Kir. Now, why have civil servants or all of these leaders in the counties, what have they got to do with any one political party, right? Mobilizing people to go and endorse the president. And is this not abuse of power? Why not leave it to the elections? At least that there is an election process in place and let people decide for themselves. If it's a sham election or not sham elections, ultimately it's the person, the citizen in Equatoria who will go and decide whether they want to participate in these elections or not. But the challenge for us is that we should be very clear about what are the options available to us in terms of what's going to happen in 2024, at the end of 2024. We're moving towards a crossroads, and therefore we need to be clear about alternative plan Bs that we may have. And I think this is where we begin to look at the fact that Equatoria is now standing and on the cliff. It is like, there's a risk that would materialize that Equatoria will fall off of this cliff that we're standing on. And we have to take that into consideration really very seriously, that, we have seen enough, we've had enough. There's no need for us to wait. There's need for us to initiate action. And that needs to be a very collective process in Equatoria. That the only way out for us is to boycott any sham elections, not participate in this process, organize our people, and not be submissive to any pressure, right? We can do that because what we see is that this call for endorsement of Kir and subsequent elections and whatnot, of course, this is being shoved through the throats of those who declare themselves to be SPLM, right? We can say to our people, these people can go and do this individually and with their families. But our grassroots, our people in Equatoria should never play part in this sham process, because if they do, they're giving an excuse for this regime to continue and to demonstrate that nothing is going to change, because the First Lady, the government, will use the country as their bank account, as their personal account. We've seen this example playing out right out in the public. And that is just indicative of what would happen to Equatoria. The massacres have not been accounted for. None of our leaders have been out to speak for justice and hold the government accountable. So how about if the same system comes back, the same system continues? That is where Equatoria would fall off the cliff. It means that, you have no future. You are not doing something about mitigating this risk of falling off the cliff. And we're just letting ourselves in, which means that this is now we are starting the journey to complete dispossession of Equatoria. That's what it means. This is a complete dispossession of Equatoria. You already acknowledged that we don't exercise political power. And we then use our efforts to endorse a regime that is an illegitimate regime, then you are just basically, there's no return from that. It's like you're going to go along, come what may. It's not going to change anything. These people are going to continue to be in power. But we need to resist that. We need to have a voice as the people of Equatoria. We stand as a bloc. We say we voted in the referendum in 2011 with clear expectation of laying down the foundations of a state that is inclusive, that is accountable, and so on and so forth. But we have seen that this has consistently failed to materialize. Added to it, the massacres that are ongoing in Equatoria. So what we need to do is to come together, to stand as a bloc, as Equatoria, and reject all of this and have a voice. Say, we are the people of Equatoria. Sovereignty inheres in us, the people, as much as it inheres in the people of Upper Nile and the people of Bahr Ghazal. We need to have a voice. We have not had a chance. The agreements have been signed on our behalf. We have no role to play. Our voice is not included. I think this is enough. We have got to stand as a bloc, as a people. We have a history. We have a precedent of ruling ourselves. We do not have the opportunity to exercise that political power. So we cannot be held hostage to this state. We cannot be held hostage to this failure. We have to have clarity about choices that we'll have to make. And it's up to us as the people of Equatoria to ensure that only our survival is now and only dependent on us as Equatoria standing together. That's the only hope. That's the only way out, that we can speak with one voice and say that we are the nation of Equatoria. We have expectations. We have inalienable rights. Sovereignty inheres in our people. They need to have a voice. They need to speak up. They need to have a say in the future and the direction of travel in this country. And we see that this is not, promising any hopes for the people of Equatoria to be part of this failed state. We call for the right of self-determination. Quite clearly, openly, we say that Equatoria is calling for the right of self-determination. And we have to do this courageously. We don't have to fear, even if we don't have guns. We have voices, we have our wishes. We have to express that quite openly and say it to the whole world, so that the world then listens and says there is something happening. Equatoria has been excluded. The voices of Equatoria have been excluded. There is no representation for the voices of the people of Equatoria. That's a fact. Look at this sham process in Nairobi. Does it speak to the voices of the people of Equatoria, the aspirations of the people of Equatoria? None of these people want to hear the voice of Equatoria anyway. None of them. And there is a game plan. And this game plan includes, the beneficiaries of the proceeds from corruption in South Sudan. Kenya is a beneficiary of that. Ethiopia is a beneficiary. Uganda is beneficiary. So why would they want to change? ما هتكون قضية بتاعت لعبة تعمل لك هنا كده مهرجان ولا تعمل لك مسرحية ولا إخراج تعاطي وكده وبعدها كان business as usual. فده كل الحكاية. دي ما كله في الأمر. But we as Equatorians, and we have a burden, there is a responsibility on us as Equatorians to sensitize our people collectively. This is like, death that we are facing, we are at a crossroads. We've got to take a stance. We've got to make the sacrifices. We've got to say enough is enough. South Sudan is a failed state. South Sudan has no hope of creating a model of coexistence, and we need to stress and advocate quite clearly and specifically for the rights of the people of Equatoria. Because if we don't do that, then the world will not take notice. They will say that we are consented to this process, and we have no objection to it. In fact, the other day, just here in the UK, we have been contacted by, some members of the parliament in the UK. Sometimes we do write to them, and they have been raising the question: why is Equatoria silent? Why are Equatorians silent in what's going on in South Sudan, in what's going on, and the question is, look, this is the question that foreigners ask, right? It doesn't mean that we have not made protests. For example, in our case here, what we did was we organized a meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the UK. We were hosted. We presented our agenda. We talked about the lack of social fabric in South Sudan, the foundations of cohesive, inclusive model of existence does not exist, and we need to go back to the drawing board so that we can begin to prioritize what our people want, and it's an existential threat to us. We have said all of this. We have come and said all of that. So it is not like we haven't spoken. We haven't communicated our message to the authorities here. We've done it. And I'm quite surprised why some of them would now come and ask the question as to why is Equatoria silent? No, Equatoria is not silent. They have not been listening to what we're saying. They have not been listening to what we're saying. This is, what's happening right now here in the UK. And we'll probably update you as we go along. Like, we don't have to delve into the details at this stage. But this is a message for us as Equatorians. We are on the cliff. We need to rally ourselves, all of us in the diaspora. We have seen many Equatorians sat just with their hands folded, right? They're less concerned. They seem to separate themselves from politics. They think that politics is something bad, and they are not interested to mobilize our resources, our abilities, our capacity to mitigate the threats that are posing themselves to Equatoria, to Equatoria's existence. So I think there is need for us to intensify our engagement with our grassroots, with our constituency, and get the message quite clear. So what needs to happen is that we need to sit down, work out a plan, have a strategy, and execute this strategy. As simple as that. We know what the current state is. What should be the transition from the current state? How many, steps of these transitions that we need to go to in order to get to where we want Equatoria to be? That is really as simple as it is. And if we don't have an action plan, we don't have a strategy, we can talk in these social media environments, year in, year out, year in, year out, but actually we're not making a huge difference. Yes, we are getting messages across to our people. That's the positive side of it. For those people who have access to this clubhouse, they would listen, but not everybody, has the access to this medium. What we have done recently was we created, a message park. Like, say, for example, 4 of us come together and discuss like what we're doing here in the clubhouse, record it on Zoom, and then publish it online, so that like, say, for example, on video channels, YouTube channel, so that people can then have access to it, and we can send the link out. If they have the opportunity, at times they will be able to listen to it. And we saw that there's quite a dramatic increase in the number of people who actually listen to these video messages. So I think that's one strategy that we can do, in addition to what happens in terms of like sharing this speech now here on Free Equatoria Forum, for example, or other Facebook channels, right? But we need to do more than that. We need to, have a strategy, a clearly articulated strategy and a plan. If we don't have that, if we are not coordinating our efforts, we'll not be effective. So, and I think I want to urge Equatorians, and especially the organized groups, because if we don't have a vehicle for organized political activity, right? So how are we going to impact the situation? Who do we identify ourselves as? You see? And that's why we form EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance, to have an identity, to have a vehicle, an organized system for communicating with the world, with ourselves, so that we are seen to be organized, right? We can have multiple voices, that's okay. But at this critical time, it's Equatoria that is under threat. So let's not be necessarily, dispossessing ourselves from having a collective effort. We can put all of ourselves together, even with our different identities, and then just articulate the strategy, because the threat is against all of us. We have to articulate a strategy of how we should be responding to the current situation that Equatoria is facing. And I think we can come to, a consensus about that kind of strategy, and that we get into action. Just as simple as that. So that is my ask, and that's my appeal to Equatorians, that we should change course now, and we should articulate an agenda that is inclusive for Equatoria, but that's also protective of the vital, existential objectives of Equatoria. So I think I'll stop here, and I hope that this message will reach to many Equatorians in the diaspora, in particular, that we have potential. We don't want to sit back and watch, and then our people will suffer the consequences of our inaction, the lack of our capacity to take on the burden of representing the voices of our people and doing something about it actively. There are many things that we can also do here in the diaspora, as well as things that we are trying to do on the ground. And then these will be will be complementing each other, and we can connect the dots, in several parts of Equatoria. And as I speak, we get a lot of calls from our people on the ground, and they seem now to realize and recognize that there's need for us, to take action. That's the message that I'm getting. They look forward to us as well to support them, that you people in the diaspora should support us. But, what are we doing about that? So that is the kind of action, that's the kind of thing that we need to do when we sit together as Albert and his why, and then we talk about the plan A, plan B, and what can we do that. And each one of us will play their part. Just like here, we're speaking, we're talking, we are speaking, you're talking. All of us has got a role to play. We are doing this together. So we can do together as well in terms of, the action plan that we have, the strategy that we need to articulate. So I think it's very important for us to do that, to have a plan. It doesn't mean that, some of us don't have plans. We have our plan. Others will have their plans as well, but they are Equatorians. Let's come together and put our hands together and see what plan is more effective, and also should be aware of what are the challenges that are facing our people on the ground. What are the expectations? And then we can measure and see whether we are in a position to address those concerns, whether we are able to intervene in any way we can. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of things to say, but yeah, let me see if Lolo, you're able to speak. Please go ahead. I think we have. Oh yeah, Atima, how are you? We didn't hear you. You came late. We played some of the excerpt of those recent, what's going on. The headlines: SOMA2 going to Nairobi, And the question again to all of you, and I want also some Equatorians to later when they go back, let them think about this carefully. What do you think Equatorial position is right now with this drama, and what's the future of Equatoria in the coming or the upcoming future? Especially now we are close to the election, and I know some people have many views in that. Some people say it's not going to happen. There will be an extension. Some people say it's going to happen. All in all, these things, to be honest, is not right. The election itself. And also, there's one thing people need to put it in their heads or in their mind, especially for us as Equatorian nationalists who advocating for independence of Equatoria, because this is a project. Let me remind people, this is not something called child play or it's a talk, a mere talk. It's more than that. It's a program. It's a project. It's not an event. It's a bigger project that needs all the capable minds and the capable hearts and the willing heart, not capable heart, the willing heart, the capable minds to focus on this. And when we build Equatoria, Equatoria is for all of us. It's not about individualism. Equatoria is about all of us. It's about the future of our people, the future of our people today and the next generation. And we need to cut off being selfish and being, all the negative things that does not help us to grow as a people. We really need to look deep into our hearts and minds, and our hearts and souls in particular. In the time of difficulties and suffering, is we Equatorian people need to come together on the idea, and not just the idea, but on the principle that we are sons of one home, brothers and sisters of one home, because Equatoria has a history that made us, and that's why we are proud to call ourselves Equatorian. If it wasn't the war, it wasn't SPLM, I believe Equatoria would have gone far. We would have been progressing. Unfortunately, SPLM dragged us into, a war that was unnecessary, and it destroyed everything that Equatoria could have done or able to do. Today, if you look at Equatoria condition, it's so bad. And when you look at these ignorant people who are running the country, the worst thing about it is that these guys, they got all the money in the world, but they don't know how to run the country. Instead, they just know how to loot, how to create corruption, how to create, just messing up. It's almost like a vice city where prostitution, drug users, drug dealing. I mean, imagine, could you hear that South Sudan today in Juba, all these things are there. People are now alcoholic. Our girls are vulnerable. Even the principles of our women, we know Equatorian women are very known to be like a woman who always protect her value, honor herself. Today, our women are vulnerable just because of money. And I would like to advise our sisters, and especially our sisters of Equatoria who are there in Juba, don't belittle yourself. Don't throw yourself so cheap to these dogs. I'm sorry, I would call them dogs because these dogs have nothing to offer. They are not even geniuses. They cannot even create something that can be tomorrow rewarded in Nobel Prize. I mean, I dare these people to say, with all these people who claim to have PhD in Juba, all of them can't even, build a country, yet they are trying to claim that they're PhD holder. They cannot even create something that can actually put them in the map of, or in the world as the best country of creating geniuses. I know Equatoria, if we got the opportunity of becoming a nation, trust me, we have many generations that will come up great because our people, the way how we were raised and the way how genetically thought about, it's not something. I know some people will say genetic. Yes, I say genetic because, they say people who always maintain themselves, always calm, always collective, always able to fend for themselves and never look to a handout, never look to being, like throw themselves in the most vulnerable situation, like, belittling themselves. Those people are more capable to create a good gene, a gene of genius, a gene of people who can actually change the environment, history, and the culture that among them. If you look back into our ancestors, there is something that they did that people don't know, that even though they didn't have the the sophisticated education of the Western at that time during the invasion, our people actually went so far to come together in a wise kind of common sense, trying to see how they can avoid any conflict among themselves and focus of how to progress themselves based on the simplest thing they have, like farming, like building, and that's how societies and cultures began to develop. Yet they look to the eyes of the naked eye of others who think they are civilized, that these people are primitive. But when they came and actually sat down and went with them, they found these people can do many things, and they were surprised. That even there was a writer from these colonialists during the time when they came to Equatoria. Even he was shocked, like if these Equatorians were given the technology of Europe, these people will do something amazing. And you know why they said this? Because they saw the mentality, the mindset that these people have, our ancestors, and we inherited it. Today we're trying to throw it to the dogs, just to let ourselves be, used and abused by these people who are not even fit to lead themselves or even us. Imagine the mess right now South Sudan is in. They have put this country into shame, a map of shame. South Sudan is no longer a place that people thought there was a hope for it. South Sudan now is an embarrassment. Even within Africa is an embarrassment. Forget about outside Africa. From a dictator, a warlord who can, leak on himself, piss on himself, to a drunkard ambassador who will also embarrass himself in a live audio, to crazy warlords who think that they can fight and then go back to Juba and they get a hotel and then they go find young girls, vulnerable, poor young girls, to just abuse them, rape them, do whatever evil things. So it really shows you the mindset of these kind of people. So South Sudan today is an embarrassment, but Equatoria is the hope for Equatoria. If you try to say you're going to rescue South Sudan as an Equatorian, you are dreaming and you're losing and you're lying to yourself, because Equatoria does not need to help anyone. We cannot even gather ourselves at the minute that we are now vulnerable. We need to collect our brothers and sisters. Let's look at the children who are there, Equatorian girls, Equatorian boys, who are, deprived from even opportunity to go to school or get a job, a decent job so they can have a family, or, a decent meal, a decent house. Today, these things are not there. People are living hopeless. People are giving up. Even the girls are giving up. Even people are becoming evil to each other. We don't need that. So, when a society collapses, that's how it collapsed. And these people are like Dr. Market mentioned earlier, that it's what do you call design? They have designed this thing to destroy Equatoria, and we must not submit or succumb to it. That's why we say to Equatorian, let's rally together. We have the opportunity. Now everything is clear. I don't know how long you will hold yourself into a losing thing and say, no, I still, something is dead. Like again, Margaret mentioned a dead horse. Why you are running after something that is not going to come alive? You need to move on and focus on what is alive, because you're only cursing yourself and killing yourself with this dead horse. And what about the disease that you will get? So imagine if a dead animal or any dead person, why we put them under the ground? Because once somebody's dead, he's no longer functional. If you let him stay around you, later it will turn stink, and then later the chemicals will change and it can create a disease and it kills you. So common sense, you bury the dead. So South Sudan must be buried right now, and let's look for the living, we, the Equatorian. So Equatoria, we gave them 19 years of our time and effort, adding to the years that we were with them in Sudan. We thought we were fighting alongside each other as brothers. They turn out to be our betrayers. They betray us, and they have no honor or decency. So there is no more looking back. Let's look like how when the people of Israel in the past, they crossed the Sinai Desert or the Red Sea. You remember people who read the Bible or all these holy books, they said the people of Moses, what did they do? When they crossed the Red Sea, they never looked back to Egypt. Egypt was forever gone, because this is showing you as a metaphor, يعني كمثال الأساس. This is the time for us to, when we cross the Red Sea, never to look back. Now we have to cross this Red Sea. All we need is to look at the new promised land, we just call it Equatoria. Our promised land is Equatoria. So I don't want to go far, but we know what is our, our task, and every Equatorian can do it. Don't say you cannot do it. Watarasa, wal Muarrisin, wal killers, wal bad people, they'll bad apple, they will get their time. They will get their share of punishment in time comes. Right now, let them enjoy. Let them feel like they have the power because they're eating under the feet of dogs. I wish they were eating from the feet of a human being, but feet of dogs. Dogs who always waiting for food from Europe or waiting for a help handout from Western countries. That's why you see them now in this mediation. They're waiting for Westerners to come and help them because they're dogs, And I'm saying, it's not an insult, but they're dogs because any dog is incapable to help itself. In the West, if you have a dog, a pet we call it, you go and bring food from the store and you feed it because it cannot go and hunt for itself. Dogs are not lions. They're not like tigers where they're more ferocious. They're self-dependent. If we talk about us, we are more tiger. But now we're eating from the feet of dogs and not eating. Only few of our brothers who are betraying the cause of Equatoria are eating from these the paw. I'll call the paw of dogs because they don't have hand. So the paw of dogs, to the extent it is becoming an embarrassment, and we cannot allow it, and it will not be tolerated anymore. Sooner or later, Equatoria will be free, and when we build this Equatoria must be built in the right way, a way that they can prove to the world that there is African people who are very, they are equal to the West if they get the opportunity. Equal to the West in what way? In ideals, in principles, and also in vision. A vision that they want to live in a world that they can actually be part of the world, not a problem to the world, like now South Sudan. So, Atima, please go ahead if you have anything to add on this SOMA mediation or anything else, especially for the Equatorial thing. And I wish and I pray our Equatorial intellectual to wake up before too late, because time is ticking. Everything, all the cards are fallen, and these cards have exposed many things. Some still want to hold with the dead horse, but they're the one who are going to be the losers. But for us, we're going to be the victors, and tomorrow history will remember us forever. Go ahead, Atima, and welcome. Are you there? Alrighty. Dodo, if you have anything to say, I think Atima is far away, maybe. I hope you guys can hear me. Go ahead, Dodo. If you have anything, any question to ask or anything to add, I know we have said many, but we will come up with another upcoming discussion that also focus on Equatorianism and, also the Equatorial Revolution, the principles and all that, because I actually scheduled it supposed to be these days, but I kind of pushed it into next month or before the end of this month. Go ahead, Mr. Loro. It's your time if you have a chance to ask any question or add something in your thoughts.
I think I was. Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Sorry, I was far. Go ahead.
Sure?
Yeah, Dora, تتكلم. Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Hakeem's, Generals, Margaret, Sister Margaret, and Dishes as well, Atima, James. Yeah, let me say hello to every one of you guys. Those who are also at the bottom. Indeed, well, to go through this, I've been listening to you carefully, definitely. Many of things that might have been said, but the main point is, of course, regarding this issue. The ongoing negotiations of Nairobi, well, it's something shocking, definitely, for every one of us to have those elements, who have once come together, an alliance, forgetting the people, the preserve as well as their own SSOMA. Yeah, that is totally a blow. It's a blow. It's not a surprise that, we know people like Pagaramon and Malone. Those people are clear to every one of us, and particularly we who are in the media, news, clubhouse, and probably more many people. So we know how optimistic or opportunist are those elements. To say the least, those people are not new to us as well. They did this attempt last time in Nairobi. Unsuccessfully, they failed, and then they went back to square one to where they belong, which is NAS. Yet NAS went on allowing them in. Well, that's their issue, definitely. But if it would have been any of us, definitely, we wouldn't accept that kind of individuals. But let us say, okay, you just stay aside, they should have been aside. We should sideline them by any means possible, not align with them. Somehow, it's a blow to our people, mainly the Equatorians, and the Equatorial civil associations. Why do I say that? Because this is, some kind of tactics of how to crossing over, leaving the right people behind, so they can cook their way in and find their way in, so that, of course, as says some of your speakers, yeah, for sure, they are only there for themselves. For personal reasons, they have to go and hunt. They are job seekers by any means. Well, the only thing is that, the surprise thing is that I wonder, this kid today, why would he step, the guy was reluctant long ago, not later than recently that, he decided to turn and focus to this issue of negotiation in Nairobi. Remember, if you could recall, this guy, the last time, we could see those of Fagan and those of Nas, they were rejecting the idea of these negotiations, not other than later. Well, this tells us beyond reasonable doubt that, there's something behind those people are playing. With the ongoing situation in the country, having those Ugandan troops in the country, as well as the way how these governments, the so-called president of South Sudan, goes this transitional. I don't call him. We shouldn't have called this guy a president, South Sudan president, but rather than a transitional president. That would have been the title that we have to give him, transitional president. Because by then, ever since 2011, to this day, we have never elected, people have never elected a president. We have just a transitional president. Coming to the word, the term transitional, for sure, as a transitional individuals, you don't have the right to come with decree after decree. You don't have to rule the country in the way how they're looking at it. So that's one of the points that, we need to put it clear. When we title this guy, should have been a transitional president, although it's illegal in our eyes. And in the facts that is country. If at all we were to have so-called, if at all we were to recognize that South Sudan is a country, by now, a citizen should have been protected. There are more many things that we can go on and on. That shows us beyond reasonable doubt that, that's a failed state. If you can't be able to handle your affairs, if you can't pay your people's salary and all that kind of things, this bring you down. If disaster after disaster, and then you keep on running. Ever since the beginning of that, the inception of that country, To this day, they're just only dependent. They're not independent at all. They've been depending on the international communities, organizations, United Nations, all of course at the end of the day because of our resources with the Equatorians. That they are now playing on it. So those are one of the things that you can say about that issue. Like I've said, those of Sudan, they are not somebody people knew. I wonder if at all this gentleman, by the time when they were preparing for all these negotiations to go to Nairobi, have they ever sat down together with the other elements, with their SOMA groups, and discussed thoroughly about the issue or whether they have to go there or not? Any discussion of that kind of things I didn't hear from many of our speakers, neither anyone that will tell me that there was an earlier negotiations, that before when these things come to play, when Kir went to Nairobi, approached the William Ruto, the president of the Kenyan president, is there any earlier kind of discussions between those groups so they could at least persuade each other and come to a conclusion whether or not they have to go, or they end up separating each other, dividing each other by the time? Well, this is one of the issues. Those are the kind of things that we ought to know as civil society, as people of South Sudan or Equatoria as well. So this would have been clear. Now, the other thing is that, when we look to Salva Kiir today, their representations, the kind of representatives that was being brought from there, you could see, of course, they are all one sect, same ethnics, Alua Dinka. Now they are claiming that is a South Sudan government. No, that's not. That shouldn't be. It should have been called the government of the Dinka government or Dinka regimes, kind of. We didn't hear of that, of course. They will not, of course, definitely displace that. But I believe the only ruled out that some representative might have discovered that. After all, as you can see, they are all the same elements who have been oppressing Equatorians mainly, and start expanding their issues so that we could look. We would be looking like it's a complex, it's South Sudan complex, as Pagan put it. He says so the others that came up with the 2018 peace deal, that under the title of resolutions of conflict in South Sudan. Meanwhile, I have seen, from my observations, I've seen people like the representative of IGAD, the chairmen, and all those people. I wonder also the observers or the guarantors, those who came up, why wouldn't we hear anything from them at all? That would have tell us, the follow-up, their follow-ups. There's none of that I could hear, other than individuals. One of them went on to say that, the 2018 peace deal is holding, and that there is any kind of there is total security, the peace is holding. When in real facts, it is incorrect. Coming to the truth of the matter, I wonder people like the Kenyan government, and Ugandans, those who are the neighboring countries, they are always there. Should it be in the form of business and all that kind of the banks, the Kenyans commercial banks, kind of banks that's all over the South Sudan and Equatoria. This would have tell them beyond reasonable that that country is not stable. Neither even there's no silence of guns, because throughout the time we could see people are dying in numbers. When we come to Equatoria, there's a lot of issues. Yet I wonder what kind of peace, of that gentleman talk that the peace is holding. I wonder in that point. One of the things that we have to be questioned. We have to question those individuals, the way how they are playing it. So definitely, it tells us also beyond reasonable doubt that the main focus is what our resources, as says some of you guys, and fully agree. It is the resources, and where about is the resources? Of course, it's Equatorial, and where about the owner of the lands? They are not any longer having any voice or any right to speak out or express their rights. Yet they have been just brought up, and used. They are now almost a tool, under that text. I believe we are in danger as Equatorians. Now, within one of those speakers, mainly, I would stand with the American representative or American ambassador. His statement, it is quite clear. He put it clearly that we will not be able to stand and support what's so-called the elections. As you can see, here in the conclusions, he came up with saying that, we're expecting the election at the end of the year, something that is really shocking. How could you go to an elections where you have some months to go? When you're unable to do it, when we are given the period of 2 years, yet you did nothing on it. So how can you do it in 4 years, in 4 months' time? Now, again, another issue that those of Bagan has brought it up, that South Sudan has been in a war since 2011 to this day. Come on. And of course, he went on correcting it at the end of his conclusion, his remarks that, the government is now, this regime is now creating some kind of hubs of people, using people to kill each other and all that kind of things. Now, again, there is the issue of the root cause, that they have brought it up. Yet there's total confusions in that kind of issues of root cause. Something that, people are totally confused about it. Now, when we come to reality and facts, those neighbors of ours, and the IGAD, and those, AU and all that, they would have just tell the story clearly. The conflict wasn't a South Sudan conflict. The reality, that is not a South Sudan conflict that needed resolutions. Rather that, it is a conflict of two individual tribes that have engaged in killing each other, using a government of the people, supposedly a transitional government of the people, as a means to fulfill their desire, a long-term plan, short and long-term plan. Something that, if it is the international community or if it is the regional or international community, they fail totally to identify the main cause of the problem. Now again, I've heard of what they have pointed out that, when it comes to NAS and Cirilo in particular, our Equatorian brother, when they went on to say that, the government went on to say that, and that was a totally different issue, but, I heard, in a video tape, the guy, Mashar, went on to say that, Cirilo is in agreement with us. He says, you go and fulfill, if you implement this peace deal, then I will have no problems. I'll come in. I'll join you guys. For me, the way it sounds odd for me, because after all, if you rejected this peace deal, how could you tell someone that you go and implement it and then I'll follow you? This is a contradiction. Total contradictions. You know why? We wouldn't have expected something of that, because when it comes to reality, Cirilo was one of those who stand in 2018 and says, I'm not going to sign this peace deal. What was the reason behind that? It wasn't that, he was, I don't know whether he was totally rejecting the entire, or there was just only one element that he was concentrating on, which is the federal system implementation. Supposedly, if those people were to implement these federal systems under the context of those, under the supervisions of presidency of those two elements who are now shifting the presidency, trying to struggle, fighting for the presidency as if they are the only two elements in that country, as if the country belong to Dinko and where. Now, I wonder here, the question is, if at all those people were to implement this peace deal in the absence of our people, particularly the Equatorians, who are now in exile and all that kind of things, do you think those people are going to implement these things, fully? I don't think so. Is it going to be accurate the way we would have expected? No, it's going to be totally different. Something that is questionable. So for me, well, we would have a different answer to Mashar by the time. Of course, he says Mashar. He says he just come across the guy and he asked him, to come in. And then, of course, went on to give him that answer. Somehow, that's their issue. We have nothing to do with that. But our main concern, as Equatorian people, mainly, as an independent entity and sovereignty, we don't think that is the right answer if at all we were to go to that kind of things. We should have stand differently. After all, we are after Equatoria, independent Equatoria. As to why, I believe Dr. Al-Haj was here a few minutes ago. He went on questioning the issue of why do you want it to separate. Of course, that is another also issue. Surprisingly, I wonder if that is our language, if that is the way how we talk, if that is the way, we are totally, that is, well, it makes us weak, definitely. That is one of the reasons why all the time we'll find ourselves behind. We'll always find ourselves at the end of receiving. So that shouldn't be, we should always, as Equatorian, if at all someone would come across you as an individual, whether and ask you, what do you want? What will you say? Will you say, I want it to live under those people, or I want it to be free? If you don't have the right to speak, you don't have any right even. There's something that is missing also in that Nairobi point. I don't know how far it's going to go, but based on the video, of course, this video is just primary stage. This is the first stage of the negotiations. Surprisingly, these Fagan would have told more money, but yet, of course, because of the absence of the Equatorian representative and the people representative as well, that's why things seems to be going mess. Now, at the end of the point, now, if we are to ask ourselves about the theme of these Nairobi discussions, which seems to be turning to some kind of agreements, probably that those people are going to sign an agreement. Is it going to be a signing of agreements? They have even people like Pagana Moon didn't bring up some kind of the minutes. Remember, there is a point when these issues was in San Egidio, there is supposed to be some kind of minutes. And where do they end up? Where do they stand? Where do they stop? The line, the paragraphs where they stand. Remember, if you could recall long ago, at the second round of San Egidio, they have said, what we have learned is that, they have reached 8 points in the agreement. Yet what remains probably 2 points that they disagree. Now, in such kind of gathering, you should also alert, at least you should draw the attention that where did those people stop? And the reason why they moved it to Nairobi, that would have been all these kind of questions. Why wouldn't this guy, go back to Nigeria to complete his task as a regime, this transitional president of young? Why wouldn't he do that? This is something that is so surprised. I didn't even find that they're going to talk or not. But after all the main issue is that what we can say is that those people have cooked these things. Those people are working to have some extensions, as we have. I agree with all those who have said it. They are after extensions, definitely, so that they may not be thrown out. But coming to the reality, what we would have hang into in order to throw this government, what so-called government of this illegal government that was being brought by the 2018 peace deal, a continuation revitalization peace deal, a continuations of the 2015 peace deal, that if you look into it, it doesn't sound a national kind of agreement, but rather 2 individual agreements. Things would have been different. Things would have been different if we were to look into it seriously. It doesn't address the entire people, the country. It's just limited to 2 individuals. So we're in dilemma as Equatorians. Our situation is really terrible. Very, very terrible. Something that, the same elements, remember those people, many of them, probably some of them, I'm talking about the African AU and IGAD, they're the same elements who have ever been in Khartoum. Remember when Khartoum was about to get boiled, Sudan, and to that boil point, those people were there. There was negotiation going on. What was the result of that? It ended up to a war that devastated Sudan. Today, there's not any longer Sudan, but only a moving kind of an image that is on Burhan. So what I'm going to say is that they are the same elements who have ever draw this deal with North and South deal with the deal that took place in 2018 are the same elements. So what will this give you? What will it give us? What does it tell us here? Are they really good people who can work hard, honestly, so as to get us to the ending lines peacefully? I don't think so. Because if you can't be able to do something in the starting point, if they can't help us to restore the situation in South Sudan and Equatoria today, what do you think when they fail in Khartoum? Again, now that will, coming back to Nairobi, that is going to be third round. So do you think those people are going to help us in the days to come? For sure, I would say no. Those people are not going to help us. Because after all, they are all after, they are after interest. Leave alone that, the money that, what Group Hakim have said, the using of our own resources as a personal bank kind of account. What do you think those people are? Do you think, and, there's also a point that, here have ever given out $3 million in order to play his game, in order to lift up, this the gun embargo. So what do you think? Don't you think that those people are innocent, those who are now in there? For sure, there's some kind of deals that's ongoing. Now, recently, we have learned that, Kenyans was being given the right to go and, dig some mines, have some mines, definitely gold's mine or that kind of thing. They're not going to observe that. They were given right also to go and establish estates, okay, in that country. Imagine that. Imagine all this. So the ongoing discussion in Nairobi is a beneficiary for the same elements who have destroyed our country, be it those of Kir and his elements, and or be it, the neighborings, of whom every one of us are eyes on them. There seems to be hosting us as well. Yet, if I would have been, remember, as neighbor, if you're as a neighbors, there should be always a right. You should always make sure that your neighbor is in peace. Never leave anybody behind. Wouldn't have left anybody behind. But it looks like our neighbor don't care about that. They care about their pocket, care about the benefits. So this is not something going to be easy for us as Equatorians. I fully, let's say, support, I stand with the proposal that been brought up, from each of us, asking the Equatorians to take some initiative, take some steps, to talk, to struggle and fight for their rights. We need to fight for our rights. This is the right time now. The days to come, if at all, this guy, if we were to allow this guy to get to the top again, or to renew his reinstated, then that's going to be a hell in the cell for us, the Equatorians. Well, I'll end up here, and thanks for listening, guys. So I'll be more than happy for any patients, should there be any. Thank you. You can take it from here, man. Hello? Are you there? Hello?
Yes, I think we're here. We're here.
Am I clear or my voice is low?
No. We got you really clearly. I think everybody was just taking a moment to reflect. I am going to jump in again and invite other people to also come up. Atima, we haven't heard from you yet. In general. So really, what I want to say again is that whatever is happening everywhere and in Nairobi is actually a blessing in disguise for Equatoria, honestly. This is going to sound really awful, but I think whatever is happening is so that we get it, so that everybody gets that, Equatoria is under threat. Because many people have not. They haven't. They're not where we are yet. We got it a long time ago. Me, I got it like over 40 years ago, and I was just waiting for everybody to arrive, and many times there's not really much you can do, to people that are completely in denial and maybe clueless even. And so they really have to learn it themselves. They have to learn it the hard way. So whatever is happening now, people are just coming out. It's like when in the village when people smoke out snakes, they're just crawling out, which is good. Then where they are, right? So that's what's going on right now. I know it doesn't look good. The optics don't look good, but it's actually beneficial to Equatoria because then then for a fact, that something is wrong. Because many people, I've seen a lot of people that are even in government right now, shaking their heads. You see, so they're coming around. They're saying that, oh my God, whatever these people have been talking about, yapping about, the way we call it, it's been true all along. So really, it's just a matter of, I think, inviting everybody, just letting them know, look, we understand, the reasons why you're where you are. You're our brothers, you're our sisters. And it happens even at the family level where some brothers and sisters have gone wrong, but you don't disown them because they're still your brother and sister. So you have to keep the doors open. Like children run away from home, they think you're the worst person, but it's always important to just let them know you're there. When they wake up, you're gonna, you're there. They can come to you, and you can talk to them. You'll offer them, some comfort. So it's a fact of life. So people are now showing their true colors because they are taking Equatoria for granted. They actually think Equatorians are stupid, honestly. Like, I really think that they're convinced that Equatoria is so down and out, that there's nothing they can do about what's going on. They couldn't be more wrong. We haven't even started yet. And this is the moment in history now to really just take off the gloves. You have to take off the gloves. They started the fight, and we have to fight. They started it. I have this funny story about one of my grandparents. He never started a fight, but if you start a fight with my grandfather, you better be prepared to finish it because no amount of no, don't do this will do it. I think that's where Equatoria is right now. We did not start this. We didn't start this fight. We did not start this exploitation. We did not start, this destruction of Equatoria, but we have to fight back. There's no such thing as like taking it lying down. We will not be taking it lying down because the stakes are just too high. Okay. So the way these people are acting is as if they have monopoly, you see, of things. They might have monopoly of arms right now, but it's never always going to be like that. Give me a break. Like just go back, through history. You'll see for yourself. They have monopoly of arms. They have monopoly of resources. But it's never always going to be like that. A lot of empires have been defeated, even those who had monopoly of arms and resources. So that's where we have to start talking and mobilizing and let people know, to never, ever give up, ever, okay? You cannot give up now. This is a declaration of war, okay? And we're living in the 21st century. We don't always have to have guns. We can have guns. We will have guns for protection. It's like I keep telling people, if I feel threatened, I will go get a gun and put a notice out there and say, you cross this line and you risk being killed. Do not trespass. Okay? So Equatoria has reached a point where they now must protect themselves. Okay? It's been a long time coming. This has been going on for so long. And some of us have been sounding like a broken record. It's like, guys, women, like, buy guns for yourself, protect yourselves, because you're under threat. They want you dead, So if somebody wants you dead and they're pointing a gun at you, you are actually justified in being the first person. Yeah? And you can go to court and say, look, I killed this person because they were going to kill me. It's justified, okay? So nobody has monopoly of information. No one has monopoly of access, okay? And the same so-called international community, you notice that they're just there. They're just there, okay? Initially, at the beginning of the session, I talked about how there's nothing. Like in international law, they are very limited very limited tools. And so they must look at that failed state as a state for them to be relevant. So our job is to interrupt that. Our job is to access the same people, the same audiences, the same, and we can do it. We are totally capable of doing it. Earlier on, I said, we don't even have to be in South Sudan. You don't have to be in Kenya. You can be here. Look at us. We're talking. There's so many virtual tools. You don't have to be on the ground. But it's important to support the people that are on the ground, and so you have to work together. We've got to coordinate our efforts. And we've been sounding like a broken record. We need to synchronize. But people are still kind of in denial and going off different, directions and thinking, oh, yeah, it's still going to work. But we've reached a point where we know it has failed completely. Nothing is going to work. So now they are not even pretending anymore. They're not even pretending, to be nationalists anymore. They're not even pretending. They're not pretending to include Equatorians. They're not even pretending to advocate on behalf of everyone, including Equatorians. So Equator is on its own now. So you have to take matters into your own hands. Your future is in your hands, not the international community, not the so-called South Sudan. It's in the hands of Equatoria. So now we just have to issue a clarion call, and there's still people who are basically still in denial. Okay, and the case in point is some of the participants, okay, that have been invited to Kenya. Look at the way they're being humiliated. You see, they're being disregarded. Building alliances, and it's a humiliation. I actually think they need that humiliation to wake up. So it's a good thing. Okay, so everything that's happening right now is good for Equatoria. It is, and we're going to lay out the plan, in the coming weeks. We can come at this from all kinds of directions and all kinds of strategies. And the gloves are off, guys. Because if you don't fight back now, you're dead. You're done for. And there's no such thing as South Sudan. It's dead. It's been dead for a very long time, and we've been sounding like broken records, and people are like, no, South Sudan, government. There's no government. There's no state. There is no country. It's nothing. So you're on your own. And so we have to come up with a strategy. We have to talk like this. We have to keep at it. Make noise. Go out there. Proclaim things. They can't stop us. Because there's a lot of virtual tools, and that's why we need to take maximum advantage of the virtual tools and encourage people on the ground. So I'll end here for now. Thank you. Atima, are you on? Atima?
Yeah. Hello?
Go ahead, Atima.
Atima, I don't know. I don't see her speaking. She's here, but maybe she's busy. But I just want to appreciate everybody who came in, and also Didi. Unfortunately, Didi taban indom midnight. So she did all her best to open this, and we will have another session that will talk about other things. That in particular, I just want to remind people what is the next one. Very important. That one is more on perspective as a Equatorian. What is just to give me a second. I'm trying to find out. There's many scheduled ones. Mainly, okay, sorry. Yeah, I hear somebody. Go ahead. You want to say something? Hello. Oh yeah, this is what the upcoming ones that I'm going to talk about is the general principle of revolution for equatorial sovereignty. And this is very important for many reasons. One of them is that we're going to discuss deeply about the revolution because I think Equatorial is still absent from this revolutionary call to stand up. Only us as Equatorian nationalists are the one who's advocating this call and this cause, and that's why our word resonates, even though some people will try to undermine our voices by saying we're few, but or you know that when we talk, they give us these lame excuses that Equatorian who are calling for independence are just emotional or we are dreamers. You know, let me assure them something. You know, when people have vision to something great, at the beginning, many ignorant people will come around and mock them. I can even give you a testament of how, when I'm not like those great people in the history, especially those in, we can say, the Bible itself. But if you look back historically, when these prophets or those of great vision, when they come to the people, people will undermine them sometimes by questioning them and all that. But they forgot that in their call, one day this call will, you know, and make an impact that will change the whole world. And we have seen how many great people change the world by just few voices, not many. And like I said, we don't even look forward to see mere listeners or, you know, those dull audiences who have no any participation. We want audiences that actually understand and learn, and also it will change and impact them, and then they can change the world around them. Because what we want is that they go out there and also expand the preaching that we preach, and also we want them to work with us, collaborate with us in the part of how can we you know, bring this change, because the change is so simple to be done. It's not that difficult. You know, one thing I want to assure you, do you hear me, guys? Hello? So yeah, the change, I don't know if you guys can hear me. So the change comes out, you know, with one thing. Like, we have to, you know, like when people are united in one objective or one call, they always who's this? Oh, Margaret. Okay, so they do the impossible that people else see it. You know, they do the impossible that others see it impossible. But for them, it's so easy and possible. So for us, we know what is the possibility of Equatoria. Equatoria cannot survive under these so-called South Sudanese or SPLM or any other thing, because you know, South Sudan have given itself so cheaply to the point Equatoria, I mean, gave itself to South Sudan cheaply to the extent that Equatoria is under assimilation as we speak, and the assimilation program is in activation. You know, it was activated the time we went and voted independent of South Sudan together, and work on the prospect that it's time for Equatoria to come up and rise from these ashes and make the difference. And this difference starts with us coming together for the one purpose that will actually bring our sovereignty, and also looking to the future of the next generation. Remember, we don't live forever. I know none of us will live forever. We don't know when our time will come, but let's be ready for it. And when time comes, at least let's build a seed in the ground, the seed of freedom, the seed of liberty for Equatoria. So tomorrow, this seed can grow into a tree that we never, you know, like we've never been away from it. So you know the rest. So I don't want to go far and I don't want to prolong. I want to appreciate every speaker here. If anyone wants to say his last word or something quickly in brief, like in 2 minutes, 1 minute, please go ahead. And then from there, we will close the room. And we want to appreciate our listeners and audiences. I know these guys who are here with us, you are greatly important people. And I could see your wisdom, because you're not these mere listeners who like to sit down in rooms that just only people want to listen like zombies. You're here to actually expand your information, or the box of information, to know what's the best
And I know some of you here believe in the same thing we believe. That's why you stand with us. And we appreciate every one of you, you know, without mentioning names that were here. And I'm really proud of you and proud of our great Equatoria. And I'm proud to be son of Equatoria. Wherever I go, Equatoria is our homeland. Let's not forget to pray for our people back home, especially the economic condition. We will talk about it the next one in the Equatoria, you know, revolution principles and the general principle of revolution for Equatoria, because this is very important based on the economy. I've never heard anyone from all the politicians up to this moment came with actually a project or a resolution to what's the best economic solution, and we have that. Even not just we say we have that, we actually did some digging and we went with some people that actually know about economy in the best way. They also helped on giving us some points that we need to kind of put it out publicly to our people of Equatoria. Equatoria Independent actually is the best way for us to be able to start over economically. We will be even more self-sufficient. We don't even need to beg countries for assistance. Equatoria have more opportunity and potential than the rest of those in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal. You know, the greed of Upper Nile, they were running after the oil so much that now they have even, foreclosure their oil, or, given up their oil to the Arabs, to the Arab nation, to the Gulf nation. So that's shameful. And that shows you these people have never understood the meaning, because they were never there to understand the meaning of how to build a nation. Among themselves, they are all chaotic because it's all about the strong takes over without any comprehension or figuring out where the best way for us to build a nation. Because I don't want to go far with these guys. Any one of you want to say the last word? 2 minutes. So go ahead, Dr. Hakim.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again. I hope my voice is clear. I'm back on headphone.
Very clear, yes.
It's clear. Okay, thanks. Yeah. I think one perhaps item not I required to like to bring to our attention is that as we are approaching 2024, end of 2024, there's crossroads. It's a cliff. And that Equatoria is at risk of falling off the cliff to dispossession, dispossession of political rights, to have a say in the fate of people. I think what fits us now to need to think very seriously about the government of Equatoria. Just to talk about the government of Equatoria, these things into our minds and to prompt us to talk about what is it that we want to govern, and how do we think about government of Equatoria. Because the state has failed, we cannot continue to live in illusion that there's something to look forward to. So it's the opposite, that we should look to the government of Equatoria. This is what should exercise our minds, and we should start to think about how do we institute the government of Equatoria, so that we begin to bring the collective mindset that we need our people to come together, we need our people to unite, so that we can form this government of Equatoria, even if it's on the basis of it's not going to be all dancing, all singing. That we're going to have something which is ready and can do everything. But the idea that we want to stand the message that we have to have our own government in the absence of a state. Yes, we have not formed our state. There will come a time when we will form that state. But what we need to be thinking about is the model of a government that we do. of employing, we become self-dependent and begin to think in terms of what the capacity, what are the resources, the capabilities, the required level of expertise, the knowledge that we need to orchestrate the idea of working together as a government. Because all people need to have a role. And this is subject for consultations among ourselves. It may not necessarily have to materialize, the end of 2024. It's just something that we should start to think about very seriously. This is our North Star. Our North Star has to be clear, and then we need to look at the intervening conditions. We have the current state, what is transition 1 and transition 2, rather objective 1 and objective 2, in terms of short to long term objectives. And then we have this clarity of mind, clarity of constipation, that we are in this step, we're going to the next step, we're going to that step, and this is a journey that's taking us to the North Star. So that's perhaps something that we should consider as Victorians, and that requires really collective effort. So I'm proposing also that if it's not, if it's not that people are too busy or have commitments and other ongoing, issues that take and consume their time, we could, have a working session and try to, bring together matters and issues that we can share together, workable plans of how do we institute some activities, some action, some follow-up of things that we need to work on together collectively. We probably need to go and do that. And also, on the side of engagement with the public, on the side of engagement with grassroots people on the ground, we should, also follow the model of this, what we're doing right now, that we have multiple voices come together on issues of, paramount importance to people in the area. When they see us coming together and talking and sharing our views and so on, our people will be more interested to hear, to listen to what we're saying. And then we can use the opportunity to be targeting specific messages, specific strategies that we think can promote, this struggle collectively. So those are some of the things that we take forward. Talking like this, it's just in terms of advocacy, getting our message across, and that has to be backed up, that has to be implemented with strategies for action plans. What are we going to be able to do together? Maybe other things that,
Your voice is fading. Hakim, your voice is fading.
I was saying, if we maybe have a working session of, sharing on the strategies that we could deploy. I've said earlier on that coming together collectively, creating targeted messages will attract people to speak to, to listen to very specific agendas that we want to get across, right? We can plan the message, that message can be very specific so that we give our perspectives and inputs in that message and share it. That's what we've tried to do recently. And then we could use the media channels like YouTube channel and so on, because I'm not sure that many people have got access to Clubhouse and attend some of these discussions in Clubhouse. Another way would be like to download this kind of conversation we're having here now, download it and make it, divide it up into chunks, bite sizes that can be pushed through either audio or clips, video clips, which people can interact with and listen to. So those are some of the public relations engagements that we could undertake. This is in addition to and above, over and above what we already be doing, what we're already doing in terms of either clubhouse or a free forum and so on. And then there's the other dimension of really concentrating on mobilization, because we want to really make this real, make people to appreciate, understand the urgency of the situation that we're facing, and their role in that. What can they do? If people who probably have ideas, they feel the punch, they feel the crunch, but they sometimes, because of other due pressures in life, they may not necessarily have a follow-up action and so on. But we need to be in constant engagement with our people on the ground, because they're the ones who are really close to events. They're close to our people. They can mobilize. They can impart knowledge, and they may also have needs to for us to facilitate where we can. And I think we've seen this happening before last year or so. And we don't have to wait until crises occur and then we kind of jump into frantic action, which yields very little. So we need to have a strategy, a short-term and a long-term strategy. And then if we have a team, we build teams around it, then we know that, this team is working on this team is working on that. We can report on our progress, we can report on how we are performing, and our level of confidence in reaching out to our people, what's changing, what needs to be attended to, those kind of things. So that's really my last word to share on this. But otherwise, I think we have, for the last few years, we have been in social media, we have been communicating. So we know our stuff, we know our stuff very well. But what now needs to happen more often is, making progress on the ground and really gaining traction, which would make a difference to our people on the ground. So I'll stop here. And I want to thank everyone who has been here in this room, listening and participating. Do not be discouraged by, for example, the lack of huge crowd here to be listening to us. But what's important is to articulate this, messages. People will always come and listen to these rooms later. They take their time. We can't force everybody to come and listen to us, but at least we leave the message available so that this message is communicated to others who will hopefully be interested to listen to what we're saying. And then that shouldn't be, like I said, that shouldn't be our main focus of our activities, but also we need to take on the burden of doing work in the back room, working on strategies, working on plans, mobilizing what we need to make us more effective, and so on and so forth. So I'll stop here and thank you very much, all of you, for the opportunity and for listening. God bless you all. God bless Equatorial.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim. I will jump in because I really just wanted to add to what you've said. Everything that you've said is right on. And I wanted to encourage Equatorians again. We are on the winning team. We know what we're talking about. Trust me. I'd never, ever get on the side of losers. So we know what we're doing. We have the brilliance. We have the savvy. We have the intellect. We know what we're doing. So this is the time now to capitalize on everything that Equatorial has. We have what it takes to get ourselves out of this situation. and that's one of the reasons why they did not invite any of us to Nairobi, because they know what we know. Okay, so it's time to synchronize all our activities, and especially these messages that we've had for a very long time, break them down into bite sizes so people can digest them and translate them into Juba Arabic and the different languages. It's time to do that, and it's doable. We do have the intellect, we have the manpower, the women power to do this. Okay, so don't give up. Like Akim said, it doesn't matter how many people come to these rooms. It's like a living room conversation. That's where big plans are usually formed in the living room. And this, to me, I equate, this conversation to a living room discussion where we're just basically planning for really, really big things, for a legacy that we will leave. Like Odessa said, we're never going to be here forever. So we owe it. We owe it to future generations to clean up so that they're not, left with the current mess. And so that is our commitment to future generations and to current generations that are suffering under the yoke, of lawlessness. So that's our commitment. It's time to now lift ourselves up and go for it. Go for it and just take off the gloves. It's time to fight for our legacy, and we will do it. So I want to thank everybody again for coming, and I really appreciated contributing here, and I'll continue to contribute. Thank you to the audience who are stuck around. We will be coming up with strategies to forge forward and save Equatoria. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Brother James, how's the good hajj? The one Atima is, we cannot see her. She's missing in action as Didi, Godro. I don't know. So, تفضل.
Yes.
James.
يا شكرا الختامنا. أشكركم كلكم الأخوان في المنصة، سعديدي، الأستاذ الراكز أتيكا، وأستاذ لابردور، والدكتورة ماجريت، والدكتور حكيم، أستاذ عتيمة، كل الناس اللي قاعدين هنا حضور. كويس في كلمات أنت تكلمتها هسي أستاذ أتيكا، هي واضحة ذاته مبنية، يعني هي حاجات نحن ما عايشينها في حياتنا. وبالنسبة للناس دارين يشوف الفلاسفة القدام بتاعنا الأقاريق أو حتى الأنبياء ذاته، في القصة اللي أنت قلتها كثرة الأسئلة الكثيرة في برنامج واضحة، فمرات بيفقد ذاته القضية للمضمون حقها ذاته، لكن هي اكزامبل أو عبرة نحن نخاطب قضايانا بالطريقة الصح. سيدنا موسى الناس كانوا سألوه أسئلة كثيرة، يعني في شأن البقرة، بقى يسألوا عن ألوان ما موجودة ذاته في ألوان البقرة اللي هو صفراء فاقعة اللون. الكلام انتم كلكم عارفينه ده، لكن ده كله ما مهم أنه الناس بس تقتنع أنه الشيء اللي كان قاعد يتقال، الخطابات الجماهيرية اللي كان قاعد تقدم كلها نتائجها بقت تظهر، ونحن شايفين what is going on، ونجهز نفسنا الحاجات الجاية في الأيامات الجاية، ونشوف بعد ذاك نجي نبني آليات شكلها حيكون كيف، لأنه الشغلة دي شكلها كده حتوضح لنا حاجات كثيرة ما كان خاطرة في بالنا. أنا حقيقي هنا شكرا جزيلا، أشكرك شديد، وأشكر كل الناس اللي قاعدين هنا تحت، وأنا أخوات، وبرضه الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل ده فيما بعد برضه بنشكرهم، نكلمهم ونقول لهم برضه الحاجة أنت اللي بتسمعها شيلها مش ناقشها برضه مع كل الجروبات، عشان المسؤولية في الأخير هي مسؤولية مشتركة. يعني شكرا أخويا.
Thank you brother. طبعا زي ما قلنا ديدي عندهم هناك late، and نشكرها شديد for her time. She gave us her time to speak. So Dodoro, I think you have something to say. Go ahead. 2 minutes عشان نقدر يعني كده نختم.
مرحبا بك الأخ جيمس. تسمعوني؟ Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, واضح. تفضل. Go ahead.
Am I clear?
Yes, you're very clear. Go ahead.
Great, okay. Let me thank everyone who have joined us. Yeah, it's really a great thing, for Equatorians, to always come together in such kind of forums so that we address our issues and the suffering for people, as well as we who are now in exile as well. We have no any opportunities to get homes, as you know, with the ongoing situations of those the same elements who are ethnic young who's now trying their level best at what's called SPLA. They are trying, of course, to undermine our rights as Equatorians. Arguable Dom Said, Happy Mother's Day to everyone, moms of ours, to all those, particularly those who are in refugee camps and all that. I know it is horrible. It's something that we wouldn't have imagined when our people went to vote their voice in that referendum 2011, so we could get this country. Today, we're in boiling pot, Kulana. كانوا جنوب السودان أو شمال السودان أو إيكاتوريا. مآسينا كثيرة أيها الأخوة أخواتنا، الأخوة الأخوات في العالم وين ما كنتوا. أنا بنقول لكم إن إيكاتوريا حاليا في وضع غاية في الصعوبة. زي ما قالوا أخواننا أن وضعنا لن يعد يطاق. عارف كيف؟ ما ودنا نحتمل هذه الواقع. وضعنا يتردد يوميا. فأرجو أن نسجل صوتنا لأهلنا بصفة خاصة في جنوب السودان وإيكاتوريا. مآسيكم ومآسينا وآلامكم وآلامنا هنا نتألم معكم، نعيش معكم حق كل الوقاية ليا. لذلك احنا بنشجعكم على أساس أنه كل واحد يتكلم الآخر، تتبادلوا الأحاديث وتحاذروا كيف أنكم تحلوا مشاكلكم، تحلوا هذه المشكلة. صوتك وصوتنا جد بعيد. اللي هو أي عمل نعرف أن وضعكم في غاية الصعوبة في هذه الأيام، بتعيشوا حياة غاية الكآبة، مجاعات ومآسي وظروف وفيات. ربنا يرحم موتانا ويمكننا على الأعداء بتاعنا. ما كنا نحلم في يوم من الأيام أنه بيجي قبيلة يحاول يسيطر علينا بهذا الأسلوب. اليوم إيكاتوريا أصبحت بالذات بصفة خاصة أصبحت هي جنوب السودان، وجنوب السودان اللي نازل بيحلو بيها أصبحت إيكاتوريا، وإيكاتوريا هي أصبحت جنوب السودان. شيء مؤسف جدا جدا. كل العالم ده يتدفق عليكم. الهدف بتاعنا ما هو يزحوكم أبدا، أرجوكم أن تقيفوا من المرصاد. بنعلم أنه مواقفكم خطر جدا جدا عشان تتكلموا، ما فيكم تتكلموا، لكن انتوا عندكم كل القدرات. أصمدوا، إحنا هنعمل كل اللازم. للأسف الشديد ظللنا نردد هذه المواقف سنين بعد سنين دون أن نفعل ما يرضيكم. المحادثة اللي بيدور في نيروبي على الإطلاق هيدي لا يمت لإيكاتوريا بصفة إطلاقا. إيكاتوريا ما عنده أي دور فوق هناك، زي ما انتوا شايفين مهمشيننا في الخارج وفي الداخل في كل مواقع، حتى جيراننا مهمشيننا. انتوا بتعرفوا السبب شنو؟ السبب واضح، هو خيرات إيكاتوريا وأرض بتاعت إيكاتوريا. فاللي بيدور في البلد هو احتلال. لذلك احنا بندعوكم بنقول شنو؟ الخيار الوحيد بالنسبة لنا زي ما احنا عرفناه في فترة من فترة الحكومة بتاعت نيماري أيام الأخيرة، كيف أنه لما حصلت التقسيم اللي هو كوكورا دي، لما حصلت كنا أصبحنا 3 دول. هذه الدول المفروض في الاتفاقية تلقائيا هذه الدول يأخذ مجراها بنفس الكيفية اللي كانت فيها. عارف كيف؟ ويكون في حاجة اسمها حكومة مركزية. ما تمت العقائدية، وفي ظل هؤلاء الناس إطلاقا ما هيتم. عارف كيف؟ ما نحلم بواقع دي. لذلك علينا الكفاح. احنا لازم نكافح بكل الأساليب، بكل الأساليب. احنا لازم نكافح في سبيل أن نحيا، أن نكون أم لا نكون. فأنتوا إيكاتوريا
وين ما كنتوا حاولوا تنشطوا حالكم، حاولوا تكونوا نشطاء تجاريا فيها، يعني عارف الدول اللي انتوا عايشين فيه وده انا بنعرف في صعوبات فيه، لكن حاولوا تتحركوا على اساس انكم تعتمدوا على نفسكم بالتجاره، حاولوا تتاجروا بين بعضكم، لانه التجاره له وسيله كبيره جدا ممكن يديكم يغير من احوالكم ويحقق امانيكم. يعني انتم ما تنتظروا على اساس انكم تعيشوا على هذه المعاشات بتاعت الناس زي المساعدات وما شابه ذلك، انتم لازم تتحركوا في الدول اللي انتم قاعدين فيه وديها. بدون ما بتحركوا اليوم لو انتم لاحظتوا البلد اصبحت في ايدي غرباء، هؤلاء الناس اللي دخلوا في البلد يعتبروا احتلاليين. ناس زي في يوم من الايام كانوا في هذه البلد كانوا نازيين، دخلوا الى هذه البلد نازيين، فعلوا ما فعلوه في بحر الغزال وعلى النيل، واليوم تحركوا لإكواتوريا كمعقل اخير كاخر معقل فيما يسمى بجنوب السودان، اللي معروفه بإكواتوريا اساسا هي المنطقه كلها كانت. اليوم هؤلاء الناس بيعملوا الفحشاء والمنكر، يفعلوا ما يشاء. الليله عندهم ايادي كبيره لكن احنا قوتنا شنو؟ عشان كده فكروا كويس. حاجه اسمه انتخابات ده ما المفروض تخشوا فوق زي ما قال لكم اخونا قبل شويه، لانه الانتخابات ما من صالحكم. عارف كيف؟ حتى انه ما في تمثيل لكم هناك، في حاجه اسمه SPLM، علينا SPLM هنا ما SPLM. يكون إكواتوريا حره ومستقله، احنا بنقولوا كشعب كاهل ممثلين الشعب بنقولوا انه إكواتوريا يجب يكون حره ومستقله، لا يكون تحت اراده بتاعت شخص واحد. في ناس بيشككوا انه لقيت بتدعو للانفصال، لقيت بتقول لا احنا لازم نكون كيان، احنا كنا كيان وحنظل كيان. 3 مراحل مرينا بها. المرحله الاولى كانت في العهد ما قبل دخول الاوروبيين اللي هو البريطانيين والاتراك والمصريين. المرحله الثانيه المرحله الاولى كانت يعني كنا دوليات اساسا في الاساس، تحولنا لمرحله ثانيه ضمونا اجباريا فاصبحنا كتله واحده. المرحله الثالثه وعدنا لوضعنا الاصلي لما جاء القرار بتاعت المركزيه اللي هو الكوكورة دي، كان كل واحد قاعد، كنا بتمثلنا الخرطوم، فتحول الوضع من هناك من الخرطوم. بعد ما اخذنا الاستقلال كان اي واحد المفروض يكون في محله، لا نازل ما دايرين عندهم خطه، فقال الخطه زي ما انتم شايفينه هي مستمره. بالنسبه للمحادثات بتاعت نيروبي لا يجب ان تاخذ بهذه المواقف دي كلها تكتيك، كلها تحركات من قبل النظام اللي موجود، النظام القمعي الموجود بتاع كير ده، عارف كيف؟ وعشيرة تاو ومجلس عوام بتاعينه، هؤلاء الناس الحدث بتاعينه انه يجيبوا الناس اللي كانوا موجودين معاهم. تعرفوا الناس زي ناس منهم؟ ناس متهمين بالاختلاس وبالفساد وبالقتل ومطلوبين حتى امام المحكمة الدولية. يعني للاسف الليله بتشوفوا او اللي قدامك اللي مطلوب في المحكمه الدوليه ويجي قاعد يمثل الشعب، لا ما ممكن. ده فصلوهم كان من السلطه، فصلوهم من الحكومه. لما تنفصل بسلوك من الحكومه ممكن تكون معارضه، هلا ما فصلوه بالفساد لانه انت عملت كان في فساد، عارف كيف؟ كان في انبذل من الناس اللي عملوها، اخذوا اموال الدوله وزعوها للعالم الخارجي، لذلك فصلوه. فلا يوقل بعد يومين 3 يقولوا المعارضه، هؤلاء الناس لا يمثلوا معارضه اطلاقا. عارف كيف؟ انتوا بتعرفوا المعارضه هم منو؟ هم المعارضه وليس هؤلاء الناس. هؤلاء الناس مجرد خدعه. اليوم الناس اللي بيلعبوا لعبتين، في اي محل إكواتوريا فوق لازم يدخلوا انافهم فوق عشان يقولوا لا انا معاهم. عارف كيف؟ عشان يعرفوا انتوا قاعد تعملوا شنو. ناس زي ما جديدين عليهم، بنفس الناس اللي كانوا الفات مشوا وانضموا في صوما مع مجموعه بتاع الناس وما شابه ذلك وخانوهم. كيف انقلبوا عليهم في المرحله الاولى او شكلوا الناس في مجموعات هناك، نائب الرئيس اللي اسمه الباقي ومجموعات ما كانوا طلعوا من هناك، ده كانوا ينشقوا من هناك. فالناس دي هدفهم وظائف، عشان يوصل وظيفه بيمشي يتعلقوا مع صاحب الحق، يلا بعد يرجع هناك عشان يدوا اعتبار. وده الواقع هنا. عارف كيف؟ هذا الرجل لا يمثل اطلاقا الشعب اللي هو كان هو الشعب الجنوبي او ناس فقالوا من الجماعة ما بيمثلوا الشعب الجنوبي إطلاقا، دول ما بيمثلوا إطلاقا، دول بيمثلوا أنفسهم. ومعروف إنه كير عاوزهم شنو؟ كير عاوز يدخلهم جوا عشان يلعبوا دور في الدور بتاعت محاور هناك. وإلا كان خير قليل إنه القوات اليوغندية اللي دخلوها في جنوب السودان يعني شنو ده واضح. فهي مخططات كلها قاعدة تتم. لكن إحنا كإكواتوريا إحنا برا هنا بمختلف يعني الطبقات بتاعتنا ومختلف أعمالنا وتخصصاتنا، إحنا هنعمل اللازم في سبيل أنه نكيف من أجل حقكم. فأبدا ما تفقدوا الأمل. بنشكركم أنكم توقفتوا بصلابة لحد اليوم. بنعرف أنه كيف أنه الناس زي لعبوا فوقكم، ما عاوزينكم حتى تزرعوا. لأول مرة إكواتوريا الأيام الأخيرة ده كان يعني هسي ده موسم بتاعت مأساة اللي إحنا قاعد نعيشه في إكواتوريا. أرجو أنكم تصمدوا. إكواتوريا في يوم من الأيام ما كان جعان، إحنا بنعرف محل إنه الجوع ده وين كان. بس على النيل وبحر الغزال ده ودول ناس عايشين أساساً في دوامة بتاعت الحروبات الأهلية، سرقة وقتل ونحت، ده واقع بتاعنا. اليوم بيجوا بيمثلوا أنه المشكلة بتاعت كل الجنوبيين، لا يعني هو مشكلة كل الجنوبيين. أساساً المشكلة أساساً هو الدنكا والنوير. مشكلة بتاعت نازل لحد يوم الليلة متعلق ما اتحلت. عارف كيف؟ بدل لما الناس يتكلموا في المشكلة دي والناس دي اللي هو نسكير ومشاعر دي اللي فشلوا في السلطة. الناس دي المفروض يتنحوا على السلطة. لا بيجيبوا لك المجرم قالوا عشان يحكم. أي نوع من الحياة دي، أي نوع من الدولة اللي نقدر نشوفه ده؟ ما في دولة هناك. الدولة بيحمي المواطن. الدولة بيحاول يساعد المودي لعمل المواطن، بدي مواصلات للمواطن، كل الامتيازات، الطب والكذا ما شابه ذلك، حاجات ما موجود. عشان كده انتوا شدوا هيلكم في دول انتوا برا دي. شدوا وين ما كنتوا شدوا هيلكم. 2 3 يتعاونوا مع بعض عشان نعمل لكم حاجه زي بيزنس. لانه البيزنس ده هو فوق كل شيء. اليوم انتوا اللي حصل البلد اللي احنا عايشين فيه في إكواتوريا، احنا مش بدينا حيلنا. اليوم بكره حياتنا في خطر للغايه. في لسه قاعد يلقوهم هناك، كان هو من مجموعات الجو من هناك، كان هو من الدول المجاوره، كان هو صومال، كان هو من وين، كان هو من اثيوبيا وجماعه دي. بعد يومين 3 الناس جايين القلب بيقولوا انه شنو؟ انا ولدوه هنا، تعرف الجنة لما يبقوا جنة يقولوا انا ده ما حد قاعد بلا تتاي. نرجو ان نتعامل بصوره في اسرع ما يمكن. يتعاونوا الناس، ما يكونوا مكتوفين الايدي، هيربع يده ويقول ينتظر انه في زول ثاني بيقدم له مساعده. زي ما قلنا انه القياده هو في كل مكان. عارف كيف؟ القياده ده في كل مكان. في زمن اللي احنا شتتونا في كل العالم دي، يجب ان يكون قياده في كل مكان. كل مجموعه صغيره يجي من يجمع حاله ويساعدوا حاله، يشوف اخوه تعبان مد يدك عليه وساعد وقوموا سوا عاملوا اي حاجه. الحاجه اللي احنا شفناه في الدول الخارج. يعني ابدا ما تستسلموا، ما تستسلموا اطلاقا. انت لو شفت اخوك تعبان قدم يدك عليه، لانه هنا مشكلتنا كبيره جدا جدا. المشكله بتاعنا بيحتاج لصراع، بيحتاج لجهاد، وعند الضروره اسوأ ما كذا انك تدافع عن نفسك. يعني الناس اللي دخلوا لنا في إكواتوريا دي، لو كنا اليوم في موقف سليم، في موقف اللي احنا كل الواحد بيتوقعه، اليوم الناس ما كانوا بيستعرضوا فينا. ما عندنا اي تمثيل هسي لا في حكومه. ما تقول لي انه ناس جماعه للاسف في حكومه بيمثلونا. ناس من اس بي ال اي، يقول لهم اس بي ال اي. احنا ما اس بي ال اي جبهه تحرير السودان. السودان انتهت، احنا مشينا زهينا من السودان من الماضي. يا ريت لو كان بيقولوا دي جبهه تحرير جنوب السودان او جبهه بتاع تحرير بتاعت إكواتوريا وما شابه ذلك. لا بيقولوا جبهه تحرير السودان. لا بتعرف انه نوعيه الناس دي شنو؟ اذا الناس دي عندهم هدف بعيد، هم متورطين الليله قاعد يشاكلوا في السودان. عندهم قوات ميليشيات بتاعتهم قاعد يشاكلوا هناك. وعرفتوا يعني في حقائق واضحه جدا جدا عنه. يبقى انه الناس زي متشتتين الفكر. كون انهم يمشوا يبنوا بيوت في نيروبي ومحلات دي القصور وما شابه ذلك، ده بيوري شنو؟ الناس دي اساسا ما من إكواتوريا، وهم عاوزين يبرجوا إكواتوريا قدر ما هو ممكن. فهل احنا بنرضى بهذا الموقف؟ لا، احنا لازم ننظف بيتنا وناخذ بيتنا. فانت اليوم ليومك ابدا انت صلي ادعو ربنا واعمل كل اللازم، لانه انت كلامك اقوى من اي وقت ثاني. ربنا بيسمع كلامك اكثر من اي واحد ثاني. ارفع يدك يا ربنا وقول يا رب انصر اولاد بتاعي دي، ساعدهم. وفقهم على اساس انه نحقق الحلم بتاعنا انه إكواتوريا يكون زي ما كانت مستقله، حتى انه نقدر الشؤون بتاعنا ندور بنفسنا. الليله كانوا احنا ماسكين بلدنا، اليوم ما كنتوا هنا في وضع ضيق. ففي اخطاء حصلت، هذه الاخطاء هل احنا بنحسب على الناس اللي كانوا موجودين؟ نعم، الاخطاء دي حصل، الخطا خطا. احنا اليوم احنا يجب ان نقيفه بصلابه على اساس انه نصحح الخطا دي. كيف نصحح الخطا ده؟ بالتعاون، بوقوفنا في صف واحد. عارف كيف؟ نساعد بعضنا. كل زول يمد يده على الاخر، احنا بنقدر نبني بعيد، بنقدر نحقق حلم بتاع إكواتوريا. فده حلمنا. فنرجوكم انكم شجعوا اللي ما عنده جهاز، اللي ما عنده اي حاجه وسيله عشان يسمع، قول له انت اسمع هناك. لو كان في راديو ولا تلفزيون ولا انترنت، اسمع، وري اخوك، وريه الحاصل شنو، اخذ رايه، وانه احنا المفروض نعمل شنو. ده هو اللي بينجحنا لقدام. الشعب الاسرائيلي لما كان طلعوا في الخارج، لما كبوهم بنفس الكيفيه، نازل يتعاونوا مع بعضهم. التعاون بتاعهم اللي لو قالوا انه يعودوا لاسرائيل، مع انه شكلهم كان براو، لكن اليوم بقى شكل براو، تخيل. فده ما مستحيل. طلعوا سمر ورجعوا هناك بيض، ده ما مستحيل. لكن في النهايه حققوا اراده بتاعهم انه يكون عندهم دوله. اليوم بلشوا يصبروا عليهم، بلشوا يشاكلوا قدر ما هو ممكن في سبيل انه يصلوا لحقهم. عارف كيف؟ لانه في النهايه ده ارض، فالارض ده غالي جدا جدا جدا. عشان كده ارض بتاع إكواتوريا ما بنخلي شبر لواحد، شبر من هذه الارض اطلاقا ما بنخليه لزول. فبنقول ربنا يوفقهم، والى اللقاء في وقت اخر. ويستمعوا دائما، يشجعونا وشجعوا بعضكم البعض. عارف كيف؟ فاحنا هنظل نتكلم. ما تقول انه الكلام بالكلام كلام وكلام، نو. الكلام بينتج العمل. عارف كيف؟ لانه الفكر والامل ده هو الواقع. فاطلاقا ما تستسلموا. عارف كيف؟ ما تستسلموا. شجعوا انفسكم اطلاقا. شجعوا، قول للناسكم ده ما اطلاقا ما تدوا لزول ده. قول له اي كويس كويس، في النهايه لما يجي اليوم ده وما حيتم باذن الله، احنا هنعمل كل اللازم. لانه وجود هؤلاء العصابات في السلطه معناه شنو؟ معناه المزيد من الخراب والماساه لإكواتوريا، معناه المزيد من التوسع في اطار بتاع فشاء المواقف بتاعتنا. نشكركم أول الاستماع، ونقول لكم شكرا، وربنا يبارككم ويبارك الحضور أيضا، وكل الإخوة اللي قاعد يستمعوا لنا واللي بيستمعوا لنا الأخير. لا شكرا أوي، ربنا يبارك. Thank you guys.
All right, I appreciate you so much, Lodoro. So now we come into our finale. Everyone who spoke and gave their words. I know Didi was unable, unfortunately. Like in Hanajitani, like I said, there's a topic that is coming. We will figure out the day and time, and most of the time, we will make sure that the recording of these things that we make is going to be on the other social media, from Facebook to YouTube to, Twitter or X, and other platform like the podcast. But of course, we want to keep the recording, like Dr. Akulia mentioned, and we will make sure, Margaret, we will work on that to find a way to send this recording to our people and to the people in camps in particular, because revolution start with, enlightening the people. وفي مثل تاني كمان مش مثل لكن there is another verse in the Bible mentions that faith come by hearing, and by the word of God. So in a part of the when you are being oppressed, and you're in the right, in the track of the right, or the track of justice, definitely you're always going to win, regardless how difficult, how tough it is. As long as you're faithful, as long as you're loyal to your principles and committing to what is right, absolutely you will overcome, and we will see the change. So I really appreciate every one of you. Thank you all who gave their time to be with us and listen to us, and those who will listen later. Please share these rooms and discussions so we can go forward, so the revolution can start. Because what we hear today, those people call themselves opposition or revolutionists. These people are not revolutionaries, trust me. لأنه ما في revolution, we got negotiation. Let me assure you that no revolution would want to negotiate. Revolution want to remove. And the Kana to Dr. Hajj, unfortunately, Kanu busy. Like we will have another time and we will really go deep into that debate of what is revolution, because I think people don't even know. Many are deceived by the word revolution based on we have to negotiate. Look to the history of Cuba. Look at the even American Revolution. Did you see George Washington sit down with King of England, says, let's go and negotiate how to give us America to be independent? No, they revolted. But before the revolution, they spoke out. They taught their people what is their right. That's why they began with Tea Party. They began with a small group like these, George Washington and Jefferson and others who later became presidents of the United States, the founding fathers, and many more. And we could see even other countries who started their revolution. So yeah, we're on the right track. Guys, I don't want to prolong. Thank you so much. God bless you. Until next time, long live the Ecuadorian Revolution, because revolution starts with words like how faith, begins with hearing, and the hearing was the word of God. But revolution, to start, we have to speak and preach what is right and what's just. So God bless you guys. Until next time. Oh, Junker, how you doing? I see you come up in the late time, but I'll give you exceptional welcome. Are you there?
No, brother, if the program is ended, no
No,
problem.
it's okay. You are good to see you. It's been a while. I know the topic was earlier here and about the SOMA. I know you have a lot to say on that point too. It's good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I see that analysis on the May-09 mediation, SOMA2 plus ongoing crisis.
Do you have any brief on it? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't have a lot of information about what's happening right now. Just getting information from sideline. But what I can say, actually, what they say, they always said, if you don't play, you can't win, right? And with that in mind, the forum that actually they have set up in Nairobi, it seemed like it has a lot. It has a lot of friends of South Sudan, the regional bloc, with the exception of Uganda and Ethiopia, they did not want to show because of what happened in the past. Deals, Ethiopia particularly because the peace agreement was signed there and no one has implemented it, and they feel like what does that mean? So if there's another peace deal, so it will not be implemented. Why should I show up? Maybe that's why Ethiopia, I see them, they didn't care. But Uganda is usually the beneficiary of South Sudan because they're the one that's benefiting from the oil of South Sudan, resources of South Sudan. That's what we know. But what I was saying that, you don't play, if you don't play, you don't win. So whenever you have a case, always, you can go to whatever, you're being called to present your case, to present it, in front of the international community, from the front of South Sudan, in front of people of goodwill. And they will know what you stand for. And from there, actually, you did your part. What I wanted to say, I was saying that actually, if any political opposition, if they are invited, they should have shown up. It doesn't, the revenue or the venue or location always, it doesn't matter. What it matter is what you can present and what your case, what you stand for. That's what I believe. So what does it matter? So the idea that actually I don't see NAS, part of that, it's not okay. You don't have to agree, but you can go and present the case, and then people will know what you stand for and what you want to achieve in South Sudan and what the vision that you have actually for this country, in order to move forward. But not to be there, it's just actually, you are cutting off what you're supposed to be presenting, and then others can explore and know what you stand. I think that's the point that I wanted to make, in this regard. Hey, Didi, man, how are you?
Yes, it's late for her over there. I think she's sleeping, but maybe almost she's going to be in the morning. But yeah, you have a point, and I know it was to close, but it's very interesting what you brought up in this late discussion. But let me assure you on this, Brother Jankur. I understand your perspective, but I don't see it that way.
I know, and there is something I want to remind you. I think that's why earlier I mentioned that South Sudan still don't know what revolution is. Because if this is how we're going to take an opportune event like this as for us to go and actually present our case, that means we really
No, my brother. I'm sorry to cut you off. Don't take me wrong. What I'm saying is, you can actually turn the table and make things, and make the other. If the other بتخلي الناس أنظار, to be facing the other way. That's what I'm saying, because you got to play a role, of really, really politics here for the case of the citizen. That's why I'm saying that it doesn't hurt for you to present the case. You don't have to agree, but you have to. You have been doing it for a very long time, and nothing has succeeded. We are still going to square one. You assimilate, you give position, and people are keep getting the position, and nothing is changing. But we need to do it this way. This is the way. And then there are people actually who have not heard what you had before, and then they are like to decide with you too, and they will say, well, you know what, the idea is coming from this side. These are relevant, and these are the ones that actually will take this country to the next level. This is the point that I'm trying to make here. I'm not trying to say
I understand.
I'm not trying to say that, hey, this is an opportunity, we should go and present our case and just get a position. No, because if it's about position, how many agreements have been signed and people have been getting a position? What has happened? Did that change anything in people's life? No. In Equatorial, Barkazal, and Upper Nile, it didn't change anything in people's life. In fact, those who signed peace agreement are the ones that, got a big check, and then they are staying in hotel, and their kids are outside the country. So what I mean is to present that case so people who are not aware and what you stand for, because bigger محفل دولي كبير, as you saw it's huge محفل دولي كبير. That's American, European, and AU, even Asian, and then Middle East, so much, and then they need to hear, what we have, and then they would say, okay, that guy actually has been saying the same thing for a very long time, and this guy has been using the same method, but it didn't work. But this youngster here and they have the brilliant ideas actually can take this country, and actually from that you can change people's mind. That's what I meant, my brother. Thank you.
I understand, understandable. But what I said this. Why? Because I know sometimes when there is a lot of crowd, people get excited. But you know in America, right? Because all of us are Americans. Experience-wise, I know you have experience, or maybe know people. There's always this job orientation where they will have a job gallery. I remember there was a time before I finished my university. They said there is a gallery for before you go, graduate. They want like newcomers. So there was like a lot of recruitment. They recruit people in military and FBI and those jobs in the government. Even you can be a diplomat. So I remember there's a lot of hype about it. People talk, yeah, go, present your resume, dress well, and all that. I was like, listen, when I feel like I'm going, I'll go in the right time, So I just kind of put it in that kind of term. And I understood why, because people just like want to be there in that moment, because there's a lot of people, so everybody will look at you and you have to impress people. But there is also something they forgot, that even without going to these kind of conventions, you can apply by yourself in certain areas. Like they say, all roads lead to Rome. You can apply for these jobs and you can get a job without even going to these conventions. So I did apply my stuff and I got it through, direct to these people without even going to the convention. I didn't feel like I want to go there, even though it was exciting, but I felt like, why? Because I'm just going to go there and just trying to sell myself to them. Well, I understand I want this job, but I'm not going to do that. I have one job that I'm focused on and I'm going to. So yes, this is understandable, but don't forget that these groups that are there, because they were invited based on the event that was being done. But regardless that, there is other channels that we can communicate with these international community, because right now, even us in diaspora, we have even more power as people who are in diaspora. We are the one who are more influential, because you can even go to a senator without even going to these things, and you can even talk to them. And America is actually not the superpower in the world. It's still America never lost their influence. And if we want to get these things, we go direct. I understand that one is good. But when I look at it, the event has a specific agenda. And I don't want that to be part of that agenda, because that agenda is actually not to discuss the issue. It's just to promote care, to promote a false peace, and to promote that there is a willing opposition who want to kind of come up and dialogue, when not all of them in the same agreement, because there were some others worried about security and all that, and we know what happened. That's why you see group of SOMA who called the SOMA Rome, and then the SOMA Nairobi, SOMA1, SOMA2, they have differs, on that point. So you could tell the game is really clear. So for us, we're not even excited on that. But yes, some people are excited. But to be honest, the people really want solution, not excitement. Our people are dying. Our people are displaced. And this regime is illegitimate, even to give it that credit. Because who is scared? Who is SPLM even to give them that power? Of negotiation, or even going to that event to give them praise as if I'm begging them a job. Or I know people say it's not about a job, yes, but it's still, when you present yourself in that place, you automatically show that you are actually looking for his favor. That means indirectly you're looking for a job, even if you say, no, I'm not, because my intention is I want to sit down, negotiate. You negotiate with who? Somebody who stole the government from the people. That's why he's trying to legitimize himself by any means necessary, using this tactics and using the weaklings to go in so fast. Yet the game is so clear. I know the SOMA in Rome, they have differences, but their differences is not equal to our differences, nor our differences with the other group is in Nairobi. Because all of them, they look at us as the most threat in the part of, separation or independent. And this is something that they don't like. That's why you see Baganamu mentioned the word disintegration of the country if we don't save it. Even yet, they cannot even come to an economic solution. It's just a theory. Because even if they're going there, this economy is in danger. And we're going to talk about it next time we have a room. We'll talk about the economic solution. We have come up with a plan. But that plan, it got to be, digested to some people. It's going to be controversial. And the digestion of it is sometimes some people will have a stomach ache in that moment, but I don't want to go for. But I appreciate Jankur. But I want to have a next time room and we can talk on that base. Do you think the way how SOMA, Nairobi, or whatever this event in Nairobi is actually an opportunity for, not opportunity in based of like we're looking for opportunity, but is it a right way to go and also present ourselves there so people can look at us and listen to us, and maybe they will begin to see something, because we're not selling ourselves. We have a case that we need to present to the right people who can make it, because even these people were there, they were just guests. They're not doing anything, only just listening, and then they will report back to their respective nation. And these diplomats, after they reported there, then they will come up with what's the best. They will send a letter of what we think, because it's still in the beginning process. So I don't think it's necessary. It's almost like a party. It's not even something that people want to go there to do anything. It's just everybody want to show off that they're good. So I don't know. But thank you.
I think that's fair enough, my brother, because I was not making this statement on a personal level, because when I was talking about the views, we were not, just personalizing it. We are not talking about you presenting yourself to the people who are there. There's a region block. There is other actors out there, because this, at the end of the day, that's the region that we belong to, East Africa. That's what these are the neighbors. These are the people that we have, because at the end of the day, they are involved, and they are involved deeply in our affairs. And in order to get them out of our affairs and to say, hey, this is what we want, and this is what we should be dealing with our issues, it requires, us to be there physically, to present the case of the citizen. I know you are not presenting yourself; you are presenting the case of, the suffering people. That's what I meant. But it was good, talking. It was good coming here and catching up with you guys. But yeah, next time, I'll be there.
Just a reminder to you, those IGAD, they are even part of the problem. They are IGAD and the African Union. I mean, do you know how many countries in Africa right now is in turmoil? African Union cannot even solve it. They all go back and return to the
international community and especially European Union and Troika to figure out a way forward, even though they say this is an African problem, for African solution, yet it's just it's a rhetoric or a gimmick, but it has no any effect. I see Didi Blanco or somebody, or maybe my phone. Yeah, so it's an African problem, they said. I mean, it's just, we see Africa is really in a deep crisis. That's why Trump last time called Africa as I don't want to say, but you know what he said when he was a president, and it was really sad, but it was true, because the way how Africa is going, there is nothing actually positive. Even the way how now South Africa presented itself, instead of talking about the African issue, they went there and raised the case of Palestine against Israel. That was an irony. You, South Africa, have let Omar al-Bashir to go in front of you when he was accused of crime against humanity. And then you go to Palestine and say you're trying to talk about Palestine and Israel. That's just a hypocrisy. And it shows how us as Africans, sometimes we are so ignorant when we come to see what is something in front of us, but we don't want it. We go to the next one and we say this is better. So this is how Africa have presented itself in the international community, and it's really sad and it's not good. South Africa right now, even part of us supporting Kir, and South Africa talk about democracy, but yet you could see there is no democracy in South Sudan. This is a hypocrisy, and you could see Khartoum is falling apart. This is hypocrisy. So these African Union have really put us as Africans right now in limbo, and a lot of Africans are disillusioned because of this the way how African Union taking us. Because African Union have never done anything, including IGAD. IGAD is the worst. IGAD is actually benefiting from the suffering of people in South Sudan and Equatoria in particular. All of these areas have been exploited, and those exploiters are the people of Uganda, Kenya, even Ethiopia and Somalia. You see, those people were talking there because they're happy. As long as South Sudan is under this guy, Kir, they will continue looting. Look at the economy right now. People are not even afford to eat. $300, $100 mean nothing. So it's really sad. But yeah, I appreciate you, Brother Jankur, and I appreciate everyone who's here. I would love to talk more, but it's time for us to end. They say Rahin, Ajayat Aktar min Raihat, there's more to come. So I appreciate everyone who's listening attentively, and those who follow us and will come back later to listen, and also will join us to next topic. So the next topic will be, like I said, general principle of revolution for equatorial sovereignty. And I will try to forward it or maybe make it even sooner than later, because it's supposed to be on the next, before the end of the next month, this month, but we will try to make it early as possible, because this is very important. And we even can delve into the revolution, because there is a lot of people who don't understand revolution in South Sudan. The revolution itself is being diluted as to be an opposition and negotiation with a regime that is illegitimate from its beginning. So that shows there is misinformation and lack of understanding of what revolution is. Revolution is something that does not compromise or give up on its right. So thank you again. God bless you. Until next time, we will see each other, and have a blessed day. A blessed night, blessed morning, blessed evening to all of you, wherever you are. Thank you.
G.O.E. Records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina iko tori. Na sawa. Anina iko tori. Bele dwahid. Anina iko tori. Anena. Anina iko tori. Oh yeah. Kanita miniambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta minjuba. Yeah. Anena iko tori. Teresia samagesi manena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Iko tori ya birapa. Ya bilwa pijama. Asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina iko tori. Nasawa. Anina iko tori. Bele dwahid. Anina iko tori. Anena. Anina iko tori. Oh yeah. Kanita zande. Kanita mai. Au kukuye. Anina iko tori. Kelene na hibone fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba. Behaja derino. Hasan bele na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina iko tori. Nasawa. Anina iko tori. Bele dwahid. Anina iko tori. Anena. Anina iko tori.
Nina kulu sawa jama. SSOMA Nangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka. Koni kabalanda bare. Kakuwa kilikuku. Lango lugoya. Acholi tokosa mundo. Nyangara morove mare. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumo mare makutulo. Lubara bunga ya lobe.
Lokosa Mondo Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahe.